Diaz found himself on a vast, majestic plain that no careful gaze could fully take in. The spacious area was now his territory, but despite the honor, he saw only endless grass covering the entire land. His mother often told him to be someone who could protect those dear to him and close to his heart. That instruction became her final wish before she died. His father repeated that a person should be ready to protect those weaker than themselves, and his words became his last request to his son. So not wanting to tarnish his parents' good name after their tragic deaths when he was still young, he decided to live by their final instructions. Heavy-hearted and full of sorrow, he said farewell to their memory and left. At 15, a bloody war broke out between his country and its neighbors. At his parents' urging and to protect the innocent, he volunteered for the army. This prolonged conflict lasted 20 years. When the war ended, it was 35 years old. At that time, the parties signed a peace treaty that ended active offensives and military operations. At last, the long-awaited peace arrived, and he could rest a little, and later the title of hero came as an official recognition of his merits, likely because his exceptional combat skills and the reports and marks set him apart from other soldiers. The sovereign personally thanked him for his victories and deemed him worthy of a greater reward, granting him the title of feudal lord and an allotment of land. Uneducated and valued only as a battlefield warrior, he did not understand why he had been given this honor and responsibility, until someone later explained that his main duty was to guard his lands, protect their inhabitants, and collect taxes for the kingdom. His first move was to see his new belongings. Though reluctant, he gathered what he needed, loaded it into a cart, and set off. There was almost no time to pack because they left the capital very soon, and an official watched him throughout the journey, apparently to control his actions. At last they reached their destination. Moving to the center of the new territory, they stopped. The official began showing him the boundaries, outlining the perimeter of the area. Before him stretched an endless, flat plain of grass that made up most of his domain. The official thought this was a suitable place for someone like Diaz, and that all he could do was try his best. The official named the plain Neutros, and said the man's name was Diaz. From that day on he was known as Diaz Neutros. Finding clean drinking water later brought Diaz deep relief, since he had been forced to drink dirty, muddy water throughout the war, so the source was a great blessing, and after walking a long distance, he was surprised to see not a single tree. He wondered if the herb had any practical use, but the reality was bleak, and everything around him was awful. Tomorrow would be the time to think it over carefully, he decided. A way to avoid death in these lifeless conditions had to be found. He gave himself 2 more days. He planned to stay on the plane only briefly and then get off, hoping to find someone to help so he could fulfill his parents' last wishes. A while later, a voice rang out and demanded that he wake up. Opening his eyes, he saw a girl standing in front of him, and his first thought was that someone was there. But his gaze landed on the horn on her head, and it completely changed his first impression. The girl insisted he explain who he was and what he was doing here. Diaz introduced himself and said he had been asleep, which was obvious. The girl asked why he had chosen that spot to sleep. He admitted he had nowhere else to stay that night. She was angry that he had ended up on this plane. Calmly, he said he had been told to live here. She insulted him, calling him an idiot. He didn't deny it, but insisted this was his home now. She then asked what his purpose on Earth was. He replied that his purpose was to survive if the situation became critical. When he spoke, the girl drew her bow and aimed an arrow. Diaz got scared and asked her to stop. She said if he wanted to live, he would have to tell the truth. He replied that he was sincere. He added that his main goal was to carry out his parents' final wishes and help others. Protecting those weaker than him was part of that. That was how he saw his life's path. When the girl accused him of lying, Diaz said confidently he had no reason to lie to her, and she asked whether he was an enemy or a friend. Diaz solemnly declared himself the friend and protector of the girl standing in front of him, saying he would never be her enemy and promising to keep her safe from any threat. At that moment, to both their surprise, the girl's horn began to glow with a mysterious blue light, and Diaz watched as a strange radiance streamed from it. Confused and anxious, the girl said the blue fire should not have appeared, and that all of it was a mistake because something like this simply could not be true. Without warning, she grabbed Diaz's hand and pulled him along, and he reached to stop her while trying to understand her intentions. She told him she would take him to her village and urged him to follow without asking questions. Hearing the word village, Diaz wondered whether there could really be a settlement somewhere on this barren plain. He followed the girl until evening. They finally reached a village, and he was amazed by what he saw. The place was more beautiful than anything he had seen before. Then they led him to the head of the village. The chieftain in front of him saw Aruna had brought a stranger and suspected he had caused the blue light. Aruna confirmed it, saying she found him asleep. Her questioning met stubborn silence as he behaved oddly and asked questions she thought pointless. At one point, when she asked whether he considered himself an enemy or a friend, a blue light suddenly appeared. The chief asked again whether the light had another shade, such as red, and Aruna said it was purely blue with no impurities, prompting the chief's surprise and interest. She called Diaz a blue man and asked him to explain his name. He hesitated but introduced himself as Diaz. The chief paused, then said the name Diaz echoed from the depths of mystery. She pointed out that Diaz called himself a friend of Aruna and asked whether he would show her the same goodwill. At that moment, Diaz finally learned the girl's name Aruna. Diaz said everyone on this land, including the villagers, could be considered his friends because the entire plain now belonged to him, and he treated everyone on his territory as a friend. And when the chief asked why he held that view, Diaz replied that caring for them was his duty. The chief did not ask who had given him such an important assignment. Diaz hesitated, then said he had probably received it from the king himself, his highness. Suddenly, Aruna raised her bow and aimed at Diaz. The chief told her to calm down and asked her to be patient. Turning to Diaz again, she asked him to explain in detail how everything had happened from the very beginning and how he had received such an order from the king. Diaz admitted to himself that he didn't fully understand the story from start to finish, but he still told them his life story from childhood, especially the part after his parents' death. After hearing the story, the chief said she now understood the blue light, admitted she had not expected to meet anyone with such a soul except those born with a horn, and named him Diaz of the Blue, recognizing him as a feudal lord whose duty was to protect all his subjects. The chief voiced a serious concern about what Diaz would do if the villagers did not recognize him and did not want to be his people. Even if they did not become his subjects, he could still consider them friends. Diaz said confidently that if he had no choice, he would share the plain with them as neighbors and help them when needed as a good neighbor, because living together would make them friends. Those words planted doubt in Diaz's mind. He wondered why the chief was asking such questions and began to suspect the villagers were not truly his subjects despite being on his land. The thought shocked him because, to him, everything on his territory should belong to him. The chief confirmed his suspicion. She explained that the villagers were not Diaz's subjects. They were enemies of his king and had been at war with the state of Diaz for many years. Despite their past enmity, they are ready to be friends with Diaz himself, and she emphasized that he is one of the rarest blues, so he can live peacefully among them. The chief then asked him to lift his head and said he would listen to his story. Moro called herself the leader of the Oni people. The Oni fought for control of these plains for 50 years, one war after another. In the end, they were defeated and driven from these lands. He wondered how the inhabitants could still live on the plain after being driven out. Moro explained that magic concentrated in their horns let them use abilities ordinary people did not have. Fog magic is one of their abilities, allowing them to hide themselves, their homes, and the whole settlement. Using that magic, they returned and began living in secret to escape royal authority. Diaz said he was stunned by what he'd heard and wondered whether to tell the king he served. Moro replied that she had decided to share the secret because Diaz was glowing blue. She added that the magic called the Soul Judgment would have shown any hostile feelings as red light, but none had appeared in all this time, and red meant the person was evil and dangerous, white meant not dangerous, and blue meant someone who brings luck and happiness. Mora wondered whether people his age were often so devoted to their parents' final wishes. She admitted that in his long life he had never met anyone more stubborn and sincere. Diaz wondered whether that was praise. The chief refused to admit their people were fortunate to have a man like the feudal lord of these lands. Diaz noted that, although their ability to hide was limited, they could travel far and live in peace without fear of persecution. Moro said they could not leave the plain because their livelihood depended on Memu cattle found only there. That made migration impossible. She urged DS to protect his subjects and become a worthy feudal lord. If he failed, no one knew who would replace him. When Diaz asked about the previous feudal lord, Moro said the man had existed but lived elsewhere, was consumed by vices and had recently died of illness, and the chief then offered to help, noting Diaz had no house or supplies, so the village would share everything he needed, including livestock. The chief insisted that no one in the capital, not even the king, should know the village exists. From now on, Diaz's silence would protect it. She also said Diaz could ask Aruna's for help. The girl looked surprised. Moro explained that living on the plains requires certain knowledge, and Aruna would stay with Diaz to teach him everything he needed. Because Aruna had brought the stranger to the village, she was now responsible for his fate. DS realized this was his first step as a feudal lord, and the start of living under the same roof with a girl named Aran. He thought about Memu, a breed of livestock with 2 horns and coats of soft, thick, fluffy hair. valued not for meat, but for the hair that was taken and traded for supplies. Aruna explained that the more the memu ate the local grass, the faster they grew new fur. Once cut, villagers traded that fur for food and other essentials needed to survive. Diaz sounded genuinely surprised, but his tone suggested he had not grasped the importance. Aruna was displeased, thinking he was mocking her or did not understand, and reproached him for not paying attention. Diaz then hurried to assure her he understood everything and did so sincerely. Diaz realized he had many new things to learn, including care of memu, organizing the household, and building and maintaining yurts, and that Aruna might not be there by choice, but was responsible and diligently teaching him the survival skills Chief Moro had promised. Given his own memo to confirm the people's trust, Diaz saw it as an incentive and decided that as a feudal lord he had a duty not only to govern, but also to develop his lands, so he began to consider how to increase their population. He turned to Aruna and asked what he should do to increase the number of people in his territory. Aruna replied sarcastically that he seemed to want too much at once. He noticed her disapproving tone and realized the local culture did not keep strict population records, so the area's population remained unknown. Aruna reminded him that population growth was not the only concern and warned he needed to worry about supplies, since he had only one yurt and enough food for one person. Her warning was that if Diaz gathered many people without giving them anything, they would face hunger, disease, and death. She insisted he grasp how serious the situation was. Diaz finally understood the point of her words. He admitted he had hoped the village would offer more help if he could gather more people, but Aruna abruptly ended those hopes, sternly telling him not to even dream about it, and DS then regretfully admitted his mistake and asked him to forget the conversation. He knew he had to handle housing and supplies first. Aruna called him a foolish feudal lord and handed him a bag. Diaz asked what it was. Aruna explained that the bag held earth mitabi, a mixture made from a special herb that wild animals especially like, and if scattered on the ground it would quickly draw the animals to the scent, so Diaz looked surprised again, but Aruna was already used to his reaction. She explained that hunting with the matabi could bring meat as well as valuable skins and horns, which he could take to the village to trade for food or even a yurt, making hunting the foundation for developing his territory. Diaz liked the idea and enthusiastically said he felt confident hunting because he didn't have to think much in those situations. Aruna gave him one final instruction, to keep the wind at his back and to use the matabi only at a safe distance from the village, so the animals would not attack the settlement, and later Diaz found a suitable place and decided they could begin. Since Aruna did not specify an amount, he emptied the whole bag of matabi onto the ground without hesitation. When he finished, all that was left was to wait for the animals to arrive. He began to wonder how many would be needed to trade for one yurt. One animal might be enough, or it might take 10. To build 10 yurts would require 100 animals. Diaz realized the task could take more than a day. Suddenly, a large crowd of wild animals appeared in front of him. Amazed, Diaz had no idea where they came from, but if he could deal with them, he could reach his goal right away, and he was confident. He kept his tactic simple, swinging his battle axe with all his strength and relying solely on his instincts. Not the most sophisticated method, but it worked for him. Once taught to use a sword and a bow, he found the techniques too complicated. Reading an opponent's movements and choosing the right moment to attack were difficult for him. Everything seemed confusing and hard to grasp. He did not want to call himself stupid, but he knew he had trouble handling such tasks. The battle axe opened new possibilities for him. With it, he didn't have to worry about tactics. It pierced shields and cut through armor. No matter what the enemy wore, the outcome was the same. As some animals fled, he realized he had killed at least half the pack. The whole thing had been easier than he expected because their movements were predictable. Suddenly he realized how large the loot was and had no idea how to carry it all back to the village, since he had ignored the option of taking it one load at a time and had started the fight without thinking about logistics. Diaz expected Aruna would call him a foolish feudal lord again, knowing he could not resist her icy gaze. Soon Aruna arrived, clearly impressed, and said his first hunt deserved praise because he had killed a black buffalo, a feat considered worthy for a man. Diaz looked confused. He had not known there was a black buffalo among the animals, and he said he had not been able to catch everyone who ran, killing only half. Aruna clarified how many he had killed, and after a quick calculation Diaz estimated he had killed about 30 to 40 animals. Watching the hunt's results, Aruna felt genuine admiration, amazed by how many animals had been killed, and admitting she now saw Diaz in a new light, sincerely admiring that he had done a great job without boasting. Aruna insisted she was telling the truth, because she had never met a man so courageous and strong before, and promised to tell the other boys in the village that the black buffaloes Diaz had killed would be transferred to him. Moro acknowledged Diaz's strength with respect, noting that hunting 30 black buffalo at once was an impressive display of manliness and bravery. Diaz reconsidered his idea of manliness, realizing his view differed from the village's. Moro said in their culture masculinity is a holistic idea that includes hard work, reliability, and resourcefulness, and these qualities together define a man's value. Diaz wondered if Aruna's attitude toward him had changed after he had shown his masculinity, and Muru smiled, saying Aruna was considered the most desirable girl in the village, so it was natural she would be interested in a man with those qualities, and she added wryly that if he had been a little younger she might have tried her luck herself. Diaz asked if he had understood that being masculine would make him popular with women, and Moro said that for the village women masculinity was the only thing that mattered, while looks or eloquence did not. She said a pretty face won't feed a family, and sweet talk won't increase the herd. The tribe's women believe marrying a man who lacks masculinity will leave the couple and their future children starving. Diaz realized then that this culture had a very different idea of common sense, values, and social norms. Moro moved on and said that if Diaz really wanted to marry Aruna, he should prepare a bride price. He tensed up inside when he heard that. Moro said Aruna was beautiful and hardworking, so her bride price should be high. The chief suggested that all the spoils DS had taken that day would be a fitting price for Aruna's hand. DS had not expected this and was very surprised. Moro confirmed each person's conditions had to be met before an alliance could form. Diaz realized the Oni viewed marriage very differently from what he was used to. His inner voice said now was not the time to think about family. He had to prioritize settling in, strengthening his household, and stockpiling supplies. Moro tried to reassure him, saying the Oni were biologically compatible with many races and could produce offspring, but Diaz quickly said that was not the issue. Morning arrived. Aruna greeted Diaz and said she had prepared breakfast for him. He was surprised and pleased to see how appetizing the food looked, and Aruna felt embarrassed but pleased when she heard him. After tasting the food, Diaz said it was delicious. Later, Aruna asked about their plans for the hunt. Diaz said they already had everything they needed, but reminded them that if more people came to the village, they would need a well, a storehouse, and equipment to draw water. Aruna said they could hire artisans, but that would require more tradable goods. Diaz suggested hunting the black buffalo again, but Aruna pointed out the village no longer needed them, and remembering Diaz had told her about hunting monsters, she suggested they do that instead. Diaz immediately thinks of monsters. He knew these creatures could emerge from black miasmas, dungeons, or forgotten ruins. They hated life itself and, driven mad, attacked all living things, destroying everything in their path. Although their flesh and blood are poisonous and unusable, their skins, claws, horns, and especially the demon core near the heart in Oregon, are valuable and useful in everyday life. Diaz voiced concern about monsters in the area, and Aruna said there were only a few, adding that she could use magic to find them and would go with him to make the hunt safe. Diaz tried to refuse at first, saying the hunt was too dangerous for her and suggesting she just point the way, but Aruna said confidently that if she went with him, the hunt would feel like a simple walk through the village. By mid-morning, Diaz greeted Francois and Frances, the two Memu chief Moro had given him. One was male and the other female. Diaz saw the villagers coming and realized they had brought the supplies they'd traded for the buffalo, and he felt uneasy because he hadn't finished shaving and looked unkempt. Meanwhile, Aruna stepped forward and said she was completely ready, and Diaz replied briefly to show he was ready too. All the men stopped cold when they saw Aruna. She looked completely different, having used makeup unlike her usual style, so she seemed unfamiliar, and Diaz quickly realized what was happening. Even he, who considered himself a simpleton, understood. Aruna said she had assigned the other boys to watch Mimu, so she would spend the whole day alone with Diaz. Seeing the other men's reactions, Diaz realized he had to leave the village immediately. Diaz decided they had to hunt the monster quickly before anything awkward or dangerous happened. Diaz realized that the northern plains sometimes had pockets of monster activity. The area was notorious for dangerous creatures. Diaz believed harvesting useful parts from one or two of those monsters would yield enough resources to begin building a well in the warehouse. Aruna offered to use her magic to search for monsters and said her skills go beyond housekeeping because she has considerable magical power. Diaz recognized her mood and gave her the green light to use magic. Aruna immediately began the spell with steady concentration. After a while, she discovered the creature. The monster was large, and she believed there were no others near it, perhaps because it seemed to overwhelm them with its presence. Diaz concluded the enemy was a serious threat, suggested they go ahead and investigate, and asked Aruna to find a safe place to hide for now. Aruna refused to stand aside and reminded them she had camouflage magic to help them hide or retreat if the situation became too dangerous. Diaz realized the girl had an unbending character. What mattered to him was that Aruna stayed safe. In the end, Diaz agreed to go with her. Approaching the noise, Aruna saw with horror what they faced. At first, Diaz thought it was a giant turtle, but Aruna clarified it was not just a turtle but an earth dragon. An especially dangerous monster was here, and she had no idea why. Diaz joined the fight immediately and told Aruna to hide and stay out of it. Aruna objected, calling him reckless because fighting such an enemy alone was extremely risky. They could retreat if needed, but if the dragon chased them, the consequences could be catastrophic. Diaz vowed not to let the monster catch them. He weighed tactics and decided that striking the neck or legs might force the monster to withdraw into its shell to defend itself. That left whether his axe could pierce the creature's defenses, and only practice would tell. He launched the attack and at the first strike felt how hard the enemy's shell was, so he changed aim and struck at the neck, but the creature immediately withdrew into its shell. Diaz was taken aback because he hadn't expected the monster to block its vulnerable spot so reliably. Aruna screamed, begging him to retreat because she believed killing the earth dragon alone was impossible. Diaz had decided otherwise. Not willing to flee, he planned to give it his all. He expected Aruna's might call him a foolish feudal lord again, but he had no other choice. He believed that if the first blow fails, you should strike again, and if the second fails, strike a third time. He fought like this as long as his body held out. Diaz kept striking the shell. Crack had formed on his weapon. Diaz noticed it, closed his eyes, and mentally said the command repair. Then a magical light flashed over the weapon, and the cracks began to disappear while Aruna watched in amazed surprise. Diaz recalled first using this ability during his military service. The axe was a trophy taken from an enemy warrior in battle, and he kept it because its durability and appearance had impressed him. The axe had a rare ability. It automatically restored minor damage, and Diaz could mentally reactivate that restoration when needed. Fueled by determination, he said he was ready for the second round, his strength fading and sweat running down his forehead, but he did not give up, and despite his efforts, the shell remained impenetrable. Nightfall was turning into a real threat, so they would have to retreat, and he blamed himself for failing to handle the turtle despite its strength. Seeing Aruna start to shiver in the cold put Diaz on guard, so he struck again and this time succeeded. The shell gave way. It marked the turning point. Aruna was surprised that Diaz had broken through the monster's armor. The dragon leapt from its hiding place, its body glowing as it charged, and Diaz, after falling to the ground, sprang up and struck back. Again, the creature tried to hide. Aruna saw the earth dragon begin to emit a magical miasma that reached her even from afar and made her dizzy, and she could not understand why it had no effect on Diaz. Meanwhile, Diaz kept methodically striking the crack. The dragon showed no aggression. It was likely the first time anyone had actually harmed it. Furious, the creature launched a wild, chaotic attack, and its movements made its rage clear. Diaz concluded that if this continued, he could win and claim the most valuable prey. Amid another powerful attack, Diaz spotted Aruna lying on the ground nearby. He immediately knew something was wrong with her. Her body looked weak and she was clearly in very bad shape. Rage surged through him. Realizing the monster wasn't after him, he saw it had targeted Aruna, and that made him furious. Diaz couldn't afford to stand aside, so he swore to protect her. It wasn't just his duty but a promise from the heart. She was more than an acquaintance. She was his friend, someone he felt responsible for, and no matter how strong the enemy, he would hold his ground and fight to the end. Driven by those thoughts, he charged into battle and struck the monster with a crushing, full-force blow. His determination was at its peak. Every muscle in his body was focused on one goal, to protect. After that, he hurried to Aruna to see how she was doing. Leaning over her, he spoke with concern, hoping she had come to her senses. Shaking and weak, Aruna embraced him, wrapping her arms tightly and pressing against him. Tears streamed down her face as she cried silently, her whole soul responding to what had happened. Taken by surprise, Diaz did not know how to react to such strong emotions. He said her name quietly, trying to understand what was happening. Without taking her eyes off his shoulder, Aruna murmured the words that turned Diaz's whole world upside down. She told him she wanted to marry him. Her words sounded sincere, pure, and confident. Diaz couldn't believe what he heard at first, surprised because he hadn't expected such a confession, and Aruna repeated her words more confidently. A villager stepped forward, raised his voice to call for Diaz and Aruna, saying they had been gone too long, and other villagers joined him, their voices full of worry and unsure what had happened. They arrived to find the earth dragon lying on the ground. defeated, surprise on their faces because they could not believe such a creature had fallen, while Diaz, still holding Aruna in his arms, tried to make sense of what had happened as his mind raced, and he noticed how tightly she held him. Her embrace felt stronger than the dragon's blows. Diaz struggled to free himself, but could not, and realized escaping her hold was nearly impossible. He spoke carefully, calling her name to calm her. Still holding him tightly, Aruna kept repeating the same words and said firmly, and with deep feeling, that she would marry him. The village men were stunned to see the fallen earth dragon, a powerful creature lying before them, and the news that a human had defeated it sparked a strong reaction. When they learned it was Master Diaz who had defeated the monster, they told one another with genuine delight. Diaz thought about how hard the battle had been. Even with every man in the village helping to drag the fallen dragon back, it had taken all night. They did not get the body to the center of the settlement until the next morning. When they arrived, Moru greeted them and said she truly admired that no one would have thought one person alone could defeat such a powerful enemy, and was especially amazed that the dragon's magic miasma, deadly so close, had no effect on Diaz. Diaz said most of the monster's body could be recycled. The materials were very valuable, but the village couldn't afford them at full price, so Diaz offered to recycle the carcass for a small fraction of the cost and used the proceeds to immediately build a well, a warehouse, put up a yurt, and organize storage for the remaining materials. Maru agreed, but said she should keep some of the materials to trade with visiting merchants. Building profitable relations with them would be strategic for him as a feudal lord. She began to consider her next steps. Maru reminded him it was time to discuss a wedding gift for Aruna. She suggested Diaz give the girl's family at least part of the dragon as a gift. The chief believed this would win her parents' genuine admiration and respect. DS tried to object and asked what was meant by a wedding gift. Moru smiled faintly and said bluntly that the wedding would go ahead even if DS opposed it. After all, he has become a dragon slayer outside the village, and that breeds mistrust. Mistrust in such places can quickly turn to fear, and after defeating the monster, Diaz radiated masculinity, so refusing to marry Aruna would only lead other girls to seek his favor. Confirming Moru's words, a little girl ran up to Diaz, wrapped her arms around his leg, and looked at him with loving eyes. The other village girls looked at him with real admiration. Maru said the girls are holding back because they know the men of the kingdom take only one woman as a wife, and they're sure that woman is already called Aruna. Diaz realized he had no real choice and suggested a temporary engagement to avoid rushing into marriage. Moro said that in their culture, such a concept simply did not exist. Meanwhile, Aruna had already told her parents about the upcoming marriage. All that remained for Diaz was to choose an exact wedding date or find a compromise acceptable to both parties. At that moment, Diaz also realized where Aruna had disappeared to, and his union with Aruna became official. He realized there was nothing he disliked about her. She was beautiful, thoughtful, kind, and sweet, always treating him well and running a wonderful household. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that marriage did not seem so bad at all. At 35, he thought it was time to start a family, so he asked a local man how old Aruna was, and the man, addressing him as the Dragon Slayer, said she was 15. She had just reached marriageable age and met Diaz when she was ready to marry. Diaz felt a chill. He had expected her to be young, but she looked much older, the age gap almost like a father and daughter. The kingdom's law says a girl can marry only at 18, so marriage will only be possible in 3 years, and DS decided to use that time to become a worthy feudal lord and be fully ready by the official union. Diaz immediately realized that treating this as a mere delay would disrespect Aruna's feelings, so he knew he had to commit fully to the idea to prove his loyalty as the land's feudal lord and as a man. A month after Diaz and Aruna became engaged, a well was dug and a warehouse built, and their life improved with new conveniences. One thing stayed the same: the total number of new residents in his domain never rose. Ideas to boost the population crossed his mind, but he was unsure they would succeed. Despite that, he now saw Aruna not only as an assistant, but as part of his family. At one point, he thought it would be nice if new settlers just fell from the sky, and although he acted frivolously, he felt uneasy deep down. Aruna ran up to him, beaming, and shared the big news. They were going to have a baby, she said. He was shocked and asked again to be sure. She smiled as she confirmed they were going to have a baby, and they both celebrated the happy news. Inspired, Diaz went to his memo and gently praised the female Frances, calling her a good girl and noting with admiration that she was pregnant. He turned to Francois, the man, thanked him for his efforts, and realized that nature had done its work. He recalled Aruna telling him that Memu were very intelligent and could understand human speech. Their cleverness let them survive in a harsh world, and even a wild Memu could learn basic human language in a week. That explained why they became domesticated, because it was a conscious choice as living with humans gave them protection, food, and care. Aruna warned him it was not that simple. Despite their intelligence, Memu remained sensitive and prone to fear, especially when pregnant. Sometimes to ease their anxiety they needed the herd's strongest member, and that leader was Diaz. She advised him to spend as much time with them as possible, especially at night, because they felt safe with him. Diaz accepted her words calmly and realized his job now included caring for the people, the land, and every creature that trusted him, so he took on the responsibility of sleeping beside Memu to help them feel safe and secure. Aruna said calmly that despite all the inconveniences, they would have to carry the pregnant Memu into their yurt. The practice was common, but many men in the village did not welcome it. Some found it unattractive, and others complained about the smell the animals left. Others felt uneasy because the Memu watched them constantly and never looked away, which disturbed their peace and kept them from relaxing, but Diaz took it in stride, laughing that it was no problem for him. He was certain that both Francis and Francois were full members of the family, and since they were about to become parents, any inconvenience seemed small compared with the importance of their well-being. Aruna was deeply moved by his words. They gave her support and revealed deep concern. She was glad to realize that her husband had such rare kindness and courage. Her heart filled with joy, because this was the man she called her husband. Diaz found the Memu's speech oddly uniform. Everything they said sounded the same to him, but Aruna said she could hear differences in intonation and tone, and sometimes answered them as if she understood what they meant. Aruna was surprised and emotionally affected by what Francis allegedly said. Explaining that things weren't that serious between her and Diaz yet, she asked the animal a little sheepishly to stop making innuendos, her tone almost pleading for the other person to leave her personal life alone. Her horns soon began to glow, and Diaz noticed it was the first time he'd seen a green glow, realizing the magical barrier had reacted to something outside, while Aruna immediately reported that to the east, from the direction the kingdom usually came, a group of riders was moving, and she could not give an exact count but estimated about 10. Realizing the magic horn's green color signaled an invasion, he noted that anyone approaching from the east could be a delegation or a threat, especially if they were bandits. If they were armed horsemen, the situation could get serious. He offered to go himself to check who was approaching, asking Arunit at the same time to use her magic to hide the settlement and anything that might attract attention. Memu felt the tension and began to worry, trying to calm them by promising to return soon and confident that 10 enemies could not be more dangerous than the dragon he had just defeated. Aruna told him she would take charge of the house and that she was counting on him, which filled Diaz with determination. Diaz scanned his surroundings, counted 3 riders and 4 on foot, realized Aruna had said 10 figures, so she must have counted the horses too, and decided they were unlikely to have come in peace. If there were archers among them, he planned to attack first to avoid losses, and as he drew near, a familiar voice called his name, one of the men sounding both joyful and surprised. Klaus turned up, his former comrade in arms, a man who had respected Diaz from the start of the war despite Diaz's humble origins, and who had always been a reliable ally Diaz could trust with his life. Diaz lit up when he saw Klaus, genuinely happy to see him again, and asked what had brought him there, and Klaus quickly explained he was working as a guide and guard, escorting the group because they were nobles and they had a request for Diaz personally. Diaz tensed, realizing at once that the nobility did not come to places like this without reason. He wondered who they were and what they wanted from him. Klaus spoke politely and respectfully to Diaz and asked him to lead them to his domain, saying he would be very grateful because the people with him were exhausted after a long journey and needed rest. Diaz agreed without hesitation, saying that if it was where he lived he would gladly take them there and would offer to lead the way, while Klaus laughed, pleased about what was to come. He eagerly began to imagine what a place like Diaz's would be like. Images of grand buildings in a prosperous country were already taking shape in his mind. They arrived to find only a modest dwelling, a single yurt. The sight left the newcomers confused, because everyone had expected something grander given the status of the man whose domain they had been called to. Diaz said they'd camouflaged almost everything except the yurt, which had originally been built only as a training exercise. The camouflage had been astonishingly effective, and he was pleasantly surprised because he hadn't expected that result. Trying to stay calm, Diaz invited his guests inside and suggested they feel free to come in. One of the girls stepped forward, introduced herself as Diana, the third princess, and said she was honored to meet the hero. She noted the place before them was not a fortress or an estate, but only a tent, guessed the estate was probably still under construction, and was puzzled by the lack of workers or even signs of construction. Before he could finish, the man beside him flared up and rudely scolded Diaz for addressing the princess disrespectfully, insisting she be called Royal Highness. Diana told them to leave it and keep a low profile. Diaz said he didn't have a team of craftsmen or the materials to build it. The yurt in front of them was all he had. Though it doesn't look majestic, he said he built it with his own hands and was injured more than once while working alone. Diana was surprised by Diaz's words. She asked in amazement whether he really built it himself. Her interest grew when she asked where the carpenters supposed to be with him were. Diaz explained there was simply nowhere to get carpenters on this desert plain. The princess was doubtful because she knew Diaz was entitled to capital from the kingdom, substantial funds to develop the territory, and other gifts befitting his title as a hero, all to be granted by her father, the king, in his will. Diaz admitted bitterly that despite rumors and official decrees, he had received no money, no support, and no supplies, and he said frankly he felt abandoned like a dog by the roadside, and in these parts there was not even a roadside. Klaus stood beside him with his fist clenched, his anger clear. Knowing the truth, the injustice cut him deeply. Diaz stayed calm, changed the subject, and politely asked Diana what business had brought her to these lands. War was breaking out in the kingdom again, the princess said, and things were getting tense, so she came in person to ask the hero for help. She asked for help with military matters and offered to reward Diaz with herself, or, if he preferred, one of the two girls with her, Priscilla or Merida, either of whom could become his wife. Diaz was shocked and irritated and decided there could be no question of war, because with Frances pregnant he could not give up everything, and he was confused that the princess, having barely met him, already spoke of marriage as if it were a business deal, remembering he was already committed to someone. Diaz gathered his thoughts and said firmly that he had his own plans and would not join any more military conflicts, admitting he could not send a single warrior because as a feudal lord he had no army and lacked the resources. Princess Diana tried to stay in control, expressed hope that Diaz might change his mind, and offered an extra reward to influence his answer. Diaz stayed firm, saying he could not help regardless of the reward, and that if this request was their only reason for visiting, they should leave his land. One attendant reacted sharply and aggressively. Angry at the refusal, he drew his sword, pointed it at Diaz, and accused him of insolence, saying that refusing the princess was a direct insult to her majesty. Klaus tried to stop him, but the man was already seething with indignation. His accusations continued, charging that Diaz had grown too conceited after being declared a hero. Diaz refused to tolerate the threat, and with one swing of his battle axe, he knocked the enemy's sword away and shattered it. The enemy stood stunned and could not speak. Diaz felt the tension and told himself he could clearly see the man's bloodlust. It was clear the man was not really going to attack, and the posture was meant to intimidate. Still, Diaz refused to yield and ordered them off his land immediately. Klaus stepped in and sided with him, urging everyone to leave immediately to avoid escalation and warning that further angering Diaz would bring far worse consequences. Klaus shut down his objection, saying even together they could not match the hero's strength, and if they started a fight, they would suffer a crushing defeat. Realizing the danger, the group decided to leave. Diaz realized that he had damaged the yurt's floor in the incident. He knew Aruna would scold him because he'd have to fix it again. Diana did not hide her anger as she walked away, for he was not the hero she had been told he was, but a man who had rejected and humiliated her in front of everyone, and she seethed inwardly, calling him worthless trash and vowing to make him regret what he had done. Meanwhile, Aruna went to Diaz and told him what the magic had shown her. Every woman who had arrived was glowing red, a sign of hostility. One soldier glowed blue, the rest were red or white. She had expected one of the women to cry, and that's exactly what happened when Frances wanted to be there and began to cry, so Aruna used her disguise magic to bring her in to watch. Diaz told Frances he was sorry he couldn't stay with her at that moment. Placing his hand on Aaron's head, he thanked her for keeping them safe and said the women with a red glow were indeed a threat. Aruna confirmed that the lone judgment magic had clearly shown these people were dangerous to both Diaz and herself now that they were family. Finally, Diaz was sure he had done the right thing by driving off the uninvited guests, and only one of them seemed reliable, most likely Klaus because he was glowing blue. Aruna snapped him back to reality, reminding him the damaged floor needed repair. Diaz sighed and promised to fix it. At daybreak, Diaz greeted Frances and Francois with warm concern. Aruna also said good morning to him. Her horn lit up and she reported one intruder, a man in the east walking in circles like he was lost. Wary, Diaz noticed one person who did not look like a traveler and already seemed suspicious, so he asked Aruna whether she would come with him. Aruna said confidently that magic would keep them well hidden, and she added that she did not want to see Francis cry again, so they would go together whether he liked it or not. They moved closer and found the intruder was Klaus. Klaus admitted he had lost his way and could not find his way back. Diaz realized that on a plain where everything was covered in the same grass, it was hard to get his bearings. Expecting Klaus to have returned to the kingdom with the princess and her entourage, he was surprised to see him there and noticed he wasn't wearing any equipment. Klaus laughed and explained he had simply been thrown out and ordered to hand over his armor and sword. Diaz immediately thought it might be his fault because he had been the one who threw the guests out. Klaus assured him he had made the decision himself. Klaus didn't want to return to the front because the chance of war grew every day. He used the situation to find a true friend and start a new life. Klaus said he had something he really wanted to achieve. When Diaz asked what exactly his ambition was, Klaus, steadying his nerves, admitted he wanted to work for him and asked if Diaz would accept him as a soldier. Remembering how they had fought side by side, he recalled the complete trust between them and that in battle no one was more trusted, so he would welcome such an ally again, but he still hesitated. Aruna, as if reading his mind, assured him that Klaus was safe. Klaus had been emitting a blue light the whole time, a sign of good intentions. When Klaus finally saw Aruna, he was shocked by her and by Memu's presence and could hardly find the words. Smiling warmly, Diaz said it was a long story and that an important event had happened, namely Diaz had a new ally. His territory had gained a subject named Klaus, bringing the total number of subjects to 1. The updated report on the Neutro territory listed the people as the only girl Aruna, 2 Memu named Francis and Francois, and a former soldier named Klaus. Diaz himself is the feudal lord of the land. The objects listed were yurts, a storage facility, a small cattle pen, a warehouse, and a dug well. Klaus relived the scene from the past, screaming at his commander and begging him to stop, unable to understand how anyone could abandon a village full of women and children or think the captain would actually retreat. The commander cut him off and insisted this was only a temporary move to gather reinforcements, not a retreat. Klaus could not accept that because he knew if they left, there would be no one to protect those who remained. Only a cold phrase replied that their fate was now in the hands of the gods. He tried to stop the captain again, but he was already walking away, leaving Clouds with a difficult choice. Diaz watched the New York being completed. It was meant for Klaus. Klaus wouldn't have minded the old damaged one, but Diaz couldn't afford that. Diaz thought it was unfair to give his friend a damaged home, so he decided to build Klaus a new, solid one. Meanwhile, Aruna called everyone in for dinner. Black Buffalo sat on the table, and Diaz thanked her for the food before encouraging Klaus not to be shy. After tasting the dish with enthusiasm, Klaus was delighted and said it would be fit even for a feudal lord. He said Aruna would make a wonderful wife. Aruna shyly brushed off the compliments and offered to eat. There was plenty to eat. While they ate, Diaz brought up weapons and asked if the dragon parts in the warehouse could be made into armor and weapons for Clouds, and Aruna confirmed that a village craftsman named Petter had already started work on some pieces. Nothing from a dragon's body goes to waste. Fangs and claws become swords and spears, tendons become bowstrings, and shells become shields and other defenses. Diaz noted that trading materials in a village can cost more resources than it brings in. Using them right away made more sense. He noticed Klaus seemed preoccupied. When he named the dragon parts, Klaus froze. He was stunned that Diaz actually had trophies of that caliber. He asked in amazement whether Diaz had really defeated the dragon. Diaz confirmed calmly that it was an earth dragon resembling a giant turtle, unable to fly or breathe fire but still dangerous, and he had broken through its shell and defeated it, leaving Klaus stunned because he knew a creature like that usually required a whole squad of knights and siege weapons, yet one man had done it alone. Feeling unworthy of using such valuable materials, he hesitated, but Diaz reassured him that using them was deliberate, and that Klaus was meant to be captain of his future army once he had warriors, since the dragon parts would be useless if left lying around. Klaus accepted the offer with fervor, swearing to give his life for Diaz, for his land, and for his people, and speaking with deep determination and respect as he addressed Diaz and Aruna with all the honors due. Diaz noted they could avoid using the Sama form of address, but Klaus stood his ground, insisting on showing respect to both the ruler and his companion, and Diaz smiled inwardly because his new ally was clearly inspired. After 10 days, Klaus trained hard, and his spear and armor were made entirely from dragon parts. The items were so valuable that even a nobleman, and sometimes not even the king himself, could not afford them. Diaz trusted Klaus completely, and that made it possible. Klaus kept thinking about it as he trained, aware he had to live up to the trust placed in him while the capital was caught in political intrigue. Every noble backed one side or the other in the fight for the throne, and in the provinces, feudal lords acted as they pleased, exploiting their distance from the center of power. While traveling to Diaz's land, Klaus saw a feudal lord named Kazdex being cruel and the common people's suffering, and suspected the reward meant for Diaz was stolen by the greedy second prince. Diana, the third princess, reportedly had strong political influence but little military power, and she likely went to Diaz to win his support with her charm. This threat could swell into a wave that would shake all the lands. That is why Klaus came here. He knew that if the war broke out again, he would likely die as a soldier, and he was ready to die honorably for Diaz. At that moment, Klaus Diaz left the house and immediately realized something serious had happened, and his guess was confirmed when Aruna used her magic to detect an approaching group of 12 people moving from the east. One of them was in critical condition. Diaz decided to get to them before it was too late. As Diaz moved toward the approaching strangers, Klaus said he would go with him. Diaz stopped him and firmly told Klaus to stay and guard Aruna and Mema if the situation became dangerous. If a threat arose, Aruna and their furry companions were to retreat while Klaus protected them. Klaus nodded and accepted the responsibility, assuring them he could be relied on. Inside, he watched Aruna use concealment magic and was amazed as they vanished like mist, and Aruna's strength never failed to impress him. Diaz and Aruna came back sooner than he expected, and they were there for a group of elderly women abandoned by their village. It turned out the women had been exiled to reduce the number of mouths to feed, because their village was suffering from famine and unrest caused by the rebellion. Duke Kazak's second son rebelled against his father to take his place, and unrest continued in the neighboring territory. Maya, an elderly woman, led the exiled group, using divination to find a safe route and guiding her companions on a long journey that ended in Diaz's domain. Diaz was delighted and told Klaus that in one day he had increased his number of subjects by 12 people, and Klaus, who had expected that reaction, was not surprised because he understood Diaz could now decide their fate since they had been exiled and belonged nowhere else. But he also realized the elderly women would not be able to make a significant contribution to the territory's development. Diaz admired the new settlers. They were all over 70, and Grandma Maya was 90, which amazed him. He hoped they would share the secrets of their health and long life. Klaus tried to bring Diaz back to reality, reminding him that women of that age could die any day, and that was why they had been exiled. But Diaz, full of enthusiasm, was already planning to build more yurts, leaving Klaus desperate and wondering if anyone was listening. A memory returned to Klaus. Years earlier, his camp had been surrounded by the enemy. When it became clear the village was in danger of being overrun, he shouted to the other soldiers to stay. Deep down, he believed it was his duty to protect people, so he stayed even though he knew he would probably die. Then Diaz arrived, ran to Klaus, and said he was relieved Klaus was alive as everyone else ran away, and Diaz began to think he was alone, so Klaus asked where he had been. Diaz said he heard a baby crying, followed the sound, found a small boy, and handed the child to the residents hiding in the cellar. Sobbing, the child begged him not to go or to leave them because he was afraid. Diaz promised he didn't have to be afraid and would stay to protect them all. When the battle began, Diaz shouted at Klaus not to die, and Klaus replied fiercely that he would do everything possible. From that moment on, Klaus could not remember the battle's details. All he remembered was standing with his back to the shelter beside Diaz, slashing his sword with the last of his strength, not knowing how many enemies there were, and feeling his role was to provide support. Though not the best fighter, his presence made Diaz more effective at taking out enemies. It was their best strategy at the time. Reinforcements arrived the next day, but by then the enemy had already left the village. Diaz was the same as always. He had not changed, despite his achievements. Klaus remained a kind, honest, and straightforward man, ashamed of the thought that he wanted to die to prove his loyalty, yet he knew he must live. He wanted to be close to this man. After all, Assad had become a feudal lord, a true leader, so she remained part of his story. When Diaz started rebuilding the yurt, Klaus ran over to help. Diaz told him to slow down because he wanted to work together. Klaus grabbed part of the frame but misjudged his strength and nearly damaged the yurt. A few days after a group of elderly women settled in the village, Aruna used magic to check their souls and found them all glowing blue, which meant they had no evil intent and could breathe freely. Their arrival had noticeably increased the settlement's numbers, and it was time to choose a name for the village. Aruna offered a name rich in tradition and meaning, recalling the old word Iluk that meant first village, while Klaus, inspired by his new master's exploits, proposed the stronger name Dragon Slayer Village with fervor, but Aruna gently rejected it. The first village in the Diaz territory was founded. All the residents wanted to celebrate, so they held a modest party that, though simple, warmed everyone's hearts. Diaz watched his new subjects smile and felt his heart fill with joy. He He realized he must keep working to give his people more reasons to be happy. Later, Aruna approached and asked to talk. She began a serious conversation about population growth. She reminded them they had to figure out how to attract new settlers, and Diaz recalled they had talked about it recently, but the ideas they'd come up with weren't really suitable. One plan kept returning to him, but he dismissed it immediately. Grandma Maya had suggested it, and it did seem the fastest. Diaz still felt something was wrong with it. Grandma Maya suddenly appeared and said she had heard him call even though he had not spoken, and he was deeply impressed by her sensitivity and unexpected strength. Maya resumed their conversation from yesterday and raised the topic of slavery, suggesting they sell the valuable materials taken from the dragon and use the proceeds to buy slaves so the population would grow quickly. The suggestion hit Diaz hard. Memories of the war's horrors returned. Slave soldiers left abandoned, tortured, and broken. For him, slavery was not just a system, but actual violence and suffering. Aruna offered an alternative, suggesting they could simply treat the slaves kindly, but Diaz rejected it, arguing that buying slaves made him an accomplice because a bigger market would drive slavers to capture more people. Firmly, he declared that slavery and its buying and selling would be banned on his land. Maya sighed with relief when she heard him. She admitted she had raised the topic on purpose to test how he would react. Had Diaz supported the idea, she would have been forced to act against it, but now she was glad there was no need, and she admitted she had heard terrible stories about Duke Kazdex's slaves and was therefore concerned that such things would not happen again. Diaz said gently that this would not happen in his land, that no one there would be treated like a commodity or be broken, and he promised never to allow slavery. Aruna watched him closely and could tell he was deep in thought. Klaus entered the room slightly out of breath, apologized for interrupting, and when he saw Diaz in the dark with Aruna and Maya, he felt completely confused. As he tried to leave, he nervously denied seeing anything. The next morning, Aruna had important news when she saw a merchant coming, and Diaz reacted quickly, knowing merchants brought goods and information. Using them, you can report on the settlement, attract newcomers, place orders, get news, and help the village grow. Anticipating the meeting, Klaus wondered who this traveling merchant was, coming to them from such distant lands. Diaz stared at a creature he'd never seen before standing in front of him, and it was not just a merchant but a representative of the frog race, with an amphibian appearance and a dignified bearing. The merchant called himself Pagan and greeted Diaz politely, saying he had heard of him as a dragon slayer and hoped for a fair trade, while Aruna explained they were dealing with a representative of an unusual race. The frogs and Diaz, struck by Pagan's appearance, could barely hide his surprise. He realized it was a frogman. Pigeon asked to see the materials he'd received from the Earth Dragon so he could inspect the goods, since he'd heard Diaz had killed the beast alone. At that moment, Aruna's horn glowed, signaling a magical soul check. Diaz saw that Pigeon's soul was white, so Pigeon wasn't dangerous, but Pigeon had no good intentions and only wanted to trade, so Diaz agreed to the deal anyway. He returned with part of the Earth Dragon's shell, and Pigeon was stunned by how large and dense it was. He admitted that when he heard the dragon had been killed, he imagined it much smaller. Doubt in his voice, he asked if Diaz had really killed the monster alone. Diaz read the subtext. The merchant probably assumed he had found a dead dragon and was just taking the credit. To put doubts to rest, he asked Klaus to bring him a particularly strong piece of shell and went himself to get his axe. On his return, he proved he could split the show with a single powerful blow. Klaus grinned and called it the dragon-slaying strike. Diaz sighed inwardly, thinking Klaus, as always, had terrible name ideas, but the move did its job and Pigeon was completely convinced. The merchant was immediately interested and said he would buy the shelf fragments even if it cost him all his resources, insisting that as an honest dealer, he would pay a fair market price. He said he also had 2 little girls and couldn't sell them in the monster's lands, but Diaz, as a representative of the human race, might be interested. Diaz noticed the girls, their eyes lifeless and empty, and he immediately felt a kinship, thinking they were likely orphans like him. Shocked to learn they were being sold like goods, he realized Beijing was treating the children like slaves. Aruna gently laid her hand on his and asked him to calm down, while Diaz looked at her, barely holding back his emotions. Grandmamea stepped into the conversation, gently explaining that his expression might frighten the girls, then brought up hygiene and calmly said their village did not buy slaves and was not interested. Pagan immediately defended himself, saying everyone had misunderstood and he did not trade in slaves, and that if he had not taken the girls as merchandise they would have died long ago because twins were seen as a curse in their home village. Local custom required twins be killed at birth, so their parents refused and fled into the forest, where they hid but fell ill. In their final hours, they asked Paige to take the girls and care for them. At first he refused, saying he was not a charity worker. The parents begged, offering the last of their money, and he could not refuse, promising to find a safe place for the girls. Since then he had been traveling with them, but their supplies were running out. People thought the girls were cursed, so no one wanted to take them in. He admitted that despite the losses he kept caring for them, hoping someone would take them in. Aruna confirmed his words with magic. The horn glowed as she said Pei-jin was telling the truth. The girls' souls shone bright blue as a sign of kindness and purity, and Diaz took a deep breath, made his decision, and said he would take the girls under his protection. Diaz offered pagan dragon parts as payment to cover all expenses and promised to care for them and accept them into his family. Pagan was thrilled and readily agreed. The idea of buying children repulsed him, but given their situation and that they had nowhere else to go, he understood it was not just a purchase. It was an act of rescue, and the twins would be part of his family from now on. Leaving the land of Neutros, Pagan could not hide his delight. He proclaimed that Master Diaz had become his best customer in the history of trade. Proudly declaring he had sold all his goods, Pagan said he was completely pleased. To him, nothing was better than an honest, simple-minded customer. Speaking with a great bear, Pagan revealed another side of his intentions. The bear wondered if Diaz would become a threat to the king of beasts. Pagan calmly replied that Diaz was just a man, content in his small village on the plains, and unlikely to be a threat, adding that Diaz had no idea what awaited him. He realized that if Diaz expanded, he'd inevitably reach the northern mountains beyond the plain, lands full of monsters but rich in mineral deposits and offering great potential. If Diaz took them over or the Beast King got to them first, trade routes and profits would increase dramatically. Either way, as the official trader, Pei-jin intended to get his share. Once the trade with Pei-jin finished, the deal went smoothly. New orders were placed and ads were sent out to attract settlers to the feudal land. Diaz still had one thing left to handle, the new girls he had taken in. Lifting them, he saw how thin they were, like they were 3 or 4 years old. He promised they'd eat well from now on. Aruna was a very good cook and they'd eat together. He introduced himself and asked their names. I asked if they had any favorite games to play together. Aruna joined in and suggested finding out their favorite dishes so she could try to cook them. Diaz also asked whether they preferred listening to stories or singing songs, and finally asked what he should call them. DS realized that if the girls' parents loved them enough to leave their village to save them, the girls must still love their parents, and the names their parents gave them mattered and should be respected. When it became clear they had no names, Diaz paused and said that despite his stern look he had plenty of experience naming children, so he started thinking of soft, cute names for the two girls. Suddenly the girl objected sharply. They refused to be given new names. Diaz looked briefly stunned, then immediately asked them for their names. He needed to know how to address them, and they said Sine and Icon. Diaz thanked them and said those were very beautiful names. He quickly matched each name to a face. A warm feeling filled him. He knew children often withdraw after trauma. The war had left many like that. Their fate was usually tragic, but memories of their parents helped the girls open up a little. He said now he and Klaus would handle the goods, and Aruna and Grandma Maya would help the girls change their clothes and make them something to eat. Aruna smiled and motioned for the girls to follow her. Maya promised they'd have steamed potatoes later. Watching the scene, Klaus was surprised to see Diaz good with children. Diaz, with some sadness, admitted that before the war he had been like a foster parent to a group of orphans and had also cared for a newborn. When war broke out, he had to leave his children with the man who had helped care for them. He hoped they were all right. Klaus hoped that one day the children would learn where he was and come to him. When the work was done, Diaz checked the goods, moved them into the warehouse, said he was satisfied with the job, and then tried to pick up the girls again, calling them cute in a tender voice. Aruna stopped him and said firmly he needed to wash himself first. Diaz admitted she was right and hurried to tidy himself up. As Aruna carefully braided Icon's hair, she told the girls that when they grew up, they'd be able to do it themselves. Maya watched them and felt that, even though the girls were not human, their arrival was a good sign. She promised to look after them, and the other grandmothers in the village openly admired the girls. Diaz was pleased to see the new clothes looked great on Sina and Icon. Sina looked at the outfit and said it was beautiful. Icon echoed her sister. Diaz smiled and said they really did look beautiful. Inside, he felt calm. The girls were finally starting to open up. Later, Aruna called and explained that Srena in the ancient language means beautiful, as the moon, and Icon means sacred moon. Although she did not know what their parents meant by those names, she was sure the connection to the moon was not accidental. Aruna gave each girl a precious stone called a node. According to legend, these stones contain the power of the moon. She asked them to keep them carefully. Kin trembled as she said the meaning of her name, sacred moon, and beside her Senai repeated her name, tasting it as if for the first time and finally feeling its moonlike beauty as tears ran down both their cheeks. A memory opened and they heard their parents' quiet, warm, loving voices telling them they were loved and that nothing mattered more than their happiness, asking only that sign and alive happily. Diaz and Aruna stepped forward and hugged the girls tightly, accepting their tears, pain, and fragile memories. At that moment, two Memu stepped forward quietly, furry and sensitive to emotions, taking the lead as they moved slowly and stopped nearby, their eyes soft and their ears drooping slightly in sympathy. Diaz noticed their behavior and said it seemed they wanted to help too. Aruna looked closely at Memo and explained kindly that they were trying to comfort the girls. These creatures could sense children. He noted that Aruna mentioned the ancient language when choosing the village name. He said he had once believed that only representatives of the only people spoke the ancient language. He suggested that Senai's and Iconus's parents might have been connected to the only people in the past. Aruna paused and admitted she did not know the exact answer because the ancient language was preserved only in legends. She said she could not say for certain whether any outsider knew about this language. She says the only people are not ordinary people, and their lineage may have merged with the only people in the distant past. 10 days on, Diaz realized Sign and Ihan were still grieving their parents. He saw that despite their pain, they still took the first step toward healing their souls, and their genuine smiles began to fill the village with light. Children's cheerful voices echoed across the area, stirring the residents' hearts, and the locals began to see the children as their own, as if they had always belonged, when Aruna suddenly pointed out an unknown rider approaching from the east. She added that his speed made it clear he would be close soon, and Diaz, seeing the approach from the east, invited everyone to come out and greet the guest. He asked Aruna, Francis, and Francois to join him. Aruna said Francis and Francois had decided to stay in the village because they felt uncomfortable being apart from Diaz, but after Sina and Ikena arrived, they wanted to be near them. Diaz showed understanding, said they would return soon, and added that he was counting on their support. Sene and Akin stepped forward, their faces sincere. Senai told him to come home as soon as possible without delay. Ahin said they will wait for his return and hope to see him soon. Diaz confidently promised he would definitely return. Aruna cast a spell to hide herself and sensed the newcomer's soul was white, indicating no hostile intent. On arrival, the man bowed and apologized for coming without notice, then turned to Diaz assuming Diaz Sama stood before him, and Diaz looked surprised and asked who the man was. The man who arrived introduced himself as Camelot and said he represented Duke Kazdex, adding that Lord Eldon Kazdex wishes to meet Lord Diaz in person and is currently en route. He also offered to accompany his master to Diaz's house. Diaz decided to meet him right here in the village. Camelot understood and promised to pass the message to his master immediately. After he left, Diaz thought of the name Eldon Castex and recalled that this was the man whose actions may have caused the civil war, so he realized he could not allow such a person into the sacred precincts of the village of Ilauk. Noticing the approaching carriage, Aruna asked in surprise what was happening. She observed that the man with the big belly has a bright blue soul, and the people around him have souls in mixed shades, with none of them red. Struck by her words, Diaz asked why the man's soul was blue. Aruna said the color was stronger than anything she had ever seen, except in Diaz himself. A new man approached Diaz, apologized and showed remorse, and introduced himself as Eldon, and Kazdex said he admired Diaz's personality and that stories about Diaz had inspired him. He said he was eager to meet in person to show his respect and admiration, and he promised not to do anything that would cause harm or irritation. DS said he was not insane and apologized for being harsh to Eldon's representative, and Eldon replied warmly that no formalities were needed between them and that simply meeting was a pleasure. He noticed a girl hiding to the side and commented on how well she could hide. He also noted she had the same pleasant scent as Diaz. Diaz said her name was Aruna and they were engaged. Aruna stepped in and said she was his wife. Diaz confirmed her claim. Eldon asked whether Aruna was Najin. Aruna said she was from the Oni people, that their members are born with a horn, and that she had never heard the word Ajin, so she did not know how to interpret it. Eldon said Aegeans are being similar to humans, but not human, such as beastmen, mermaids, and others. Aruna accepted that under that classification, it could be called an adjunct. Eldon suddenly burst into tears and rushed to hug Diaz, asking excitedly whether he had a child with Aruna. Frightened by the reaction, Diaz told him to calm down because they don't have children yet. Aruna then said she wanted 10 children. Diaz called her name in shock. Aruna added that he had already taken 2 orphans into his care who might be considered agents. Eldon noted with enthusiasm that Diaz has an Ajin wife and Ajin children, and called him a kindred spirit. Then he revealed his true nature, and Diaz, amazed by what was happening, could hardly believe it when Alden turned out to be an origin. Eldon remembered that in his childhood stories of great heroes were actively spread to stir people's will to fight and to attract more volunteers to the royal capital, and over time those stories became stage productions that lost some of their sincerity. During that performance he first heard of a hero called Diaz. People said he honored his parents' final wishes by fighting the powerful to protect the weak. Tales said he changed tyrant nobles' ways not with words but with the force of his fists. Legend was widely known and drew a response from the people, but as Eldon reported the nobles grew worried, and after a week the performances were curtailed and then banned, sparking growing public outrage. Yet tablets recording the story still circulated by hand and reached the remote lands of Kazdex, cut off from the capital territories. Most of the story I heard was distorted or made up, and said nothing about true nobility on the battlefield, but Eldon refused to accept it as fact and kept collecting opinions from people who had personally encountered Diaz. Veterans, traders who visited the battlefield, and even home tutors all praised Diaz, so Eldon became deeply impressed with him. Tomlot, standing nearby, told him not to overexert himself because his emotions were overwhelming, and Diaz thought Eldon had lifted him like a chest, so that physical strain must have taken a toll on his condition. Diaz realized the whole group had worked hard to find him, and seeing signs of fatigue, asked Eldon if he could move at all. Kamot explained Eldon was a half-Aegean, born from a human and an Aegean, and that such beings have the rare ability to transform into true Aegeans. Eldon comes from the elephant race, beings with powerful bodies and superhuman strength, yet gentle souls and kind hearts, and Diaz remembered that Eldon's father was a former feudal lord named Inguse, and his mother was an elephant race slave named Neha. Diaz noticed that whenever Ellen's body changed, Eldon lost a lot of vitality. He had previously believed Eldon changed form from excess joy, but now he saw it carried a clear physical cost. Half-Aegean's power is a major part of Eldon's personality, yet it also creates many of the problems tied to his dual nature. Camelot explained that while Eldon was small for an elephant, for a human he remained impressively strong, and that his unstable condition was maintained only by his wives' attentive care. Diaz also remembered Camelot. The people of Castex treated the Aegean in a way that went beyond reason and was hard to describe. The realization hurt Eldon deeply. His heart seemed to scream from the injustice. Eldon worked toward a world without dividing walls between races where everyone lived in harmony, and it became his deepest desire. So he quietly used his high social position to protect the Aegeans from behind the scenes. Diaz remembered that the rumors calling Eldon a womanizer were likely made up to hide his real motives and qualities. Aruna paused and made a comment she had long wanted to discuss. She wondered why the Incas had not enslaved Eldon like the other Aegean, since children of slaves, even half-Aegean ones, were still considered Aegean, and the Incas wanted to enslave everyone, and Camelot confirmed the original plan was to treat Eldon as a slave, as his mother Neha had been. Then he said Incuse already had a wife named Jania and a son named Yanni. The boy resembled his father and had a rough, unattractive look that made him suffer. The Incas made it clear they had little sympathy for him, but when Eldon, a beautiful child in human form, was born, the feudal lord grew very interested and claimed the boy was likely his son to gain political advantage. Diaz found the story disgusting. The father hated the son who looked like him but preferred the child who did not, and his complete inability to love made him even more terrible. No one, not even Eldon, knew he was an Aegean. His mother Neha stayed at his side, posing as a servant. When he turned 5, his body began to change, and his ears and nose took on the features of his race. That was when he realized Neha was his mother. From then on, their relationship grew stronger, and a real bond formed between them. Eldon's primary goal was to restore the natural, strong bond between mother and child. Diaz said he had heard talk of a possible civil war before, but had refused to believe a real crisis could happen, and Camelot, speaking calmly, explained that no global crisis had occurred, and that Eldon Sama had only tried to protect those he cared about. He said Jania and her followers had told Incuse and Sama about Eldon's true motives, and Incuse, enraged, ordered the destruction of not only Eldon and Sama himself, but also Neha and all other Aegean, so Eldon was forced to fight Incuse and his forces. Diaz realized that after a fierce, bloody battle, Eldon defeated Incuse's army and his supporters. Despite lacking a formal claim, he publicly declared himself the new feudal lord of the Castex lands. Later in the conversation, Eldon apologized to Diaz for his earlier words and actions, saying Diaz was a man he had recently met who had married an Aegiana, and that their children would therefore also be considered Aegiana. Eldon said Aruna, Sana is leading a very happy life, and he is confident her children will find happiness, but he admitted he was mistaken when they first met, thinking she shared his dream and was like-minded. Dias sincerely confirmed he supports Eldon's dream and said that in his village Agent's people already lived together in peace and harmony. He expressed hope that a similar picture would one day spread to other lands and promised to support Eldon and cooperate with him as much as possible. Dias said Eldon's dream is truly noble and urged him to hold his head high. Being brave is a great quality, he added. Hearing Dias's words, Eldon couldn't contain his emotions and started to cry. Dias thought they had discussed several topics, including food supplies in each other's territories. Eldon warned that if Dias could not increase the food supply, it would become a serious problem, and he stressed that with the village population growing, food will run out unless production improves. Winter will come, he warned, and if preparations begin too late, the consequences will be severe. DS weighed those words, spoken not just as a friend but as a true leader and feudal lord. Deciding it was time to act, he suggested starting by creating 1 or 2 ideal crop fields. Dias recalled his farming before the war and promised to demonstrate everything he could do. Dias and Aruna walk home together. When they returned, Sani and Akin saw them and could not hold back their tears, with Sani saying they had promised to return immediately and Akin agreeing that was what they had said. Dias admitted to himself that he had returned later than he promised, but however much he explained the reasons, it would all sound like an excuse. That evening, Aruna sighed with relief and said that the children had finally fallen asleep. She was surprised at how long they had stayed angry and how much energy they had. Smiling, she noticed how happy their faces looked in their sleep. Dias thought the children had run a lot during the day and noted he had previously believed the village's peace was only an illusion. At one point, Akin cried and said Senai had eaten her potatoes, and Senai started crying and said Akin did not want to forgive her. Akin said this was the last time. Sine, defending herself, said she apologized. Dias tried to calm them by offering his share so they could make peace. Akin refused, saying she did not want to eat Dias's potatoes. Aruna gave up her share at once to settle the disagreement. Dias realized the sisters' rivalry was too strong. He remembered the crying that night, and the next morning, Aruna was surprised to find they both had a fever. Muttering in her sleep, Tenny asked if anyone nearby was calling her mother. Dias knew that despite the hard times, he and Aruna would keep caring for the girls. After the experience, Senai and Ikin's relationship began to improve, and smiles came back to their faces. A bit later, Aruna hesitantly suggested it might be worth scolding them at least once. Dias disagreed, saying it would break their promise, and said we should apologize rather than scold because children who have just found a family need to run, check on the adults, and take in everything around them. Dias said these are good experiences worth embracing now, but warned such behavior could have a negative impact later, so starting tomorrow, they will raise the girls with the necessary strictness. Then Aruna's horn lit up. Aruna detected an intrusion and reported a large group moving in from the southeast. He asked if they really weren't Eldon's people, and Aruna replied confidently that Eldon had already gone home and headed the other way, adding that at that hour dark groups usually appear and they were most likely thieves or bandits. Dias asked her to stay and guard the house, even though it was night and she was ready to go out, but Aruna insisted on going with him because it was the new moon, and without her magic they could not find enemies in the grass. She suggested Cloud stay to watch the house, and Dias agreed, saying they would go together and he would rely on her strength. Dias reflected on the life and social structure of the Oni people, recalling that wealthy members usually owned several heads of memu, creatures that produced income and let many live without physical labor. Those forced to hunt came from the poorest classes who lacked wealth. By an old custom, men paid a bride price before marriage. Hunting bandits was seen as the quickest way out of poverty, although bandits were very rare in these lands. Dias found it suspicious and concluded that anyone who stayed so long in a place of nothing but grass must have a hidden purpose. Meanwhile, one of the men crossing the steppe remarked in disbelief that there were no signs of life and complained he couldn't even see any trees. Their client cut in angrily, reminding them he had paid a large sum for their services and demanding they stop talking and get to work. One of them tried to explain, offering to prove himself while saying he did not understand why they had to act at night. The customer said Hero Dias could fight on the front lines in broad daylight and still win, so they planned a surprise attack at night because if Dias spotted them, everything would fall apart. He also ordered that if any of them saw a man named Ldan, they should kill him immediately, because he was reportedly ordered to meet Dias in those meadows. A man asked if Eldon would get a reward, and the customer said there was a bounty of 100 silver coins on Eldon's head, while Dias was promised 10 gold coins. Inspired, he told his companions they faced perhaps the biggest catch in a long time, and said only one man stood against them, proposing they finish the job quickly to return to the city with a profit. Then the man saw a flash of red light. Panicked, he cried out that arrows had been fired and that one of their comrades, Lyle, had been killed, then realized their ambush had been exposed and reported enemy archers in the area of the other world. To avoid drawing arrows, he ordered the torches tossed aside. His men were then told to fire at the red light. Anxiety filled his thoughts. He could not tell where the light had gone. Anxiety overwhelmed him because he could not tell where the attack was coming from. He admired the enemy's skill, since even in that thick darkness, the enemy could pinpoint his position. Horrified, the man realized they'd underestimated the enemy's strength. He thought the task would be easy, but now it was clear they'd taken on something impossible. Still, he kept ordering his men not to sit idle and to fire back, insisting on precision because there was only one enemy, believing that pinpointing his location would win the fight, and shouting to be pulled out of hiding. From the darkness, a voice asked gently if any of their comrades were all right, and the man realized it came from ahead. He urged everyone to surround the enemy immediately, vowing to kill him. The man's inner voice drifted to how all their comrades could have died at the same time. Suspecting the enemy was not alone, he ordered the party to stay vigilant and warned there were likely other enemies besides the archer. Despite the numerical advantage, he ordered his forces into battle formation and told them to wait for the attack. A flash of green light caught his eye. He struggled to understand what was happening and tried desperately to explain it in his head. The man suggested they could be facing an Agin. Terrified, he demanded the enemy reveal himself and called him a monster. At that moment, Diaz attacked him. The last image before the blow settled in his mind was a fearsome warrior with blue eyes, heavy armor, and a giant two-handed axe, and it made clear this man was not just an enemy, but a real monster worth at least 100 gold coins. The former customer fled in panic, screaming in a broken voice full of rage and fear, his words tumbling out in a jumbled flood he could not control, cursing everything and everyone, and repeating that their people had been killed too quickly while calling them useless trash. Knowing that being seen would finish him, the customer went mad. In his cries, he blamed Diaz, insisting his old wounds had begun to burn because of him. Hating the hero not for failing to act but for standing in his way, he blamed the orphans and cursed the moment Diaz spared him. The memory pulsed in his head. Diaz made no sense to him, and he vowed to kill him one day. Meanwhile, Diaz watched the scene, ready to order the torchbearers to attack, but the opponents acted chaotically and recklessly, and the battle ended on its own. An enemy arrow grazed Arunas's face during the fight, which angered Diaz, but in the end neither of them was seriously hurt, and only the bandits suffered losses, some killed and others badly wounded. One enemy managed to escape, but Diaz saw no need to chase him, confiscated all the bandits' weapons, gave a moralizing speech calling their actions foolish and senseless regardless of any justification, and then ordered them deported from the plains. Arunas frowned and said deportation was too lenient a punishment. Diaz disagreed, saying that since there were no casualties on their side, the punishment was justified, and he vowed that if these people attacked their lands again, they would be shown no mercy. Assessing the situation, Aruna said hunting bandits is profitable because the headman pays a cash reward for captured bandits, and confiscated iron weapons can be sold. Diaz asked whether there was anything of real value for worn-out weapons. Aruna said iron was valuable on the plains. Besides being useful in combat, iron could be smelted into tools. She said her parents were not well off, so hunting bandits had always been her dream. Diaz said that before she met him, Aruna earned a living patrolling the plains and hunting. Hunting bandits was seen as the quickest way out of poverty, but bandits were scarce on these plains, so the chance of a big catch remained only a dream. Aruna recalled first sensing Diaz approaching, remembered how her heart had leapt at the approach of a horse-drawn carriage, and had thought then that perhaps these were bandits at last. On seeing Diaz, she realized he was not a criminal. Diaz recalled Aruna sensing him and imagining he might be a refugee thrown from a carriage or a man about to take his own life, dying alone by the roadside. Those were her thoughts at the time. On patrol the next morning, Aruna went to check on him and was speechless to see a man sleeping peacefully on the ground. Planning to check his soul as a precaution, she knew that if it turned out to be blue it would be a huge loss, and if he proved to be a bandit, she would kill him without hesitation and take his weapons and armor. Diaz remembered that, against her original plan, Aruna woke him and talked to him. Aruna wondered why she had not killed Diaz when she had intended to. There needed to be a conversation between them. Even without a logical explanation, she had already decided the moment she chose to act differently. Being with Diaz no longer felt like a mistake. Despite occasional misunderstandings, she still wondered why she wanted to be with him. Diaz tried to make sense of her words but couldn't get the gist, and when Aruna kissed his cheek, he was left confused. Calling her name, he asked her to wait and hurried after her to avoid being left behind. He had admitted to himself he would run after her no matter how dark the night road was, because she would be his light and he could move forward. Then the settlement included Aruna, 2 Memu leaders, Klaus, 12 elderly women led by Maya, and Senai and Ikin. Its buildings were yurts, a warehouse, a toilet, a well, a square, a meeting place, and a small enclosure. Eldon was concerned, stressing it was not just a question of population growth, and insisting the village really needed more food. He warned that if an emergency occurred and supplies ran out, the consequences would be catastrophic, reminded that winter was closer than it seemed, and Eldon warned it would be very bad not to start preparing immediately. Diaz accepted the truth and knew this had to be prevented at all costs, because if the village neared starvation, Aruna, the children, and Francis in Francois would suffer most, and he found the thought unbearable. He replied firmly that for everyone's sake he would go hunting and try to bring back as many buffalo as possible, and Eldon added they should not rely on meat alone, warning that an unbalanced diet harms health. Diaz agreed that in addition to meat they needed to gather a variety of vegetables and greens, and suggested sowing the field and planting beds. Eldon said this wasn't what he had in mind, and noted the field's soil was poor, so despite many attempts only grass had ever grown, and no one had managed to farm it successfully. Diaz said firmly he couldn't know the outcome until he tried it himself, and Eldon smiled slightly, thinking Diaz was really going for it. Respecting that quality, he promised to help Diaz in every way so Diaz could succeed, and Diaz thanked him sincerely and vowed to do everything possible to make it happen. He woke up, raised himself slightly, and wondered if it had been a dream. Morning arrived and he greeted Aruna, who calmly replied, "Good morning." At the same time, the grandmothers began whispering among themselves, surprised that Aruna was in such a good mood today, and some mockingly suggested the previous night must have been special for her. Klaus soon came up to them and asked Diaz if he had a minute, then showed a small bat he had found on his morning patrol. He said the creature was probably flying with its flock, but was attacked at some point. It was shot down and the others likely flew off, leaving it behind. DS examined the mouse with interest and said he had never seen that species before. Clouds admitted he was seeing such a creature for the first time too. DS recommended being extra careful next time, and Clouds agreed. Diaz noticed the morning was clear, the sky cloudless, and they were having breakfast under the open blue vault. During the meal, he asked everyone various questions. He asked whether anything was bothering them or whether the exercise was straining them. Their answers were encouraging, and no one complained. He noticed Maya and the other grandmothers looked much healthier than before. Aruna's herbs made it possible. Each day they ate healing foods and took medicinal baths, and even Diaz felt his health improving. He realized that resource use, especially medicines, was much higher in Cajun village than in Uruk village, so he asked Aruna where she had gotten such a large supply of medicinal herbs. She said the herbs are either hand-picked or bought from vendors, but mostly they grow them themselves, and Diaz was surprised because he did not know there was a field in Cajun for growing such herbs. Aruna said they don't have a permanent field because they lead a nomadic lifestyle, so they grow medicinal herbs in pots that are easy to transport when needed. Diaz had an idea and suggested plowing the land to start local food production so every villager could have a steady, safe life. He sincerely asked Aruna to teach him how to grow medicinal herbs because he wanted a dedicated area for them, and Aruna apologized that she did not know the exact method, advising him to contact the matriarch if he wanted to learn the details and do it right. At the Cajun clan matriarch's house, Moru said plowing the field seemed impossible and that no one knew why, but crops would not grow on that land. She recalled that long ago her ancestors used special farming equipment that let them grow crops in this soil, but that valuable equipment was lost after the war. Moro said it would not be hard to teach Diaz to grow medicinal herbs, and although some called it difficult, she added she could try if she wanted. She thought hardly any training was needed. Everything was simple. One only had to take the so-called stone used as plant fertilizer and break it into small pieces together with animal bones. Thoroughly mix the resulting blend into the soil and let it sit for a while. Only then plant the seeds or roots of medicinal plants. If you skip this step, the herbs will grow poorly or not at all. Diaz realized the clansman had crushed a valuable stone and mixed it into ordinary soil. He thought cultural differences might make it hard to get help from others. Moro said growing vegetables would be like a miracle. Even with regular plowing and sowing, the crops could still fail. She gave potatoes and soybeans as examples. They can sprout in pots and then quickly dry up. People who live in the forest might know better. When Diaz asked about the forest people, Moro said that because they lived so far from civilization, they knew a great deal about plants and farming, and it was said that when they waved their hands, even the most barren land would turn green, though Moro admitted she had never seen them herself. She ended her explanation by saying that if Dias really mastered the business and knew how to grow it, they could be taught too, and that building a field for growing was her cherished wish, so she asked to set one up for everyone. Dias promised eagerly to help, saying he had always planned to share his knowledge if he succeeded, and would teach everyone so the whole village would have a mountain of potatoes. Moro noted respectfully that it was Dias, glowing with blue light. She looked forward to his success and said even Dias and Aruna's future children would be waiting for it. Ironically, she said they would need medicinal herbs to have children. Dias looked a little embarrassed, and Moro insisted it was important and that Dias should tell Aruna. Later, Dias came home earlier than usual. I met and greeted him. He then announced his return. The girls ran up to him and impatiently asked to be shown what he had brought. Dees showed them the stones and asked if they liked them. Sign looked confused, and Aiken, uninterested, said they were boring. Senai rejected the stones. I noticed how many there were, then both suggested playing and ran on. Aruna greeted Dias warmly and asked what kind of stones he had. Dias, a bit confused, said they looked beautiful to him, and Aruna could tell at a glance the stones were not magical. Magical stones must have an innate power and be charged with energy. Magicians sense that power instinctively, even when stones look the same. Anyone with magical ability will spot a fake right away. Dias admitted he could not feel any magic in these stones. He then asked whether Iken and Sinai had any magic. Aruna replied that they were very smart for their age and already had a small amount of magic. If they worked hard, they could become powerful mages and might even one day surpass the matriarch. Dias was stunned to realize these two hid such incredible talent. He knew that whatever path they chose, their future would be bright. Eventually they would spread their wings, become the greatest mages, and step out into the open world. Sinai suddenly noticed something approaching. I can shout to warn everyone to be on guard. Dias soon saw a huge flock of bats and ordered everyone to take shelter in the tent. Klaus reacted at once. He assumed this was the same pack wounded that morning and now out for revenge. Small though they were, their numbers made them dangerous. Spears and axes were of little use. Dias, however, began to fight, killing several mice with a few blows, and Klaus told himself that Dias was doing far better than he was. Both actively engaged in the fight. A huge bat soon appeared, and Dias realized it was the leader of the pack. Aruna encouraged him with her voice and used magic to weaken the leader. Without flinching, he decapitated the leader with one blow. Aruna explained that this species, called the blind bat, was very sensitive to sound, so a magical voice could confuse them, and they were so small that even children could fight them off. Grateful, Dias told Aruna she had saved him and that her magical voice had surprised him. Aruna replied sheepishly that she could not resist because such a large flock was a rare find. Dias asked what the monsters were called, but said he had trouble hearing because his ears were ringing. Aruna leaned in and whispered in his ear, but Dias couldn't hear her and, confused, tried to ask, and she didn't answer. He saw Klaus caught in the crossfire and knocked unconscious. Dias said with genuine delight that he had finished the task he had started. He realized 5 days had already passed since Mori gave him the magic stone. He had been working hard to grind it, and the work was finally coming to an end. The achievement gave him the chance to start a long-planned project to cultivate the field he and Aruna called the Field of Dreams, and he decided the first step was to divide it into sections before beginning to work the soil. Meanwhile, Aruna's suddenly felt someone approaching from the west and reported it. Once again, her sensitive horn signaled several people, a large number of horses, and something else that was neither person nor animal. Dias planned to go alone, but Aruna insisted on coming because she was alarmed by an unidentified creature moving with the approaching group. Her presence calmed and reassured Dias. He felt safer with Aruna nearby. Alarmed, she warned they would soon see approaching ones. Dias lifted his monocle, and his voice bright with excitement, recognized Camelot accompanying the caravan of Eldon's servants. Aruna sternly warned that you should not loudly call out an acquaintance's name when meeting. Dias then noticed something strange moving behind Camelot, white animals he had never seen before. Looking through her monocle, Aruna saw the white creatures pulling a cart loaded with items. Many guards surrounded the cart, and the cargo looked heavy and important. She realized this was what had caused that strange inner feeling she had mentioned earlier. Dias kept thinking about the animals. They looked like black bulls, though people called them white bulls, which confused him. Dias made a mental note that the name Black Bull was easier to remember and might be the name he used. Aruna pointed to the second carriage and saw small shadows inside moving cautiously as if someone watched them. The sight worried her, and she suggested the creatures might be spies, and Diaz said he wanted to approach Camelot himself to find out exactly what he was transporting in the cart. In one wagon, the beasts spoke about their past and their present situation. One of them said he had been captured by slave hunters and, afraid of the unknown, climbed into a wagon bound for the desert. Despite it all, he hoped he could return home someday. While they talked, the beasts took some beans with them, thinking the food could be useful later. One of them angrily asked the other why she was sharing food, and the other replied that they had extra weight and could spare some, but another animal worried the supplies might run out on the long journey and put them at risk. They argued about food and which way the wagon was headed. During the talk, one of the animals pointed out that the wagon was not going to the southern desert as they had been told, but to the west. Her words sparked a strong reaction. Some began to see they had been deceived, and that the route did not match the original plan. They began to suspect the trip was not a return to the desert, but a more important mission, possibly linked to the Dragon Slayer, and concluded that if they could defeat this powerful enemy, their strength and dignity would be recognized. The beasts argued, and one admitted he had given his knowledge and help to the group because he believed they were heading back to the desert, and when he learned their true target was the Dragon Slayer, he felt cheated. Several beasts warned that the Dragon Slayer might be stronger than the dragon, and that fighting him would only end in death. Some dismissed the doubts, saying people were liars who should be punished, and they convinced others they were superior to humans, even to the Dragon Slayer himself. They aimed to humiliate their enemies and then return to the desert with the supplies and glory they had won. They vowed to devote themselves entirely to this cause. When Camelot ordered the carts to stop, he warmly greeted Diaz and Aruna, thanked them for coming, and said he had brought the exact goods Eldon had promised. When the beasts saw Diaz, they were shocked to recognize him as the Dragon Slayer and shouted. Diaz acknowledged Camelot's return and, while polite, made clear he intended to ask him an important question. Panic surged through the wagon, and the beasts cried in despair when they realized they could not defeat such an opponent. Just then Diaz noticed something suspicious inside the cart. Moments later, the beast leapt from the cart and charged Diaz, screaming that the time to kill him had come while he was defenseless. Diaz was surprised to realize these mouse-like creatures could speak. At the critical moment, Aruna sprang in and with astonishing speed drove off all the attackers, then turned reproachfully to Diaz and called him too careless, and he replied calmly that she had handled the attackers with little trouble, while Aruna added that the approaching creatures might be friends of Camelot and should not be destroyed. The mice heard her and immediately objected, denying any friendship with the man they considered a stranger, and saying they feared the woman they found terrible, accusing the others of mocking the desert dwellers and angrily calling them scoundrels. Diaz openly and confidently said he thought Aruna was the most beautiful girl in the world and promised he would not let anyone insult her. Camelot arrived visibly angry, demanded to know what had happened in the last few minutes, expressed displeasure that someone was defending the beasts, and ordered that all these stupid mice be caught until every single one was captured. Packed into the bag, the mice shouted that reinforcements had arrived and complained about people's cruelty. They cursed Diaz, called him the Dragon Slayer, and blamed him for all their troubles. Kamla bowed and, on behalf of everyone, apologized to Diaz and Aruna for all the inconvenience and trouble they had caused. He admitted that if he could apologize properly, he would do so at the highest level without hesitation. Diaz tried to calm him and said an apology was not required in this case. Camelot, however, insisted that as Eldon's representative, he could not refuse to apologize if his subjects had caused harm. He said it was his duty because it involved those under his protection. Diaz clarified exactly who Camelot meant by subjects. Camelot was referring to the small creatures he saw as ordinary animals. Slowly, he realized this might be about Jujun. A chain of thoughts made him realize the difference between Jujuns and Ajuns, as Camelot explained that some peoples have bodies like humans, some look beast-like, and some fully resemble animals, and that if a beast-like group had an established culture and could speak, they were called Jujun and held equal status with the Ajun. Diaz said he finally understood everything when a memory of a myth his parents had told him came back, saying speech was a gift from God given only to humans, and he realized that if mice could talk, they would be considered human. The conclusion was clear. These creatures were Jujun. Camelot said this race is called racing-eared mice and added that they call themselves desert dwellers, though other races also live in the desert. Diaz was surprised to learn he'd never heard of deserts in Eldon's domain before. Camelot said the desert homeland was a strip of land stretching from the kingdom's southern tower to a belt farther south, and that the mice called that area their home. Diaz said he had once sensed slave hunters nearby, and recalled Eldon's promise that when the desert dwellers could live independently, they would be allowed to return to their native desert, a promise that led to the confrontation. Despite criticism and open rebellion, Eldon kept treating them like family and offered them sincere support. Camelot confirmed that once Eldon became their feudal lord, the Jaugini began to believe their return to the desert was near. Aruna said Camelot had turned blue after being white, so it could be forgiven and released, but she warned the mice were bright red, and she would not hold back if they came back. He reminded everyone he had mentioned this earlier, and said Camelot did not need to apologize so deeply, adding that the feelings shown were enough, and that if Camelot still insisted, he would accept the apology. Admitting the mice's behavior was a problem, he warned he would no longer be lenient if it happened again, and told Camelot to be careful and to punish those responsible. Camelot thanked Diaz and promised that he understood everything. A guard dog reported they had finished inspecting the area, but the smell of mice had spread everywhere, so they could not find the mice. He added that the large amount of spices in the cart made the search harder, so Camelot decided to check the cart himself, and Diaz thought Camelot had looked inside, and in the end, nothing suspicious was found. The test was finished. All the mice were sent back to Eldon, likely to be questioned about the attack. The investigation took priority over immediate punishment. Diaz suddenly recalled the Camelot's guards mentioning something about spices. As far as he could recall, they were supposed to bring agricultural tools. Camelot handed him the letter and apologized, saying he'd forgotten to explain everything because of the mice incident. He added that the instruments were still being prepared and that their delivery depended on the spices, and he asked him to be sure to read the letter. Eldon Kaz's letter to Diaz opened with a warm, respectful greeting and said the message was about the tools they'd recently discussed, adding that they are giving Diaz everything they can. Eldon said these items should be enough, and if they were not, he would send another batch right away. Also, some spices were sent with the instruments because spices are a specialty of their region. He hoped the spices would suit Diaz and his companions. The letter also said the carts and horses that carried all the goods now belonged to Diaz, and Eldon wrote with great hope that from now on the two fiefdoms would begin an open, productive, and free dialogue in trade, adding that their last conversation had been very useful and inspiring. Eldon admitted he is looking forward to the next meeting. Diaz felt full of gratitude and silently thanked Eldon for his generosity. The letter said everything was a gift and no payment was required. Eldon called it a sign of their friendship and asked that they accept the gifts without hesitation. Camelot said Eldon personally regretted that Diaz had no barn and would have given horses and cattle otherwise, so they prepared building materials in case a barn was needed. Surprised by the stable, Diaz hesitated, but Camelot calmly asked him to remain composed and put his team in charge of the whole construction, and Diaz realized that merely accepting those gifts would not let him repay Eldon, so he decided the best response was to hand over the raw materials taken from the Earth Dragon, which would be a fitting and useful repayment. Camelot proposed that from now on Diaz and his companions could use one of the provided carts for travel, because the carts were now their property. He added that it was a great chance to learn to drive a carriage, especially with an experienced driver to help you master the skill quickly. Deeply moved, Aruna turned to Diaz with delight, hardly believing it, and in a trembling voice said again that they really had horses now. Diaz confirmed this, pointing to 4 horses standing nearby. Aruna burst with joy, shouting that they now had 4 horses and that her heart had never been so happy. Diaz reflected on how important horses are in people's lives. He concluded that for people living under constant threat, horses were essential for combat and for transport and mobility. A fast horse was extremely valuable, and owning many horses was a sign of wealth. Aruna's family knew how to care for horses but were not well off, so her relatives had to rent horses from other houses. Diaz began to wonder whether Aruna was thinking of her family now, her heart likely full of mixed emotions. Aruna admitted she had dreamed since childhood of being part of a horse-owning family, said she had always seen Diaz as a courageous man, and longed for the day they would have their own horses, and stressed she never imagined her dream would come true so soon. Diaz began to answer but didn't have time to finish before Aruna loudly thanked him, called him her husband, and said she would take care of the horses and drive the carts. His attempt to calm her failed as she kept reacting strongly and declared that, in any case, all the work would now be her responsibility. At that moment, Diaz felt Aruna hug him with incredible strength, as if her embrace had the power of 100 horses, and he realized this had happened before, and that she was unlikely to let him go anytime soon. Nearby, a hiding mouse grew alarmed when she noticed how suddenly quiet it had become and began to wonder if human hunting had finally stopped, remembered with apprehension how she had hidden herself and expected to be found, and realizing she was still safe, decided to run away. As the mouse tried to leave, she discovered to her horror that something heavy was pressing on the exit and keeping it shut. Frightened, she called for help, hoping someone would hear and rescue her. Sinai showed Iken the jar of tea leaves, saying she had received them from Diaz and had brought some for him too, and Iken sniffed the tea and found the scent pleasant. Sinai thought for a moment and suggested the seeds and tea leaves might be the same, and H agreed, adding that both her mother and father loved tea. Maya turned to Diaz and told him to hold on tight and when he was ready, to give the command, "Let's go." She added that their white bull was already trained for fieldwork, so there should be no problems, and Diaz, a little excited, gave the command and was surprised to find everything going smoothly. Realizing the tool in front of him was a plow, he was amazed that it not only plowed the land but also cleared weeds, speeding up the work. Jaruch's grandmother said that after plowing you should wait a few days before sowing the seeds. Diaz noticed the field was split into two parts. On his side the soil had rock fertilizer, powder, leaves, and water. On the opposite side they used ash from burned plants and water. He remembered that in the village where Jaruch's grandmother lived they used ash as fertilizer, and decided to try that method too. Jarichi remembered people saying nothing would grow in the field, but she suggested trying, and before planting any seeds, starting to dig a reservoir. Diaz was surprised by the offer because he thought the water was fine for now. Jarichi said that although there is enough water now, the river the village uses is shallow and can dry up in summer, and the well will meet household needs but may not provide enough water to fully irrigate the field, so it is necessary to build a reservoir to secure future harvests. He agreed and firmly confirmed the reservoir would be built. Kairachi praised him for his resourcefulness and quick response. Sine ran up and asked whether Diaz had finished plowing the field, and I can repeat her words, saying she wanted to know if he had finished the work. Diaz said he had not finished yet and estimated it would take another 2 or 3 days to complete. Then he asked if that was why they had come. Semi said Aruna had prepared lunch and asked them to call DS. Chen confirmed Aruna was calling him. DS thanked both girls for their care and attention. He noticed the girls' behavior seemed a little odd. Aishin quietly asked if Diaz was tired because the field work was hard. He said no, the work was not difficult. She added that he would be upset if he didn't succeed. He noted he might be a little upset, but if the result turns out to be useless, he will accept it as fact. Chen hesitated, then said if she and Sinai were hiding something Diaz would be upset. He admitted he'd be upset if it turned out to be something bad, but not if it was harmless, since everyone has their own little secrets. Diaz wondered if anything was wrong since their questions didn't seem to be about him. Calling the girls by name made no difference because they had already run off to play. He kept worrying about how they were acting. Whenever he could, he asked if something was wrong but got no answer. Even Aruna failed to learn anything despite her attempts. The villagers tried to talk to the girls, but both stayed stubbornly silent. The idea of a secret worried Diaz more and more, and watching the girls closely he noticed nothing strange in their behavior, so gradually he began to think it was just an age thing, that children could have their own secrets, and over time he stopped constantly returning to those questions in his thoughts. Aruna reported it had been 3 days since the field was plowed, showed seeds of a fast-growing medicinal herb called yamoshi, and said that if all went well, the first shoots would be visible as early as tomorrow. This is a good chance to check how fertile the field is. Diaz thanked her and looked forward to the next day. Just then Klaus approached and reported that Camelot's group had finished building the stable, which surprised Diaz because he knew it had started only 3 days before. He realized the secret to such fast construction was using prefabricated materials that only needed to be assembled on site. This method proved very convenient because the structure can be easily assembled, taken apart, and adjusted to the number of livestock. DS suggested that neighboring regions might also be using similar technology. He thanked Camelot for his help. Camelot modestly said he was only following orders from Eldan. Diaz said he had a gift prepared and would like Camelot to accept it if he had no objection. Camelot asked with interest what the gift was. Diaz's mention of the material from the Earth Dragon unintentionally frightened everyone accompanying Camelot, and Camelot awkwardly smiled and made excuses, saying they could not accept such a large and important gift as so much dragon material. An attendant asked suspiciously what the gift was for and suggested Diaz might be up to something. Diaz apologized for the suddenness and noticed his gift was being treated less like a present and more like something held for safekeeping and possible profit. They only accepted it after signing the official transfer agreement. The next morning Camelot said all their business was finished and they were returning, and he thanked Diaz for his concern. Diaz replied respectfully that the gratitude should come from him, since Camelot and his people had given them such important help. He remembered when they first met, when they could not even greet each other properly. Over time, little by little, they learned to understand one another. Now the parting felt almost like regret, and Akin and Sign could not hold back their tears. Aruna saw this and gently urged them to stop crying, promising that if they calmed down, they could play with the horses, and warning that if they slowed down, even the horses might start crying. Diaz thought about the question of gender. He checked the ground but saw nothing had sprouted. Aruna called him to point out the result. Diaz said it was no problem since he had not expected immediate success and suggested they might not have waited long enough after plowing and should try again. The next day nothing had changed, so Diaz decided the amount of fertilizer was probably too low and added a little more. By the third day, still no sprouts had appeared, and he again suspected the fertilizer was insufficient, so he promised himself to make an even larger batch. By the fourth day there was still no result, so Diaz firmly decided to increase the fertilizer 2 or even 3 times. Yet Aruna couldn't take it anymore and told him to stop and rest, saying endless mixing wouldn't help, and the field was probably not suitable for growing. Diaz acknowledged she might be right, saying failures happen, and that even after wasted seeds we should not lose hope but turn our efforts to other things. Meanwhile, Sine and I watched his actions. Sine quietly turned to her friend and asked what to do next. I could say she wanted to help Diaz but did not know what to do. Her thoughts turned to her mother. A sudden voice called for help. I shouldn't have been surprised to hear it. Senna heard it too. Both girls realized the voice was unfamiliar. She said it was definitely a call for help and suggested they go look. Inside the warehouse, she begged desperately for help and to be released, saying she had been locked in for about a week, and although she could survive days without water, she was at her breaking point. She admitted she regretted not asking the Dragon Slayer for help and kept calling, hoping someone would hear her. Sinai confirmed someone was calling, so I assumed the voice came from the warehouse, and the mouse screamed that she was inside the chest and couldn't open the lid because something heavy was on top. Senai promised they would help her now, but said she could not do it alone. Achin warned that removing the bags could spill their contents, and the worried mouse apologized and asked them not to risk their health, suggesting they call the adults. Sani said the adults were busy with work and couldn't call them, and the mouse, worried it would be terrible if the girls got hurt, offered to wait a little longer. Still, the girls decided to finish the job and promised there was very little left. When they removed the last heavy object, the mouse told them she was deeply grateful. She said being locked up was very hard, and now they are her true saviors. I introduced myself and asked the rescued woman's name. I smiled at him and complimented the mouse's glasses. The mouse thanked her for the compliment and said the glasses were handmade, like the book she held. Senai asked curiously who she was and what her gender was. The mouse said it was a Jujin named Ima from the racing mouse tribe. Jerboa said she was a woman. On the field, Aruna shouted for Diaz to stop. Diaz said he was thinking about changing locations. Aruna said Diaz was already starting to look like a slave and urged him to stop torturing himself. Senai wanted to know why Ima was locked in that place. I suggested she might be there as punishment for some misdeeds. Ima explained her situation wasn't punishment and her story was long, but even if others couldn't fully understand it, there was nothing scary about it. And at that moment, her acquaintances were captured when they tried to attack Diaz Sama while she happened to be nearby and had nothing to do with their actions. Resembling the detainees, she feared being mistaken for an attacker and unfairly punished. Convinced she had tried to harm Diaz Sama, panic made her run and she dove into the first chest she found to hide. Soon heavy objects were placed on the chest, trapping her inside, and after her explanation, Senai began to consider whether Ima was an enemy and whether she disliked Diaz. Ima clarified she had not had any personal conversations with Diaz and could not be considered his ally or enemy, and Senai said they wanted to consult her about an important matter. I can add that it was vital to keep it secret so Diaz and others would not learn what they were discussing, since everything they wanted to talk about was confidential, and Ima replied that maybe they should speak with someone else, someone they trusted more than her. Sani explained that no one in the village was suitable for the task, because there were few half-humans and the remaining ones, Aruna, Francis, and Francois, could not be trusted with the secret because they might report it to Diaz, and Ama recognized the seriousness and said she was fully aware. Later, Sani said Diaz tried every day to make a field but could not, and I can explain that he failed because nothing would grow on the land, as it lacked the force needed to support growth. She warned they could do something with the barren land, but that was not meant for humans, and her parents told me not to repeat their words, because if people learn such a power exists, they will use it for their own gain and abuse it, so no one should be told. Their parents insisted that no one should see them use this force, and Ainchin and her sister made that their final promise, and Sign said that despite all this, they really want to help Diaz. Ikin said that because Ima is not human, she can learn that power and they are willing to share it with her. Ima grew interested and asked them to explain more so she could understand it better. Ikin asked if that made things clearer for Ima. Ima replied that she needed a little time to think about everything she had heard, then thought out loud that, as she understood it, Senai and Aiken were representatives of the forest people, and Senai confirmed they were forest dwellers, while Aiken added that their people protect and study the forest. Emma said the forest people not only live in the forest but also protect it and eventually become part of it, and that become holds a special meaning for members of their race. Hin agreed and explained that when a forest dweller dies, they put their powers and knowledge into a seed. Those seeds are planted in special places, and over time they grow into a forest. And Emma thought that before dying, forest dwellers give a seed to someone they love so they can become a forest through that person. Whoever receives such a seed must protect it and help it grow so it becomes the start of a new stretch of forest. And when the seed grows into a tree, it becomes like a tombstone you can touch and read the thoughts inside. And Emma saw it as a living book that could pass on knowledge. She likened the tree to a family tree with a blood bond to its people, learned that the forest folk live there to protect these living books, and discovered the twin sisters had two powers. One that spreads magic to speed the growth of trees and herbs, and another that creates barriers against miasma and disease, both meant only for cultivating and guarding the forest. After taking it all in, Emma asked if she was still suitable for their business, and Senai warmly confirmed she was a perfect fit, called her smart, and showed genuine joy. Emma thought the twin sisters were still too young to summon a full forest, so at most they could create a small barrier over the field to let the fruit grow, and if they used that power daily, their abilities would rapidly develop and strengthen over time. Although the barrier was small, it could stop disease and was therefore a remarkable feat of power, and Emma realized that if humanity ever learned of the ability, it would bring unwanted consequences, which was why their parents had insisted they keep it top secret, and Emma now understood their motives. She spoke up, saying she doubted their decision to live with Dayas and thought it would be wiser to keep their power secret from humans, and Sene admitted they were genuinely afraid of Dayas at first and were planning to run away immediately to fulfill their promise to their parents. When they met Dayas, his hands were surprisingly soft and gentle, and his voice was so kind it reminded them of their parents, and he seemed warm and friendly despite an unpleasant smell. Achin agreed with her sister, saying that although Dayas smelled, he was much kinder than the frogman they'd met before. His kindness made them want to stay with him. The other villagers were kind to them too, despite Dayas' smell. They trusted him with the secret and believed he would not misuse what he had learned. Emma said she understood their feelings and motives. She thought it through and concluded the sisters were trying to honor the promise to their parents while sincerely wanting to help Dayas, so they needed to consult someone who could show them how to cooperate without breaking the covenant. And later Emma said aloud that the earth's power here was too weak to create a full fertile field without the help of the forest dwellers. Senai said the local soil literally drains the energy out of any magic placed in it. Even if you fill it with magic, that energy quickly disappears and everything returns to zero. To stop this, you have to create a magical barrier. Ikin said that if a barrier existed, everything would be fine and the situation would improve, and Emma then considered what phenomenon was depleting the soil and suggested that if they could identify its nature, they might be able to do something about it. Saini admitted they don't have a precise answer to this question and don't know what is happening, but they suspect the phenomenon may be caused by a kind child. Senate explained they thought it was some kind of being, but feared that if it kept acting that way, the land would eventually become barren sand. Ikin added that then there would be no food left for Francis or the other inhabitants. Imad decided the girls had given her their guess, though their voices were uncertain, and their tone suggested someone was deliberately causing the phenomenon, but she thought that explanation unlikely. Poor crop growth likely resulted from the soil and from natural barriers created by the environment. She concluded the land was not going to become a desert, but was simply unsuitable for farming. Because a magical barrier was possible, she had to consider that the source might be a disease or miasma from a monster, and quickly figure out how to use the barrier without drawing attention. Later, Ama suggested the barrier could be used secretly without Dayas or the others noticing. Sene said that was impossible because Dayas was always in the field. H&N added that after finishing work in the field, they went to bed. Ama suggested trying it in the middle of the night when everyone was asleep, but Sene said that would not work because they were asleep too, and I can confirm they would not be able to wake up in time. Ama offered to wake the girls herself, saying that even though she did not look it, she was very good at finding her way at night and could lead them along the right route, and she assured them that if they showed her where their house was, she would definitely come to the right place. The girls happily agreed and admitted it was right to consult Ima. Ima could tell they were very worried and was glad she had listened to them until the end. Then she suggested they move on to a plan of action and told them to keep things low-key so outsiders would not guess their intentions. The girls quickly agreed and began saying they were just going for a night walk to avoid suspicion. Inside, Emma felt her anxiety rising. That night she woke relieved to be alive and saw that the twins had made a small hole she could crawl through. Spotting the dragon slayer, she realized she had to be especially careful not to be seen by him. Diaz had been working in the fields a lot lately, and as the girls warned, his smell was strong. Then Emo woke the girls, identified herself, and gently urged them to get up so they could go to the field to help Diaz, warning that if they did not hurry morning would arrive and there would be no time to help. When the girls woke, they asked what was happening and complained it was dark and scary. Emma asked what they usually did when they needed to go to the toilet. The girls said they always walked with DS and Aruna, who held their hands or carried them. Emma realized that when she was with them, the girls did not feel the same calm and confidence. During the conversation, Aishin said the object she was holding was their mother's seat and Sene had their father's seat, and Sene added that holding these seeds made them feel better, as if their parents were helping them stay in a good mood. I should explain that their parents liked black tea, and the smell made the girls feel close to them. Sometimes the girls would just hold the seeds and imagine talking to them. Emma realized that having the seeds gave the girls a sense of connection to their parents and inner strength. I can ask Emma to wait a moment while she steps aside to inspect the field Diaz worked so hard on, and her inspection showed it looked normal with no obvious problems. Meanwhile, the girls began to read spells or prayers, and soon a light surrounded them and slowly sank as if into the ground, and Emma noted to herself with admiration how beautiful the sight was. Soft light lingered, then dissolved as if poured into the earth. The girls, having finished the ritual, oddly announced the barrier was in place and that they could now sleep in the yurt. Emma wasn't convinced they had actually finished the job or were heading back so quickly. It hit her that her role was over. Caught between the girls, she asked them politely to let her go because she feared the delay might attract attention, but they had already fallen asleep and would not release her, leaving Emo confused as she realized she was still held in their embrace and began to insist on being let go. In Kostek's territory, at a tavern in Mellingal City, several beastmen discussed the latest rumors that Eldon Sama planned to travel to the royal capital to meet the king and receive the title of lord. One of them said Eldon planned to give the magic stone obtained by killing the earth dragon to the dragon slayer and was confident the gift would please the king, and the beastmen agreed that then an even more stable and peaceful time would come to the territory of Kazdex. They noticed it was rare for a human to be close to half-humans, which made them suspicious. One of them suggested the dragon slayer had a half-human wife. He said they were deeply in love and often walked around together, drawing attention. A man was surprised to learn his wife belonged to a horned race, suggesting she might be descended from the rhinoceros people. One of the beastmen said wryly that a man could fall in love with a member of the rhinoceros race. They also talked about an ad recruiting new residents for the Dragon Slayer village that said food and shelter would be provided to everyone regardless of race, except criminals, and the dog people were interested. The discussion shifted to the attack by the long-eared mice, which was revealed to be the work of a man who called himself a representative of a non-existent race of monkey men, leaving everyone confused since none of those present had heard of such a race. Other groups soon claimed he was the one instigating them. He was tall and fully cloaked in black cloth, his face and body hidden. The man in black cursed the beastman in his head for not falling for his tricks, even for gold, and realized he could only fool gullible mice, none of whom were worthy performers. Regretting the wasted poison, he vowed to kill Diaz one day. Now at the Knight's post in the eastern kingdom of Sansarife, the Knights discussed new reports of defectors from Diana Soma's faction, and one guard said this could be the end of the faction's political influence. They noted that Mizusama's faction had lost Duke Kazdex, who controlled the western trade zone, and they moved on to who would be the next heir to the throne. Richard Sama was seen as a possible candidate, but no one knew for sure. Isabel Sama and Alina Sama did not inspire confidence. People also debated which faction the Duke of Kazdex had joined. A knight reported the Duke had died of illness, and his second son now held power. The second son was believed to have avoided Mazusama's faction, and the eldest son was also said to have died of illness, which led to talk of an epidemic among the nobility. They discussed that the second son's choice might determine the future direction of policy, noted he was on good terms with Diaz since their lands were nearby, and mentioned he became Lord of the Neutros Meadows, an area with a bad reputation from rumors of a curse. People said no crops would grow and no houses could be built on those fields because a fire would break out immediately, but some thought that was just a story, and many believed a marriage between Diaz and the Duke's second son could shape the whole kingdom's future. Someone said that though they had never met Diaz, they had heard people call him both a good guy and a man with no values. Then their conversation was interrupted. The guard caught the other's attention and said Diana-sama had taken most of the soldiers out of the capital, which caused surprise. The knight noticed she had taken about 200 soldiers and several dozen supply carts, and they began to suspect a war might be coming, though another guard argued 200 men were not enough for a full-scale war, and in any case someone had to find out what was happening. Waking up, Aruna saw that Senai and Aishin had swapped places in their sleep. The fact left him puzzled and wondering why the movement had happened. Ima was already cheerful, and when she saw him, she greeted him quietly and wished him a good morning. That morning, Diaz reported several incidents in the village of Iluk, and the mood was tense and uneasy. One early report said Sinai and Ikean had slept with a creature that looked like a long-eared mouse, and Aruna was annoyed, calling it unacceptable to touch a creature that might carry deadly diseases. He said angrily that both girls and the long-eared mouse, who introduced herself as Ama of the long-eared jumping, mice people were punished by having to wash in a medicinal bath. The dove at the conversation realized the incident had caused the screams he had heard earlier. Dee admitted feeling anxious and fearing the incident would repeat, but because Eam's skin was bright blue, Aruna said there was no need to worry, and Dove was surprised by the blue skin but quickly changed the subject and asked them to forget the incident. Diaz then described a second incident about seeds sprouting in a field sown the day before. At first it seemed natural that the seeds would sprout, but he was surprised to see a perfectly even circle on the plot. Though his field and his grandmother's had different soils and additives, the plants in this circle grew as if they ignored all outside conditions. The pigeon replied with a joke, saying the story was really amazing, and added that the local birds were unusually noisy, likely drawn to the sprouts in the field. When Diaz asked if he could understand birds, the dove grinned and said he did not have magic at that level, and that Diaz was saying very unusual things. Diaz then described a third incident that was less significant but still sparked discussion. Sanai and Achin's attempt to save Ama. By then he had already finished cleaning out the warehouse, but the idea of eating beans infested by mice still disgusted him. He also felt throwing them away would waste food and be wrong, and the pigeon agreed that discarding delicious beans was unwise. Diaz realized that despite everything that happened, the most important event this morning was an unexpected visit. The pigeon that appeared introduced itself as Jalant, a Goluban who served Eldon Sama and headed the letter delivery department, and DS was stunned to hear this. He admitted to himself the visit was unexpected and immediately wondered about the noisy atmosphere, thinking something important had happened. Jaleb confirmed something urgent had happened, admitted he had forgotten to deliver an extremely important letter with urgent demands, then handed it to Diaz and asked him to confirm receipt. Diaz opened the letter immediately. It had 3 attachments. The first apologized on behalf of the long-eared jumping mice and reported a recent incident, saying an instigator might be tricking others into crimes and warning him to be careful. The second described worrying movements toward the royal capital, noting that the third princess, Diana, had begun gathering weapons and men and that her intentions were unknown, and it urged closer attention to her actions. The third letter concerned a recent recruitment notice. It said a small species of human dogs had taken a strong interest in the settlement and had arrived in larger numbers than expected. The letter closed by asking for urgent consideration of whether to accept them into the village. Diaz noted the seal, making this the most important of the 3. Diaz paused and turned to Jalant to ask what they meant by small species, admitting he had met many members of the dog people but had never heard of that subtype. Jaland explained there are 2 types of dog people. The large species are smarter, stronger, bigger, and look almost human, and Diaz most likely met them. The other is the small species. These creatures resemble their ancient ancestors and are physically weaker. Retaining old instincts, they are clumsy and often move on all 4s, and they usually have many offspring whose young grow very quickly. Jellant said the smaller species had overheard visitors from the larger species talking about the village and wanted to settle there, and when they saw an ad offering food and shelter, they likely chose to move in large numbers. Diaz said that if the village really agreed to accept this little species, he would go and clarify the decision immediately and ask Gallant to wait for him on the spot. Jallant said he understood. Diaz suggested that anyone who wanted could eat the contents in question. Jallant reacted with curiosity and hope and took the offer seriously. Klaus, who was nearby, confirmed nothing was wrong. They needed soldiers now and any reinforcement would help, so Maya saw the place grow livelier and felt her mood improve. Harachi excused herself, saying she was busy checking the soil and that she had no objection if Diaz agreed, and Diaz recalled that, when he later asked the other grandmothers, none voiced dissatisfaction or protest, with everyone he approached remaining calm and approving. When Diaz entered the yurt, Arona met him and immediately said she was not angry but only concerned for everyone there, worrying that the mouse in the yurt could be a problem. After Diaz spoke, the girls reacted to the dogs, drawing their attention away from the earlier conversation. Aruna admitted she could no longer teach or mentor with the same spirit in that environment. Diaz asked whether the girls had said anything substantive. Aruna said no, they were probably still thinking about what had happened, and they never explained why they had slept with a mouse in their arms. Confident that the girls had a good reason for not saying anything right away, he admitted he doesn't know exactly what they're hiding, but believes they didn't do it to hurt anyone, and he suggested waiting, because they will probably tell everything themselves eventually. Aruna accepted his explanation, though her voice sounded doubtful. Diaz remembered that when he assessed Ima's soul, its color had been bright blue. Ima said she was one of the long-eared jumping mice. Even after all Aruna's lectures, the girls immediately befriended Ima, showing genuine trust. Diaz realized this mouse was different from the ones that had attacked before. Later, Diaz approached Ima to ask why she was there, and she, a little embarrassed, said it would be a long story. Jollant flew off carrying a letter for Eldon. Diaz's calculations said it should arrive by sunset today. The document handed over in person contained not only confirmation that the Dog Nation accepted their representatives, but also a small additional condition. In the same letter, Diaz described Ima's appearance, her presence in the village, and her plan to stay there for the foreseeable future. It later became clear that Ima had chosen to stay in a luck village of her own accord, and she told Diaz about her situation and family circumstances, even saying honestly that she wanted to live there, after which Diaz asked why she had made that choice. Ma said she wanted to stay close to Sani and Ahen because she was touched by how the girls were growing up and wants to watch them grow, adding that despite her appearance she can read and write, do arithmetic, and understand other sciences. Ma hoped to be useful in the village with her knowledge, especially by teaching Senai and Ikin, and promised to do everything she could while sincerely asking permission to stay. Diaz recalled warning her that if she entered the neighboring territory Eldon might send her back to her homeland, but Ima remained firm and unyielding. He decided to introduce her to the whole village, visited everyone to hear their views, and found general approval with no objections except Aruna. When Aruna heard this, she doubted it was wise to let a mouse live in the village. She grew sullen and wary, while Ima answered with quiet dignity. Claiming to belong to a desert race, she said she was clean and should not be confused with other rodents, and Diaz said she objected confidently, after which Aruna agreed to accept Ima on the condition that she strictly maintain personal hygiene. Ama Jiraboa, the Mouse People's representative, officially became a resident of Iluk village and a member of the village community. Later, Diaz returned to the warehouse, checked the supplies, and found several packages missing, which surprised him. A wine barrel was hidden in the very center of the storage room, and he felt anxious about why it had moved, cautiously deciding it needed attention. Ima ran to Diaz, bright and excited, saying she could hear everyone in the kitchen, her voice full of wonder as she talked about the cooking, who would use the ingredients and the alcohol for the celebration, and she assumed it was all to honor her arrival, glowing with genuine joy at the thought of a welcome party. Diaz matched her enthusiasm and said they should hurry and join in. Inside, he chuckled and noted that Sine and her sister were once again adding walnuts to their meals, a habit they had not abandoned. Ma watched the grandmothers mix something she had never seen before. Diaz saw jars of sugar beside them and assumed they were making something sweet. Ima stepped closer and politely asked if she could try what they were cooking, if she would be allowed. Watching what was happening, Diaz felt annoyed to discover that such large-scale preparations had been made behind his back without telling him. Aruna, noticing his reaction, smiled with satisfaction and asked if he was surprised. Diaz admitted he was truly amazed and asked when she had managed to arrange it all. Aruna replied calmly that good things had been happening lately, so Grandma Maya suggested holding a banquet. Because Diaz was busy, they began the preparations on their own without permission, and Aruna, who had wanted to tell him beforehand, found him absorbed in the letter in the yurt. So when Diaz failed to consult anyone and hid the wine, she rightly said it was wrong to act so secretly. Diaz believed the kingdom's law allows drinking only from age 18 because younger bodies can't handle it, raising the risk of addiction and poisoning, and by 18 people are expected to have enough self-control. Diaz didn't know the Oni people's laws, and since Aruna was only 15 and had already tried alcohol, he worried and hid the wine even though he knew it would make her angry. Hearing his thoughts, Aruna quickly reassured him she was not angry, explained she understood Diaz had acted out of concern, said their long time together had deepened their understanding, and admitted preparing the banquet without permission had been a kind of revenge, though a gentle, symbolic one. Wanting them to discuss important things together now that they were husband and wife, she was upset that Diaz might think he didn't need to consult her, and insisted that if he was worried about her, he should just say so, because as a couple they should share everything. D has apologized and said they will act the same way in the future. He tried to start a conversation about wine, but Aruna immediately interrupted, saying alcohol is not harmful to the body and can even be beneficial. They are the only people who traditionally drink kamis, a nutritious drink used as a remedy for illnesses. In horse-owning families, it is even given to children just after weaning. Hearing this, Diaz was horrified and warned that giving alcohol to children was dangerous, saying they could be injured or even die. Aruna stood her ground, saying their culture never led to those outcomes and that people who did not drink were more likely to get sick. Her family had no horses, so they used only hot water for medicine, and all her brothers and sisters, like her, were often sick as children. It was a difficult time. Maya watched their lively conversation and admired how well they got along. Though a little annoyed, she told them to stop chatting, offered to help with the preparations, and said they could continue talking about wine after the party. Diaz tried to object, but Maya cut him off, saying a box of wine had been found in the pantry and that it was a good reason to celebrate, since when the representatives of the dog people arrived, they could all drink together and have fun, which was how Aruna put it. Maya said Aruna noticed that when the dog people arrived, Diaz would drink less, so Aruna decided to throw a party right away, and giving up wine felt like a challenge to her. Diaz admitted to himself that the stubborn and emotional Aruna was real, accepted it was his fault for not discussing the situation with her, and for ignoring the cultural differences, and decided this time he would close his eyes to it all. This led him to conclude that every new species arriving in Iluk village would bring a new culture. The village would have to write new rules each time, and he vowed to handle it himself. As the Lord, he must protect the village and make decisions, no matter who stands in his way. The current status report for the Neutros territories listed residents Aruna, Senai, Ikin, Mimu, Klaus, and the grannies including Maya, and noted they were recently joined by new residents Ima, Jeroboa, 4 horses, and 2 white buffalo, while buildings included a yurt, a warehouse, a latrine, a well, a meeting place, and a square, with new additions of a field, a stable, and a cowshed. At the morning table, the heroes discuss a drink, and Diaz notices a strange white liquid served for breakfast. The girl explains it is kumas, a traditional fermented drink made from mare's milk, and says she had gone to the village that morning and asked the locals for some because everyone had been talking about alcohol the night before. Diaz hesitates about drinking so early, and the girl smiles slightly and tells him to take just a sip. One person asks whether this drink contains alcohol. Diaz says you would need to drink a lot to get drunk, and that the drink could even be given to a child. They also emphasize that kamis is useful, improving health and strength, aiding digestion, and even helping to cleanse the body of disease. Diaz thinks back on the recent talk and decides their disagreement came from different views of kumas. He admits he was imagining a much stronger drink, while Aruna does not see kumas as real alcohol and spoke of its health benefits. Realizing cultural differences can cause misunderstandings, the heroes agree they should share their customs and pasts when the time is right. The heroes noticed the village's atmosphere had clearly improved, and the change seemed to spread to the other villagers as conversations soon started up naturally. The girls happily reported they had harvested many crops again, displayed baskets of their produce, were very pleased with the result, and DS thanked Senia and Ihan for their help and was sincerely happy for them. The girls asked for their own field and wanted to plow it. The man didn't mind and offered to plow a small field for them next time. They considered where to place it. At the end of the day, everyone agreed to finish the work and thank each other. Diaz's grandmother, Celia, approached him and asked to talk. Celia said she had an idea and asked him to listen. He later said they called a meeting that evening to discuss her proposal. Ramocelia warned that as the number of residents grew, it would become impossible to discuss everything with everyone. She proposed choosing representatives to gather the group's opinions and pass them on to Diaz. This would help prevent quarrels and hasty decisions. At the evening meeting, everyone agreed and began planning how to implement it. After the discussion, they decided Diaz would remain the village head and be responsible for decisions. He could hold meetings with representatives to hear the villagers' opinions. The representatives were classed for security, Arona for Diaz's family, and Granny Maya for the common people. Jojen was also asked to represent the beastmen, but refused, saying she lacked experience despite her education. The characters say the dog people must pick a representative to attend for them. They also say any decision to add representatives must follow the established rules. The meeting ran late into the night and finally ended. Noticing guests, Aruna wakes Diaz and tells him they have arrived, and Diaz asks in surprise why someone came so early. Aruna admitted she had not noticed the group approaching and that they were now very close, but she urged them to move forward and promised to explain everything along the way. When the heroes looked into the distance, one of them saw a large figure with many small ones in front of it, and they guessed these might be dog people. One character said the large ones were probably Camelot, and the small ones dog people. Another suggested the newcomers could have brought something with them, and soon someone shouted that he had seen them. A large group of creatures rushed toward the village, including dogmen accompanied by a giant snake-like creature, and one character stood stunned, unable to understand why a huge herd of dogs and that creature were moving together. Announcing it was Anaconda Rook, the girl said it was a real monster. The man, surprised, said he had never heard of human dogs taming such creatures. She quickly replied they had not tamed it, it had come on its own. And she realized she had left her bow and arrows and called out in concern. Everyone watched the huge creature and the pack of dogs approach, aware of the serious threat. Panic spread when the monster ate one of the dogmen, shocking everyone nearby and prompting someone to call for help. They were confused because they had no weapons and did not know how to defend themselves. Without waiting, Diaz ran straight at the monster to fight it. The heroine screamed his name, begging him to stop, but it was too late and he found himself face to face with the monster. Diaz charges the huge snake-like creature without thinking, and as its open mouth prepares to attack and it makes terrifying sounds, he delivers a powerful blow that knocks it back and tears the captured beast from its jaws. Acting decisively, he rushed forward and at the last moment, grabbed the beast to pull the victim from its jaws, then shoved the snake-like creature away with such force that it retreated, lost its footing, and collapsed. They started to come to their senses, and AR noticed that, fortunately, Rook's anaconda was not poisonous. Someone asked if he was okay, and the dogman happily said he was alive, adding that she had thought he was finished in every sense. Aruna looked down and admitted it was her fault for forgetting her bow and arrows. Grateful, the girl thanked them with a kind smile for saving her, and explained that a large snake had spotted them on the way and put them in danger. She added that thanks to the local residents' intervention, they had avoided trouble, and asked the names of their rescuers. Aruna introduced herself first and pointed to the man beside her, saying he was Diaz, her husband and the feudal lord of these lands. The stranger replied that her name was Canis, that she looked after the little dog people for Eldon and Sama, that she was accompanying them today as their leader, and that the three little people wanted to emigrate. Each differs not just in looks but in character. The black-haired are called mastiffs or Tibetan colors, and that clan is famous for its courage and pride in its strength. The brown-haired belong to the Ba Sanji, or Sanji, clan and are known for being serious and straightforward. The black and white ones called Orson Shep, or simply Shep, are notable for their curiosity and hard work. Canis explained how important clan names were to the dog people and urged they be remembered well. Aruna finished checking the souls and confirmed Canis had a light blue aura showing she came with good intentions. The little representatives all had bright blue auras indicating purity and sincerity, and Canis added that representatives of small nations love to work and become stressed without it. So she stressed the need to find at least some work for them and asked whether that would cause any problems. He proposed using the horses to build a reservoir and help care for the livestock, and said some could become soldiers, with duties including night patrols, mock battles with Klaus, and if threatened, taking part in real battles. When Diaz announced his job offers, the dog people's representatives were delighted. They reacted so strongly that those nearby had to calm them. Trying to take control, Diaz calmly asked everyone to be quieter. Gradually, the noise died down, and the dog people sat and waited for further instructions. Diaz introduced himself formally, saying he was the feudal lord of this plane. He and Aruna sat down respectfully before their new acquaintances, which drew enthusiastic responses from representatives of all three clans. Canis was impressed by his manner and surprised at how open and respectful he was with the dog people. Despite being a human feudal lord, she felt he was truly unusual. First, a powerful Tibetan named Marf offered his clan's service as soldiers, speaking politely, and Diaz smiled and told him not to be so formal and to call him simply, saying he was glad to meet Marf. Then the head of the Besengi clan, who gave his name as Serdio or Sardio, said his clan wanted to get to work right away, for example building a reservoir or doing other projects. And Diaz also emphasized that elderly people among them, like Graham Amya, should be given attention and care. Reichardt Gordfunjadi Orson Shep, the head of the Shep clan, asked to be called simply Shep. He gladly offered to help care for the clan's horses and asked whether the village had any sheep. Aruna entrusted the cattle to them, which delighted all the Sheps. Diaz said there were no sheep in the village, but there were similar animals and suggested Shep look after the horses, and Shep agreed happily. Aruna then introduced herself as Diaz's wife and greeted the head of the Mastiffs, who replied politely. The clans watched and admired Diaz's young, beautiful wife, which made Aruna smile contentedly and left DS slightly embarrassed. There are 30 Shep clan members, 25 Beseji, and 23 Mastiffs. Diaz thought about using everyone gradually so no one would be overloaded, while Connie's watched and began to doubt making soldiers of the human dogs, saying their paws weren't suited to weapons and many were physically weak. Diaz wondered how to explain his plans to her and realized Cannies was concerned about her people and they should not be treated as mere labor. Klaus was one of the soldiers Diaz thanked for the patrol. Diaz introduced Cannies, saying Klaus was their soldier and that Cannies was the leader of the dog people, and after a brief moment of surprise Klaus greeted Cannies politely and Cannies smiled back. A special, subtle tension developed between Canis and the soldier, as clouds, flowers, and glitter framed their romantic gaze, and Aruna immediately realized that something was happening, while Diaz did not notice anything. In Obaki, people ask their grandmothers for guidance, and girls and adults gather special stones, roots, leaves, and fertility offerings. The stones have different properties. One strengthens roots, another helps leaves grow, and the third acts as a fertilizer. People believe a tree will grow only when all three forces are united. It's been 10 days since the dog people arrived in the village of Iluk. During that time, they have joined daily life and taken on duties like drawing water from the well, and the girls use what their parents taught them, including how to work with magic stones, and they have already begun cultivating their own plots of land. As for salvation, Cannies' prediction that human dogs would be clumsy proved wrong, because they have shown themselves very capable, confidently tending horses, deftly using tools and handling tasks with ease, while Clouds began organized training and called the first group into coordinated action as Diaz and Cannies watched approvingly. One of the Mastiffs lunges forward with incredible speed, showing strength and precise agility as it strikes the training target, and suddenly closes on Klaus, who watches in amazement and realizes how serious and powerful a blow can be even in a training fight. A Mastiff pinned Klaus to the ground, and lying beneath it, he accepted their victory and praised their quicker reactions. Pleased with their progress, the scene also reminds the viewer that Klaus is no ordinary warrior. He survived the war, earned the name Klaus the Decapitator for killing enemy generals, and was an exceptionally powerful fighter. Rather than explain to Cannies his decision to make human dog soldiers, DS shows her the results so she can see them for herself. During the war, Diaz recalled Hostile talking human dogs with special abilities, which led him to conclude adult human dogs could be useful allies. He figured there was no danger on the plain now, and if anyone turned up, it would only be small-time robbers from the outskirts. Soldiers of the third Princess Diana descend into the deepest part of St. Seraph's royal tomb, the burial place of the founding kings, and the princess warns that touching coffins or statues is forbidden and stresses the visit is to recover treasures for military use, so everyone must be restrained and take only what is needed. Princess Diana has openly declared ambitious, aggressive plans to use the ancient scepter to destroy Diaz, crush her siblings, and use the treasures and dragon scales to build an army and take over the country, aiming to become a legend like the kingdom's founders, who burned thousands of enemies with the same artifact. Furious, Princess Diana reveals her secret card, the Royal Seal, after Diaz acted without her permission and rejected her offer. Claiming that a man who bears a saint's name must obey her without question, and viewing his refusal as a grave insult, she intends to force him to cooperate. The princess accuses Diaz of killing innocent people in the last war and calls him a traitor, then decides to expose him to the world and tell Richard everything. Meanwhile, an observer ironically notes that royal representatives are even more gullible than the beastmen and believes fools in power are truly dangerous. Seeing an opening, one character plans to strike Diana right after she attacks Diaz, hoping to prove he is superior to the parents who once rejected him and to become a national hero. First, Prince Richard arrives with an important group and notices the agent embedded in Princess Diana's squad has returned. Prince Richard thinks it over and sees that Diana broke the ban and robbed the founding king's tomb, but he will not act because he fears a clash with Diaz and admits he would not have time to kill her even if he tried, so he considers Diaz too dangerous and is sure Diana is doomed because the mad dog will not spare her. He describes Diaz's nicknames, Patriot Hero, Bloody Axe, Guardian of the People, and the less flattering Balls Out and Well-Wisher, and says none of them came about by chance. Each has a story behind it. During the war, when the occupation of enemy lands was discussed, Diaz received orders to take revenge on the enemy. A royal decree ordered the extermination of the enemy and the complete plundering of their resources. Although he fought in the war, Diaz never harmed civilians. Even apart from the royal army, his forces committed no massacres or robberies. His volunteers shared his principles and prevented such actions. Known as the Well-Wisher, he was also called No Balls, a mistaken nickname, and while nearby he overheard some noble children talking about joining the army to plunder and watched their behavior. Flashbacks reveal the war's horrors. violence and cruelty were accepted as normal. A young noble involved in smuggling dismisses his actions as trivial. Diaz watches in silent condemnation, needing no loud words to make his stance clear. Diaz couldn't hold back when he saw the injustice and used force to punish the young nobleman, which led to his arrest, and he is accused of raising his hand against a member of the nobility and will be tried before the royal court. After the incident with the nobleman, Diaz publicly said he did not regard anyone as noble who failed to protect the weak. His words won support from powerful figures including the king, and the case was closed without trial. Later, a character explains that Diaz is dangerous not for his cruelty, but because he ignores social rank and norms, making him unpredictable and frightening to those around him. The council debated keeping control of Diana and how to deal with Diaz given his past clashes with the royal family, and although some doubted he would dare to confront them openly, they chose to keep their distance, prompting the nobles to finally abandon any plan to be involved with him. They discuss why Diaz was at the border. One suggests he had been exiled, but the other says it was not exile but a mission of trust, with the king deliberately putting him in charge of an important border area and relying completely on his judgment and skills. The character says Diaz repeatedly corrected the king's mistakes and played a key role in saving the country during diplomatic failures and the outbreak of war, and for 20 years he was seen as a hero and savior who, despite scarce support and resources, always managed, which made people suspect outside forces, possibly including one of his brothers, were involved. One of the girls asks a clear, unexpected question about which royal family member Diaz could have harmed, since he was accused of harming the nobility, then thinks aloud and eliminates one person after another, putting everyone present in an awkward position. A memoir recounts a spoiled, overconfident young man who led a young squad to show off his fighting skills but ended up surrounded after his soldiers were defeated, and when all seemed hopeless, a certain man arrived, joined the battle, and saved the boy from death. The hero remembered when, as an arrogant youth, he landed in a dangerous situation, and even after his royal status was revealed, his rescuer showed no respect but struck him to teach him a lesson, then protected him for months and trained him without holding back. One character reflects on how much Diaz shaped Richard, and how that made him an honest, hardworking man who cared nothing for birth or status, while another, watching the country's decline, concludes they must intervene before the incompetent rulers completely destroy the state. The prince orders his men to find Diana as quickly as possible and take the royal seal from her before she can meet with Diaz. An aide is surprised at the unusually large sum set aside for the operation, but is told the money was provided as a reserve. Meanwhile, an ally asks the guild and others for help to set up surveillance and carry out an elimination. The prince fears that a man who survived hellish battles could die of mere hunger, a death he sees as especially bitter and ironic, and orders it conveyed to Diaz. Meanwhile, Diaz is having lunch in a warm, homely atmosphere with girls who tease him again about his milk mustache. In despair, the girl feels constantly betrayed. Even Prinija has turned away from her. No one seems to understand her, and she is certain she did the right thing. Learning she belongs to the royal family only deepens her resentment. Despite her tears and inner pain, she is certain of one thing, that the truth is on her side even if no one admits it. Holding an artifact shaped like a scepter, Diana confidently decides she will rule the country. Diaz, alarmed, tensed and peered into the distance, then calmly told his companion he had only thought her food was tasty, and the girl, slightly embarrassed, paid it no mind. One character froze in fear, while another reacted quickly and killed the dog. A worried man rushed to the wounded man to help and fetch a first aid kit. The girl, stunned by the young man's bravery, looks at him with admiration. A tense, emotional moment develops between them. The young man thought about the differences between himself and Canis, believing he could not be with her because she came from a different tribe, and he felt torn since Canis was the eldest daughter of the dog tribe and bound by tradition. But despite these obstacles, something stronger was growing between them and gave him hope. At the command of their hero Serretio, one of the dogs lifts a wooden board, and they soon see water filling the tank. Everyone present rejoices that their efforts have paid off, and they now have a water source vital to the village's survival and growth. The reservoir was finished before the heat arrived, thanks to the dog people. The harvest is doing well and the planted fruits are already budding. The reservoir still needs to be filled with water. He calls the horse buyers and is surprised to find someone else claiming her as his, even though she belongs to him. Diaz admits he is not a good horseman, so he had to take buyers under his wing. It would be pointless to hand the thief to someone who cannot handle a horse, and buyers and the other horses, Carbolin and Grisha, show excellent skill and follow commands, though not as well as Francis and the others. Again, Diaz admits he is not a good horseman. His horse is often naughty but adapts to him, so riding is possible. Diaz watches with the buyers as the children call him and Aaron a daddy and mommy while the villagers rest, and when the buyers move closer, he calmly, without showing gratitude, asks whether the horse should rest too. Diaz receives an urgent message from Eldon carried by a messenger bird. Grant delivers the letter and asks for an immediate response. The letter says Diana, with a large number of soldiers, has arrived in the territory of the feudal Lord Mal Angala to meet Eldon. As a royal representative, she had to be accepted, and Eldon agreed to a meeting. The situation is tense and requires immediate action. Her plan is revealed. Diana openly declares she has come to kill Diaz and seize his property. Despite her rank, Eldon politely refuses, hiding his true feelings. Diana then presents a royal decree that validates her claims and increases the pressure on Eldon. The situation turns critical when she backs up her threat with an official document. Although the document Diana presented bore the king's seal, it was a fake, ordering all military forces and resources to be handed over to her to destroy Diaz, and Eldon knew from the start it was forged, and that Diana's actions were illegal despite appearing lawful. Eldon stays outwardly calm despite Diana's pressure and the papers she brought, and he politely refuses to decide now, saying he will consult his vassals. Privately, he shows contempt, calls her a foolish princess, and his hospitality is only a cover while he plans to get rid of Diana's envoys by any means necessary. Thinking about the future, one of them recognizes the importance of everyone's feelings and urges caution. Eldon would never harm his best friend Diaz, even if it costs him personally. Diaz manages to grow crops on land no one could farm before, which could benefit the neighboring fiefdom of Costex. Eldon is clearly torn between duty and loyalty to his friend. Eldon seeks a unanimous decision, but the meeting is split, with some saying Diana and the threat, including the fake royal order, must be eliminated, and others arguing Eldon's future cannot be ignored. So with no consensus and time, urgent Eldon sends Grant to ask Diaz's opinion. One participant reflects on the earlier letter from Canis and says he has his own view on the matter, when a postman bird flies into the room, startling everyone and causing the rabbit to react sharply. The bird loses its balance and falls to the floor but still delivers the letter, and the advisor, recognizing the bird as Grant, takes the letter, notes it is from Diaz, and prepares to read it with interest. Tension rises when one of them asks the scout to read the letter aloud. The group reacts with surprise and bewilderment, and after reading the bird sighs and says Diaz's reply is to cooperate with Diane as the king's letter states, which confuses the council members. Shock filled the council chamber after Diaz's letter was read. Turning to Klaus, the girl said he wanted to talk to her. Facing the front with Diaz the next day and knowing he might not return alive, Klaus decides to confess his feelings. Everyone already suspects this, but he still wants to say what he has kept hidden for a long time, and with anxiety and resolve he tells Canis, Son, that he truly loves her. After Klaus declares his love, Canis replies with tears in her eyes, saying she has loved him since the first day they met, and although as eldest daughter of the dog tribe she is forbidden to be with someone from another people, she says it does not matter to her, and Klaus, trembling, openly confirms his feelings and shows his emotion. After declaring their love, Klaus and Canis hug tightly, while the girls watch in surprise and whisper among themselves that the couple might be arguing, but the woman gently explains this is not the case. Canis says goodbye to Klaus in tears, promising to wait for him in his home village no matter what happens. Klaus stays reserved, his eyes full of determination and sadness. A wide shot captures their parting as the people around them watch in amazement. At dawn, under a bright sun, a field before two warriors lies strewn with the fallen, and one peers through a telescope, confirming how serious it is, while the other, anxious, realizes they are at the very beginning of a real war. 5 days had passed since Eldon's letter arrived. The decisive moment had come. The confrontation had reached its peak. Diana led a detachment of 50 well-armed soldiers. Eldon commands about 1,000 soldiers, roughly 200 lightly armed, which matches his letter. Murph has 10 mastiffs ready for battle. Each mastiff is equipped with Klaus's special gear, including combat masks, dragon fangs, and capes made from earth dragon skin that can withstand blows and even defend against a full-speed attack by Klaus. Mur, with excellent hearing and agility, will serve as liaison for the fighters, and Diaz and Klaus's squad totals 12 people, Clouds expresses. When assessing the enemy's numerical superiority, Klaus doubts it and suggests requesting reinforcements from a tribe that can supply enough fighters, at minimum Aru Nuzama. If the village is threatened, Oaruna must hide it with her camouflage magic, and Diaz stresses protecting the settlement is the top priority while regretting that Eldon is not on their side despite his letter of intent to defect. Eldon now occupies a strange position, officially listed with the enemy, and likely telling his men that even if the decree was false the king's will must be obeyed, so Diaz suspects the army they will face may be far more dangerous than it appears. possibly because Eldon is secretly involved. Diaz puts the village and its people first as the top priority now, and he doubts whether attacking Diana is right, so the plan is to use immerse traps to split the enemy between Eldon and Diana, then retreat to draw part of the force into those traps and launch a surprise attack that makes Diana the main target. He's planning a special operation called Removal. The heroes go over the attack plan. They know the trap's locations from marks left by members of the dog tribe. One participant expresses doubt but also confidence in success, yet stresses there is no other way. Meanwhile, he plans a rear attack with buyers who remain in reserve for now. This part of the plan is kept secret from the others. Running freely in the meadow and rebuilding their home gave them a sense of stability and belonging. However, if danger came, they would have to leave despite all the effort and mental strength they had invested. The field became important to them not only practically, but emotionally. When they began to care for it, the children stopped crying at night remembering their parents and received moral support. Diaz feels uneasy about the field, which has become a symbol of spiritual support for his family, and he knows it is not just land but part of the family he must protect. A tall warbell stands before a group of soldiers, once used but now obsolete. One character explains it will be rung to send commands so the enemy cannot intercept them. The ringing echoes across the field as the signal for action, leaving those watching alarmed and weary and hinting that the battle will soon begin. A powerful bell rings to signal the entire army to advance, and one observer immediately recognizes it as a call for a mass attack, while the opposing commanders grow worried, and one believes the assault, having started from an unexpected distance, will quickly tire the soldiers and cause confusion. In the thick of it, Diaz shouts orders to his men, telling them to keep the enemy from breaking the line and to watch the situation closely. His voice keeps the ranks steady despite the chaos around them. In the thick of battle, Diaz shouts orders to his men, insisting they stop the enemy from breaking through and keep a close watch on the situation, and his voice keeps the ranks in order despite the chaos. Before the decisive battle, the forces lined up on the field to prepare for the clash, with Eldon's army of about 1,000 warriors in the main position as the primary striking force, beside it Diana's detachment of 50 fighters and about 200 mercenaries, and facing them across the field Diaz's army of only 12 people. Tense in battle formation, the soldiers stood with their faces hidden by steel helmets and their hands gripping their weapons, and a focused commander stepped forward and raised a heavy weapon ready to give the order. Then confusion spread through the ranks. The army halted suddenly, leaving the enemy confused. Soldiers whispered among themselves and broke formation. Diaz saw that only the center had moved while the flanks stayed put. It looked like a strange tactic. The commander could not tell if this was deliberate until a messenger arrived and cast doubt on the next steps. As the battle grew tense, Eldon sat quietly at the table enjoying his tea, while a panicked officer demanded why the order to break the enemy lines had not been carried out, and Eldon just smiled and calmly said he was having tea, leaving the officer bewildered. One commander angrily demanded action, but Eldon calmly kept drinking tea, saying it mattered more than commanding the army. Eldon cited his father's rule that a true aristocrat never misses tea and insisted that, despite the protests, a handful of elite fighters would be enough because he had already supplied the army with everything it needed. Despite the battle, Eldon stayed focused on his tea and calmly told them to wait to ask for an order until he'd enjoyed it. After draining his cup, he politely asked for another, and a watching character, who remembered that no one had wanted to take their case, began to feel that something was wrong. One mercenary, thinking it over, was surprised to learn Diaz was the real target and saw no rush to intervene, saying cutting food supplies wasn't worth getting involved, while the captain ordered his men to leave, warning that attacking Diaz could turn the whole national army against them, and reminding them that Diaz had saved many lives in the last war and that even Duke Kazdek would not have acted differently. After returning the payment and saying goodbye, the mercenary abruptly left the battlefield, throwing the commanders into panic and confusion. Gasping for breath, one officer shouted for an all-out attack but then noticed the enemy beginning to withdraw, and Diaz and his allies watched in bewilderment, assuming Eldon was stalling by drinking tea and concluding Diana's strategy had failed. As Diana's soldiers approached, Diaz watched them with doubt. They looked disorganized and inexperienced. Diaz thought they should leave with the others, but then changed his mind and suggested handling Diana's fighters first. Diaz ordered them to be rendered incapable of fighting, disarmed, and driven off. He told Emir to cover his ears, expecting harsh measures to follow. After Aaron's battle cry, she said firmly that if DS ordered no attack, they would find another way to handle the situation, and feeling it was her duty as his wife, she backed him and joined the Iluk Women's Association to help even if they had to use unconventional methods. Maya Samas, an old, wise woman, studied the magic circle closely and assessed the ritual's results. Though she wanted to learn more about the entity called Echo, the outcome so far was enough for her. At that moment, a beastman told her the circle had activated successfully. Outside, hooded figures approached the yurt and waited for orders. Everything was going according to Maya-sama's plan. The elders watched the ritual's results and are relieved it succeeded. Mai-sama's visions, as always, were right, and they show gratitude and admiration, while Eldon, looking through binoculars, asks Camelot how well he can assess the enemy's fighting style. Diaz fights with overwhelming force, landing heavy blows that earn admiration, and despite his size he stays precise and incredibly strong while Klaus watches the rear, prevents flanking attacks by reading the enemy's moves, and their teamwork inspires respect and fear, making them hard to defeat. They are stunned by the battle's outcome. One admits the attack dogs exceeded expectations. Though small and clumsy, they were very effective and acted instinctively. Even Eldon, watching, can hardly believe how well they fight and admits he is surprised. Klaus tightened his grip on his weapon as he prepared for the next attack. His mind returned to the promise he had made to return unharmed. Inside, he was determined to survive despite the chaos around him. While he focused on the enemies ahead, a threat was already forming behind him. A comrade had noticed the danger, but Klaus did not yet know. Responding to Diaz's shout, Klaus ran forward and struck his opponent. Diaz pointed to the snake coiled at his leg. Without thinking, Klaus realized how dangerous the situation was. Diaz warned him to be careful and not act so rashly. Diana sighed and watched the scene with irritation. She pressed her lips together in tension. Diana tried to take control, told everyone she was in charge and ordered them to obey, tried to activate the scepter said to hold legendary power, but it did nothing, and when no one followed her she sank into despair, unable to understand why they ignored her. Diana felt a sudden jolt as something flew past her, and at first she didn't understand what was happening. Then an arrow struck her and stunned her, knocking her off her feet and throwing her from her mount while the others stood confused, trying to figure out where the arrows were coming from. Aruna instructed them to seize Diana's horse and staff while the invisibility spell was active and bring her to Eldon's eastern forest to prevent her using magic and neutralize her influence on the battlefield. Concealed in the trees, Diaz's ally aimed to frighten Diana and push her deeper into the forest. Rather than kill her quickly, the ally chose intimidation and capture. A sudden shot knocked Diana off balance, leaving her vulnerable to further pressure. Holding back, Aruna resisted the urge to finish the enemy. Remembering that he hated killing, she obeyed his wish and acted differently. Rather than a fatal shot, she used threats and capture. Soon the men incapacitated and captured Diana. Two mercenaries unexpectedly captured Diana. One, relieved the target was still alive, said their task was to seize her before meeting Diaz. They had stumbled on her by chance and planned to hand the seal to their client. The second asked about the delay and admitted he had been distracted by food again. Arrows suddenly flew at the mercenaries, putting them on edge, and one of them worried about who was behind the attack and why, while suspicion fell on Diaz's men and alarmed Diaz because he wanted to avoid a direct clash. One man urgently tried to explain himself to the hidden attackers, saying they were not Diaz's enemies but were following orders from Richard, supposedly a former student, and to avoid a fight he held up a bag of coins, promised the captive would be returned, and begged them to stop shooting, adding that according to him Diaz would be better off if they kept the woman. Trying to calm his unknown pursuers, the man threw them a bag of coins. Panicked, he ordered his companions to retreat and made clear he would not resist. Judging the opponent's souls not truly evil because their auras were only faintly red, she realized they were connected to the orphans Diaz had raised and chose not to touch them, then concluded Richard would punish Diana himself and returned planning to cook something tasty to support Diaz after the battle. Thinking how to thank Diaz for his efforts, the girl pictured singing to him under a kato or arranging a rest, letting him relax, tucking him into bed, and taking everything on herself while proudly assuring him he could trust her. Daydreaming, the girl imagined a more intimate way to thank Diaz, coquettishly saying she would take everything on herself, which made her blush and brought a rush of emotion, and she hurried, picking up her pace as if trying to make the dream real. Defeated, one soldier admitted his loss and begged for mercy. Diaz calmly explained the reasons, saying the enemy was already exhausted and heavy armor only made things worse. Admitting defeat, the enemy soldiers surrendered completely. One raised his spear and announced the lunch, and the others bowed to the victors. Diaz watched calmly, holding back his emotions. The enemy soldiers finally lost their will to fight, dropped their weapons, and surrendered, and despite the battle, none of the allies were hurt while the defeated opponents remained alive, and the protagonist regretted failing to catch Diana, so he missed the chance to scold her and felt annoyed. After the battle, one of Diaz's younger companions complains that Diaz abandoned command in the middle of the fight and rushed forward. He scolds Diaz, saying that if he will not kill the enemies, he could at least use traps instead of charging ahead. Diaz replies calmly that he handed all minor duties, including command, to another fighter he called the kingdom's best tactician during the war. The companion sighs in despair. Eldon arrived at Diaz's camp to surrender and discuss the prisoners' fate, openly admitting their border crossing and unauthorized invasion broke the kingdom's laws. And with Diane gone and no leader left to enforce the king's will, they laid down their arms and submitted peacefully to Diaz to avoid further conflict. Diaz accepts the truce proposal, seeing that the opponents have conceded. Eldon tries to make it seem the battle was not lost to save face with the king, and intends to turn the situation into a strategic advantage to discuss personally with the king. Diaz shows magnanimity by letting the other side keep their dignity. Diaz doubts that a truce with him will help Eldon much, but is willing to lend his name in support, while Eldon admits he does not know how to use the situation yet wants more leverage and intends to use past events, including the theft of the seal and Diana's actions, to present himself and his people as victims to improve his standing with the king, and the negotiations ended with discussion of reparations and a mutual willingness to help. Aruna appears in the background of the discussion, and it's revealed she mixed medicinal herbs and stimulants into the patriarch's breakfast, which explains DS's rise to fight and earns her praise as a knightly deed. Diaz slowly realizes why no one felt tired after the fierce battle. The herbs Aruna gave Moro were responsible, acting as stimulants that, according to her, gave a strong surge of energy and even included fertility drugs, which left everyone confused. At the same time, Moro appears to be trying to push Diaz and Aruna closer together, making her his caregiver and nudging them toward a closer relationship. Aruna says that while pursuing Diana, she met a man who claimed to be a messenger for a certain Richard, a child raised by Diaz, and she left him to deal with Diana alone, which made Diaz suspicious and led me to doubt that a child named Richard actually existed. Diaz planned a long talk with Aruna, but circumstances cut it short and the participants dispersed. They handed the prisoners to Eldon and received payment. After that, the group returned to their home village of Iluk, and at Aruna's request, the Village Women's Association collected the battlefield spoils. Diaz had thought he was attending a regular meeting, but it was actually an initiative led by Aruna and the housewives of the dog tribe. They were acting on behalf of the so-called Association of Women of Iluk village. When Diaz wondered why he had not been told, Aruna reminded him that he himself had ordered the village protected. She reproached him for not paying attention, and he apologized. A dog brought a staff that immediately caught Diaz's attention, and a closer look revealed a pearl at its center pulsing with magical energy, so Diaz offered to test it. Aruna tried to activate the staff, but it gave no response, and despite its magical glow it did nothing, so she concluded the gem inside was probably ordinary and powerless. When Diaz picked up the staff, a strange power surged through him like when he held his battle axe. An odd sensation he couldn't explain at first washed over him, and he assumed Aruna had infused her magic into the artifact. The object was clearly waking with energy, even though it had looked like an ordinary gem before. A fiery whirlwind shaped like a dragon rose from Diaz's staff into the sky, showing the artifact's hidden powers. The group is stunned when the magical staff suddenly releases a massive pillar of fire, alarming everyone, and Aruna deduces the staff's power is similar to one of Diaz's known weapons, while the others try to find the source and cause of the effect. Aruna keeps the magic staff, surprising and worrying those around her, and the main characters return home to a joyful welcome. Following the battle with Diana, a calm reunion unfolds as Diaz and the others test the staff they found, and the tests show that only Diaz can control this magical artifact. Although the staff is unique, Diaz cannot explain how he controls it. He says summoning fire only requires force, like swinging an axe. People do not take him seriously, so Aruna uses her magic and Diaz produces flames. The staff becomes part of daily life and now acts as a simple lighter that starts fires quickly and easily. A month passed, summer arrived, and the capital buzzed with rumors. Everyone talked about Diana's arrest after she stole the royal seal and planned a rebellion. Prince Richard led the effort that exposed the plot and captured her. Word spread that the rewards meant for the hero who saved the country had been stolen, putting Prince Mice and his allies in an awkward position and drawing Eldon, who was in the Western Territories, into the events. After the plot was exposed, the king arrested Diana and stripped her of all privileges, and though she avoided the death sentence, he ordered her imprisoned in the temple. Prince Richard revealed the scheme, earned the king's trust, gained Diana's supporters and Mice's followers, became head of the most influential faction, and received a title that included an inheritance and permission to take a new surname. Eldon provided extensive information about the Western powers and Diana's actions, which strengthened his position. Eldon, Duke of Kazdex, rose to prominence across the kingdom. The king apologized for the incidents with Diana by granting him a special 3-year tax exemption. Combined with his political skill, he emerged as the sole winner in the situation. The king's 3-year tax exemption gave a political and economic advantage in the Western territories and broke the old tax chain. Richard could not intervene in Kuzdex after publicly backing the duke as a claimant to the throne. Even the king will now find it difficult to revoke the privileged decree. After his political defeat, Richard could not forgive himself for letting Duke Castex win so easily, while the hero Diaz's fame spread quickly across the kingdom as people told how Diaz, stranded without means in a cursed land, rose to success with his holy axe. Legends grew around Diaz, and people said he had defeated an earth dragon on his own, married a beautiful woman, and gathered hundreds under his command to found a village of his own. Rumors about the hero DS, once dismissed as fiction, began to be confirmed, and the king, recognizing DS's merits, granted him the title of Duke, a new surname, and tax exemptions like Eldon's, which led to his legend spreading across the kingdom of Sansarif. News of DS's exploits reached the western lands, where he was staying, and spread widely, influencing many people in all corners of the kingdom. At last all the work is done and peace has settled in. Now it's time to get ready for summer. Tomorrow will bring new worries, but for now there is peace, comfort, and sleep with family around. Once Diaz settled in comfortably, Aruna was able to take care of him. Aruna, determined and a little embarrassed, settled carefully beside Diaz, showing care and attention. Her gaze was focused and she felt ready to take the initiative. Leaning over him, she stopped when her eyes landed on the back of his head. In the yurt's dim silence, she noticed a small bald spot, a detail that clearly surprised her. Aruna placed a hand on Diaz's head to show support and concern, and Diaz, tired but calm, accepted gratefully and suggested they finish today, and Aruna agreed. As Diana and Diaz fought on the battlefield, Francis and Francois went west from the Anic village. Normally the dogs knew what each movement meant, but this time they could only guess why the animal was anxious. A loud roar as if the earth itself were shaking startled Francis and Francois. The animals were frightened and the dogs tried to figure out what was happening. They felt the terrifying sound was aimed at them, and Francis, confused about who could be making it, decided they should go home. The sheep thanked the dogs for escorting them and offered to return to the village, but the mastiffs could not tell who had the strange, powerful voice, and they soon forgot the odd incident after hearing of Diaz's victory. The girl brushed the white horse gently, asking if it had changed its attitude toward the saddle. Nearby, a man watched them, remembering that Aisha's previous rider had been Diana. Aruna named the horse Aisha, picking an ancient name to match her lunar coloring. People said some horses stay loyal only to their former riders, so they chose not to rush the new rider and instead cared for Aisha, while the man advised giving her time to adjust. Noticing Aruna's horn glow green, he knew her perception magic had detected a living creature approaching, and he remembered it only warned of an approach and did not reveal exactly who was coming to the village. The dog grew restless and warned Diaz someone was coming, so Diaz picked up the small animal to calm it and wondered who it might be, and the girl said it was probably a pagan dew, a small, slimy creature with a huge mouth. Diaz remembered that, when he last asked merchant Pagan Dew to bring more people, Pagan had visited the village before, and Diaz now wondered whether he had managed to bring anyone. A cart with escorts appeared on the horizon, and Pagan soon ran out. Pagan quickly reported that he had brought all the orders, and added with admiration that he was probably speaking to Diaz himself, about whom rumors were already circulating. The new merchant said he was Pagan's younger brother and introduced himself as Pagan Ray, explaining he had brought the goods at his older brother's request, and when asked about Pagan Dew, he proudly said their family had been transporting goods by land and sea for generations, so they were prosperous. Pagan Ray said he was now replacing his older brother, who despite his worsening health was still trading, and that something strange had happened after Diaz asked him to bring more people to the estate, while Diaz said something mysterious had happened. Bessajan Ray explained that his older brother avoided any option involving the slave trade because he knew DS disapproved and tried another solution, but the beastmen were unwilling to leave their countries, so they only managed to find the so-called bloodless. Those who lost the beast's power were called bloodless. They looked like ordinary people and had only human strength, and over time the bloodless disappeared from the beastmen, with children in later generations born with so-called weak blood. The current Beastman King openly loved the bloodless, unlike his predecessor who treated them badly. He said most of the bloodless dreamed of escaping the kingdom because they were hounded at every turn. It was also said that Diaz married a half-human and always helped the homeless. The narrator added that if the fugitive's situation became critical, they could stay and live on Diaz's estate. He said thoughtfully that he wanted to personally check everything before bringing new people here to make sure it was worth doing. Though he wanted to accept everyone, he knew he had to be cautious, and he added that he had heard of a neighboring territory where a lord worked hard to save and protect beastmen and demi-human slaves. The man decided it would be better to send the people to Eldon. The woman agreed, and the frog said she understood. There really is a lord nearby who helps the demi-humans and beastmen. The toad spoke loudly and energetically. One of the men thought to himself that their relatives were surprisingly alike. Petchenry suggested building a trading post between their settlement and the Beastman kingdom, saying that teaching the bloodless to trade would create a stronghold useful for relations with that kingdom. Toad apologized for reacting violently, explaining he had just gotten overly excited, and invited everyone to start trading for real now that they were ready to get down to business. The merchant eagerly offered to buy an exquisite mother-of-pearl bowl and an inlaid box, and Diaz, at a loss, tried to explain that they were all too expensive. Aruna slapped the bag of gold and cheerfully said they would take as many goods as it would hold, ordering any items that looked as good to be brought, and DS, a little surprised by her determination, carefully asked if she was sure, since the items, though well-made, were hardly suitable for everyday life. Aruna calmly explained that gold alone would not make them happier, and warned that if they stopped buying from the merchants would simply stop doing business with them. She added that they had enough money and reserves so spending was not an issue, and hoped satisfied merchants would spread the word to benefit the settlement, and Dyer agreed with her reasoning, left all decisions to her, and noted that even unnecessary purchases could be resold. The merchant eagerly offered a necklace of precious stones, assuring them it would be perfect for Dyer's wife and that their budget could buy almost anything. Aruna saw through the merchant's lie and stayed calm. Pointing out that the necklace's gems were fake, she asked to add a real barrel of alcohol to the shopping list instead of the fake jewelry. She laughed and said that with their money they could buy many goods and even stock up on dried and cured fish. The merchant was clearly stunned by her insight. Aruna accepted that the merchant was telling the truth this time and agreed to continue the deal, while the merchant, worried about losing profit, suggested negotiating a different price, and Aruna calmly agreed. Watching the proceedings, the man decided it was right to entrust all the negotiations to Aruna, and meanwhile their dog came to the birdcage and scratched the bars, curious how the birds had ended up there. A dog accidentally opened the geese's cage, and they rushed out screaming. Frightened, the dog tried to flee from the angry birds, barking loudly and drawing the attention of nearby people. A man, startled by the noise, saw the geese running free, and at that moment Grandma Maya arrived, surprised to find the birds outside the cage. Grandma said geese grow fast, live a long time, are tasty to cook, and can serve as guards because they are aggressive, and noticing the geese looked healthy, Grandma Maya explained that their eggs and meat make them birds of blessing. The man wanted to buy those geese. The seller quoted a rough price for 6 geese, and the girl demanded an immediate 20% discount. The man realized the dispute would probably drag on. The merchant confirmed this, said he had more items in storage, and added he had heard they had not yet named an heir. He brought the goods, warned the price was high, and insisted they were worth the money. The merchant showed a strange suit called Let's Get Pregnant, and said that if the girl put it on she would soon be able to have an heir. The girl, confused, said it could not be necessary because the suit only looked like a piece of rope, and the merchant calmly said he had other styles including suits for men, that he was indifferent to this suit, but that it worked very well for aristocrats. After long, heated arguments, the purchases were finally completed. At first there were few items, but negotiations greatly increased their number. Although Aruna managed to get a discount, they bought far more than planned. The young man thought the battle had ended in a draw. At first the hero thought the market dispute was a draw, but the participants' expression said otherwise. Aruna used her trading talent and pigeons sold most of her goods, including expensive handmade jewelry, so the hero concluded that everyone came out ahead in the deal. Aruna quickly saw through Pagan's attempts to overprice goods. If she spotted a catch, she calmly asked for a lower price without blaming the seller. Pagan still made a good profit, but Nay ended up the winner. Hero said they bought 6 geese, food, household supplies, and various handmade paintings, and AR insisted on buying a barrel of alcohol as expected. The workers said they would move the goods to the warehouse, and the main character offered to help. While the heroes carried the boxes, the girl thought about helping, noticed some old clothes and wondered what they were, said the clothes included belly dancing and vaulting costumes and even men's outfits, and added in disgust that the aristocratic men were disgusting. She imagined trying on different costumes, one very revealing and the other more modest but still provocative, and when she realized where her thoughts were heading, she felt confused and tried to push them away. Aruna imagined men trying on provocative outfits, but when she understood what was happening, she was stunned. With the shopping done, Dillies thanked everyone for their help and received heartfelt thanks in return. After confirming all the goods were delivered, he noticed Aruna looked strange and, worried by how red her face was, asked if she was okay, and she, embarrassed, quickly denied it and said she was fine though her agitation was clear. The frog-like creature asked Diaz if he had any other requests. Diaz asked for future supplies for the dog tribe, saying they had gold and silver coins he wanted them to use. The creature agreed to do it. As it left, it said it would bring something better next time, which annoyed Arna, and the girl angrily told it to shut up. After Pagan's group left, Diaz said they had a lot of work ahead and none of the assigned tasks were finished. First, they needed to build a small chicken coop and fetch water from the river for storage. The frog-lake creature told everyone to prepare well. Then the villagers ran toward Diaz, joyfully calling his name. Diaz approached and the puppies greeted him happily, saying they had done their best. He thanked them for helping Grandmamma. Seeing how dirty they were, he asked what they had been doing. Grandmama explained they had been working hard doing the geese work. The old women thanked Diaz for buying the good geese and said they would have a supply of feathers for the winter, added that the chicken coop you wanted to build could be used too, so there would be no problem, noted that the puppies helped with the most necessary tasks, said the coop was too small and simple so they used me as a little hut, and Diaz realized he had really been helped and thanked them. Diaz thanked the puppies for their hard work, suggested giving awards to all the villagers for the recent events, not just those who fought but also those who guarded the village, said he would honor everyone, asked them to gather in the square after bathing and tidying up, noted he had never held an award ceremony after a fight with Diana before, and the puppies happily agreed. In the square, once everyone had gathered, he announced that the dog people had greatly helped in the battle with Diana, and explained that those who fought would receive 2 coins, while those who had not would receive 1. When the gold was distributed, the villagers and dogs thanked Diaz for his help. One of the dogs cheerfully said he would look after the coin he had received. Diaz, pleased with the outcome, said the distribution was complete. Then one of the dogs approached, apologized for disturbing him, and asked permission to make a hole in the gold coin he had been given. Diaz was surprised by the request and asked again about the hole. One of the dogs asked to make a hole in a gold coin, and the others readily agreed. Diaz was surprised and asked why that was necessary. Enthusiastically, the dog said he wanted to always carry the award Diaz gave him, hanging the coin on a string around his neck. Diaz said he had given the coin to buy necessities, not to be kept as a decoration, and he was slightly surprised by the genuine gesture. When Diaz tried to explain to the dogs that the gold coins were for shopping, they protested, tearfully saying they did not want to part with their rewards, screaming that they hated the idea, and some kept insisting they would never give up their coins. Diaz didn't know what to do. He remembered giving the dog people gold and silver coins for their daily work and wondered why they hadn't spent them. Later, he saw the dogs using the coins to decorate the inside of their yurts. Diaz thought about his past and recalled how happy he'd been to spend the rewards he'd earned in the army when he was a different person. Diaz realized the gold coins had become more than currency to the dogs, more like keepsakes than a means of exchange, and he worried it would be a problem if they stopped using the currency since he had already requested essential supplies for their tribe. So he asked one of the dogs whether gold and silver mattered that much to her. Sheepishly, the dog said he valued the coins not for their material worth, but because Diaz himself had given them to him, and added that she simply liked pretty, shiny things while having no particular emotional attachment to the coins. Diaz asked the dog if he would accept gold as money if, rather than a gold coin, he received a specially made keepsake award, and the dog replied he would prefer the keepsake to a coin. Diaz began to think a keepsake might be better than a gold coin if he could find one that hundreds of people valued, and he admitted he was only testing the idea as he considered what kind of keepsake could truly replace gold. One girl suggested Diaz make keepsake necklaces from the tusks, fangs, or bones of creatures he caught, asked whether the dog tribes would agree to wear such keepsakes, and the dogs gladly agreed, calling the idea amazing. The girl suggested ending the meeting, said Diaz would personally deliver each of their necklaces when they were ready, asked Diaz to handle it, and he smiled. Aruna thanked him for the offer and asked for a keepsake necklace. Diaz said he could certainly make one. Smiling, she agreed and added that they should keep paying the dogs for what they earned. They asked whether Senhai, Ihan, and Amur had been in the assembly hall all this time, and Character said 2 of them had studied with him. The girls happily announced they also wanted commemorative necklaces, and Diaz reminded them of the creature Aruna had called the dreaded Black Agi, asking whether they knew more than hearsay, and whether they understood the necklace would be made from the bones of an animal they themselves eat. Seeing this, the girls looked embarrassed, exchanged confused glances, dropped the idea, and said they probably did not want necklaces after all. Diaz thought making an award from that material was not a good idea. Aruna said the dog nation does not care about valuables, but values items that carry feelings, and Diaz added you can use gemstone fragments and handcraft the gift to make it special. DS asked whether he could make a good decoration from the materials offered. Aruna reassured him that if he couldn't, she would teach him, since small details were her specialty. DS thanked her and agreed to try. Diaz admitted he had long wondered whether he was too easy to read, and he was surprised that Aruna had answered his thoughts without him saying anything aloud, thinking she might have used some skill in her negotiations with Pagan, while the girls laughed and Aruna only smiled. Diaz thought about how he could now understand what others were thinking as he calmly carved something by hand. He realized he had done better than expected. Aruna approached, surprised he had already finished the work, and asked to speak with him and learn the final result. Runa said the result was excellent and expressed confidence that the dog tribe would be delighted. Diaz wondered how many days it would take him to make the same amulets for everyone, since it took him 3 days to make one. Aruna said that if Diaz keeps working at the same pace, he will finish the task quickly without noticing, and she emphasized there is no need to rush and advised handling every detail with care. After that, Arna reminded him she wanted to talk about something and asked Diaz to teach her how to do komaboda. Aruna asked Diaz to teach her how to make a kamaboda, saying it was a stove with a stone hearth, and Diaz was surprised but realized the idea was useful because there were not enough people or tools, and Amur had already raised the issue. After building the kamabadu, she suggested adding a roof to cover the whole kitchen, said a stone oven would speed up cooking, and asked the others what they thought, and Diaz said he was fine with it but worried about where to get the roof materials. They agreed that when Grant arrived, they would write him a letter asking about supplies, and Arne offered to use the stable roof if they could buy it from the Camelots. Diaz asked if everything was all right and was told Candace would be returning home soon. Arna said she had intended to pass the message on through her. Diaz was told Candace had come to the village to see how the dog tribe was settling into their new home and convinced was now returning. Klaus will need to do most of the work himself, she noted. They also discussed that a large yurt would need to be built for Klaus before Cannies returned, that other preparations should be completed, and that Diaz should be reminded to keep working hard. Aruna said there was nothing new, but mentioned Klaus and Cannies, noting they had had feelings for each other for a long time, which surprised one listener who asked how long it had been, and Aruna explained that Cannies was returning home to tell her father about her relationship with Klaus. Surprised, the heroine asked how long her companion had missed the obvious, pointed out that Klaus and Canes had always been affectionate and flirted during meals, and the companion replied in surprise, asking about the meals again. The hero ignored the connection between Klaus and Cannies, noticing only the delicious food. The speaker said it seemed they were preparing for a wedding. She added that Cannies apparently planned to stay here with Klaus and nodded to reassure him. The heroine said that if Klaus and Cannies' relationship keeps developing, they will soon be blessed with children, and the hero must hear their whole story from one of them. Surprised but genuinely happy, the hero nodded, acknowledging their relationship. Aruna cheerfully said she had taken the first necklace he had finished. He said he did not mind since Yuna should be the first to receive the gift. Aruna admitted with a smile that she had not expected to like the gift so much. The hero panicked, thinking he now had to give her another wedding present. Confused, he did not know what to do next. While making jewelry for the estate's inhabitants, the hero noticed his beads had improved significantly. He remembered Aruna saying that crafting a single bead would teach him the faster techniques. The girls peered into the yurt, watching him work. The little girls asked for beads too, and although the hero at first wanted to refuse, he gave in and promised to make them jewelry, so the girls ran away happily, leaving the door open, and the man reminded them to close it next time. Just then another character ran into the room, shouting Diaz's name. A young man ran into the house and said he urgently needed a minute to discuss something important. The man calmly asked him to calm down and explain what had happened. Outside, a girl with a basket watched in surprise, not understanding what was happening. The dog beside her looked puzzled, and she admitted to him that she did not know what was going on. Klaus said Cannies had told him not to worry about the gift, but he still thought it would be better to give her something, so he asked Diaz what would be the most appropriate gift, and Diaz said Klaus was really asking what engagement gift to give Cannies' parents, and Klaus recalled Diaz had once given a wedding gift to Aruna's parents and asked for advice. Diaz admitted he had little choice in the matter. He suggested Klaus give Cannies' parents the earth dragon parts. Klaus was shocked and thought about how the girl's parents had reacted to such an unusual gift. Diaz calmly said the parents were delighted and that it was considered the equivalent of 30 black buffalo. Hearing this, Klaus thought he could manage as well. He advised her not to rush into choosing a gift for the girl's parents, saying they might like the black buffalo, but it was better to be sure, and Diaz pointed out that Klaus had some gold coins and suggested using them to buy a more suitable gift, while Klaus admitted that even though he deserved the money, it still didn't feel like his, and he wanted to give something he had earned himself. After their talk, Klaus said he finally knew what to give Kunis's parents. He planned to give a hunting trophy and asked Diaz what he thought. Diaz considered it and said he wasn't sure his parents would be happy with black buffalo meat as a gift and noted that hunting earth dragons is dangerous. Diaz explained that if Klaus hunted black buffalo, he could trade their carcasses to the village for wool from an animal called Memo. He added that good wool had many uses and would make a fine gift. Klaus then grew happy and said he understood exactly what he needed to do. Diaz said the Camelots would have plenty of good memory wool and the future newlyweds would be happy to receive it, and Klaus was pleased. Thinking that although this would be an indirect result of his efforts, it would still be a worthy fruit of his labor, since wool was a special local material. So Klaus asked Diaz to tell him about some hunting tricks while Diaz was still there. And Diaz admitted he did not think his methods would be of much help, but Klaus remained determined. Determined to learn to fight while hunting, he thanked Diaz for his help. 5 days later, Diaz worked steadily, relieved and used to the routine, so things went quickly and he expected to finish in 2 or 3 days when the girls came in and one told him Canis had returned. Apologizing for interrupting the lesson, the girl said she had important news. Canis returned and told Diaz that her parents had given their consent, so she would live with them from that day on. Promising to do her best as a member of the Clausen family, she asked him to take care of her. Diaz said they still had a lot of work to do, but hoped Canis would do her best with Klaus. Canis happily confirmed she would. At that moment, her friend reminded her she wanted to say something, and Canis responded animatedly as she remembered it. The girl said her father was working as a feudal lord, and that Elon, Sama, and Camelot had gone to the royal capital, so they would be away for a while. She added that the raw materials and craftsmen needed to build the houses would arrive on another day, and because her father was busy, he could not help with the construction, so only her mother would be able to attend the wedding. Diaz heard this and realized there was still time before the wedding, because Klaus and Kenny first had to catch a black buffalo and travel to Kazdek for several days, and he said he did not know exactly how long their trip would take, but asked for understanding. Diaz suddenly realized he had forgotten something important and told everyone to wait. The girl then remembered one more thing and said she would go there right away. Diaz, surprised, asked again to make sure she really meant it, and she confirmed confidently, while another girl asked anxiously whether Clausen was busy, suggesting this was a bad time for the trip. Klaus hunted black buffalo day after day, but after 5 days he had only caught 2 and things were going poorly. Refusing help, he said he wanted to hunt alone and use megaby powder to attract the animals, and even when offered dogs he held firm, saying he wanted to receive the gift with his own hands. All attempts to dissuade him failed, because he showed remarkable stubbornness. Klaus refused both the Madabi powder and the dog tribe's help, choosing to hunt alone. Roaming the vast plains, he fought black buffalo and depended only on his own strength. Candace admitted she was happy Klaus had decided to give her parents a gift, but remained uneasy about exactly what he was doing, while the man beside her wondered what else could be done, and pointed out that Klaus had earned his success alone when he could have used the help offered, and when he noticed Candace acting oddly, he asked her what she was doing. Canis admitted she was flattered by Klaus's actions, but deeply worried they were reckless and dangerous, and decided that if he did not understand the grief she felt, she would have to teach him a lesson herself with a special technique for stubborn men to make him see his mistakes. Nearby, the girl remembered her mother saying these methods really worked and that she had used them in her time. Aruna looked worried, but when she saw the anxious man, she quickly said nothing serious had happened. Inwardly, she thought that if it did, she would use the technique she had learned to fulfill her duty as a wife. Determined to act, she would step in if the situation required it. The man admitted he was worried about the technique Aruna mentioned and asked her not to use it, adding that if she ever slapped him, he would assume there was a reason. Aruna calmly said she would not use the technique without good reason, and they exchanged slight smiles in mutual understanding. Aruna asked Diaz if he had prepared a gift for Klaus and Canis. Noting that the girls were preparing a big holiday feast, she suggested they could prepare something too. Diaz said he did not yet know exactly what he could give them. Aruna said it was fine because she had already prepared something before the ceremony. Diaz knew that if he didn't prepare a very good gift, it would look terrible. After talking with Canis, Klaus changed and began accepting help from others. Canis joined the dog tribe and started using matabi powder, which helped him hunt much better. They made fast progress, catching enough black buffalo in just 3 days. Things improved after that, and they decided to go to Canis's parents. When an observer saw them set off, Diaz made a note of it. Worried he had not yet prepared a suitable gift, the character frantically searched for something and even stopped thinking about finishing his beads, and when he realized time was short, he remembered that after the hunt for Black Buffalo he should have learned a lesson. Realizing that if he didn't make it in 3 days Aruna and the others would still greet them with a lavish banquet, he had no time to consult Aruna and instead turned to Moro, the leader of the Oni, for advice, and Moro admitted she was genuinely surprised and understood why he had come to her. Admitting he had no choice, the character turned to Moro because he remembered her many useful tips, and she had shown him how to use spoils of war and had given advice on farming, pawn trading, and fighting Diana. Moro said he had continued to exceed her expectations and agreed to advise him if she could. Mora told the hero to prepare high-quality wool bed linen as a wedding gift, explaining it would always be useful, especially for the newlyweds now living together. He thought about the link between bedlin and the newlyweds' nightlife, which made him feel slightly embarrassed, and though surprised at first, he quickly understood her idea and agreed it would be an excellent gift. Moro admitted she was a little surprised by the hero's reserved behavior toward Aruna and suggested bed linen would make a good gift. The hero thanked her and said he dreams of the day Aruna holds a child in her arms. Moro said she had special embroidered bed linen meant to bless a couple at the birth of a child and offered it to him. He accepted the gift, saying the pillow's beautiful patterns looked very stylish. The hero asked what this was and was told these were medicinal herbs that help people conceive. A few days later, craftsmen arrived from the royal capital with materials and spent 3 days building the stove and the kitchen. With extra workers, they also built a toilet and a goose house, and soon all the buildings were finished. Work finished, and the hero said it had gone wonderfully. As a thank you, each worker received 10 gold coins. Worried because he did not know the market prices, he paid the craftsmen anyway. The next day, the builders returned to the capital. At last, Klaus and his team returned home with a van full of goods, and children and adults greeted them with warm, relieved smiles. They stopped to rest and warm up, and one of the older men thanked his young companion for the tea and the help along the way, saying she had not only accompanied him, but also shown concern, and the girl explained their foster parents had taught them from childhood to help others and not leave the elderly without support. She admitted she wants to meet her father as soon as possible and allegedly hinted that he is Daya's. Trying on the outfit, Diaz asked Irina with slight excitement whether it looked strange. Irina smiled and said it suited him very well. She then asked him to bend over slightly to adjust the clothes and praised him when she was pleased. Soon everyone was ready, and the long-awaited ceremony began. At Klaus and Kynes' wedding they stood side by side, Klaus a little tense and Kynes, arms crossed and smiling with a slight blush, calm and content. The man said he had been named head of the ceremony. Although the wedding mostly followed the kingdom's traditions, Klaus asked to include the dog people's customs. Cannies supported the idea and wanted to add elements from their village ceremony. The ceremony leader said people cannot live alone, so they came up with the idea of family and learned to love someone besides themselves. He remembered that from childhood they had been taught the right way to live to avoid mistakes, and even now every word of the sacred scriptures stayed with him. The priest said the blessing of St. Dio was an important part of the wedding ceremony and congratulated Klaus and Cannies as they began their journey together to start a family. Diaz remembered giving speeches at many points in his life, reading over the dead on the battlefield, talking about the value of life at birth, and blessing newlyweds at weddings, and he noticed that Klaus seemed to recall those lessons because Klaus asked him to bless their ceremony, so Diaz felt the teachings of St. Dia were not hard to understand. The priest reminded everyone of simple truths. Love your neighbors, respect yourself, and enjoy life. Do not harm others or steal or take someone else's land, and do not humiliate or persecute people for their origins or traditions, adding that although many forget these obvious things, they remain just as important. The priest told the gathered people about St. Dia, who learned the origin of the world in the Holy Land, always supported the first king and helped him achieve greatness, founded the nation and settled the land, built a temple and left many teachings praising God, and though he had no companion or heir, he left the world after giving his instructions to the people, and then the priest addressed the assembled people to begin the ceremony. He congratulated everyone on their new beginnings and reminded them they were obliged to have a feast, sing, dance, and rejoice. Everyone present raised their hands, hugged, and had fun as dishes began to appear on the tables to celebrate the event. The organizers announced the food was ready and invited everyone to enjoy the treats, and those present, including the animals and villagers, happily accepted and joined the celebration that had begun. The guests sat at long tables piled with dishes. One of the men did not know where to start the meal, and after tasting the bread, he found it full of nuts and saw Senya and Ihan happily eating and keeping up with the others. The man praised the nut bread, calling it quite good. The girls smiled at him, Seeing them jump up and down with joy, he sternly told them to mind their manners. They calmed down a little and obeyed. At a large table piled with food, a man stood with the girls and everyone smiled, excited for the feast. The girls exchanged happy looks and laughed, and someone silently decided it was time to begin and greeted Murph, Cedria, and the chief. Dog people cheerfully lifted the newlywed man and tossed him into the air while they counted aloud together, and onlookers explained this was a special celebratory ritual where the man was carried around the village as a sign of congratulations, that it was how the village learned he was married, and that the ritual was believed to help protect the marriage from infidelity and other troubles. At a Don't People wedding, free dogs tossed the groom into the air and hugged him as part of a ritual meant to rid him of jealousy and show who was still single. The groom laughed and asked the puppies to stop when they kept hugging him, looking happy as the others watched with warm smiles. The man thanked everyone for joining the celebration and promised that together with Cannies, they would build a happy, loving family in the village. The girl then vowed that together with Klaus they would find happiness and promised to do everything to make it happen. Villagers clapped joyfully to show their support for the newlyweds, the animals joined the celebration, and the bride and groom exchanged confident glances full of determination and happiness. The village came alive with a merry celebration. Older women clapped along to the music, girls sang together, and children and beastmen danced together, enjoying the fun. Aruna approached Diaz and invited him to come with her, saying she would not ask much of him, and Diaz was a little confused and admitted he was a poor dancer, but she reassured him that her tribe had no special dance traditions, that she had recently learned them from others, and that she was sure they could manage together. Diaz and Aruna danced slowly, Aruna leaning into him with her head on his chest, while he gently held her hand and waist. Surprised, he looked around and saw other couples moving to the music. She leaned into him, closed her eyes, and smiled calmly as if she trusted him completely. After a short time, the celebration wound down. The dancing and feasting ended and left the quiet, special feeling of such gatherings, and Diaz realized it was late, so he joined the others to pack his things and end the eventful day. Diaz got everyone's attention and said he wanted to hand out necklaces to reward them for their help in the battle, asked them to come forward calmly, and assured them there were enough for everyone. Klaus and the others suggested handing out the gifts at the ceremony, and Diaz said he had meant to do it right after the battles, but everyone had been so busy he hadn't had the time. The creatures happily examined the necklaces Diaz had given them, and proudly told each other they had received them from him. The old woman held the jewelry and looked moved. The girls with ears also looked over their gifts with smiles, and the small animal with glasses was surprised to find a necklace for him and accepted it gratefully. Diaz gave her a necklace to remind her she belonged here, and she was surprised to find the gift was meant for her too, while Seinig and Ihan happily brought another present and congratulated her. Amherst sent a letter wishing her happiness. Francis and Francois offered a valuable piece of Mimu's horn, and the dog people gathered beautiful stones from the meadows as gifts. A hero thanked them for the gift and was surprised to receive halite, a rare mineral. Another wondered whether halite could be found in these parts. While the heroes examined their gifts, Diaz remembered he wanted to give one too, and carrying a large stack of bed linen, asked them to accept his gift. To everyone's surprise, Diaz gave poor quality linen. One of the heroes accepted it gratefully and said he did not know how to thank him. The older woman praised Diaz for his choice, and another explained that the linen's embroidery held prayers for a safe birth and a blessing for the child, and Diaz took the bed linen and said he would bring it to the yurt. The elders suggested leaving the remaining matters to the young people and asked everyone to depart carefully. After the long discussion about bed linen, one man decided he did not want to rush to finish everything before sunset. The ceremony ended far sooner than the participants expected. The man in charge noted how quickly it finished and reluctantly agreed to help with the remaining work when asked. Near the cave in the forest, a group of beast-like creatures told their commander Hugo they had found traces from the village, and a subordinate suggested they follow the cart if it was heading there or plunder it otherwise. While Hugo said the village appeared to be in the Netros meadows, the cart was heading that way, and the village was full of wealthy people who had bought tons of goods from the beastmen. Standing in the center of the cave with his followers around him, Huggis declared that the strong have the right to rise above the weak. His people shouted their support and admired their leader, and one follower, full of faith in Huggis, was certain their leader would punish anyone who dared stand in their way. The cart rolled down the road while the boy worried they had chosen the wrong path. One insisted the direction was correct, and the beast grew wary when it saw them, ready to defend itself if they were bandits. When summer came, replacing spring, the hero's life changed. Daily worries had become routine. He helped on the farm and worked alongside the other villagers. The hero thought about Francois expecting a child soon and how she now spent nearly all her time in the yurt, noting she wasn't bad, she just preferred to rest. Arune said this was not typical of Mimu, but Francis saw it differently. Every day Francis went to the meadow to gather soft grass for Francu and carefully brought it back. Admitting to himself that he also wanted to be near Francois, the hero finished his training and chores and tried to spend his evenings with her when someone called him, interrupting his thoughts. Villagers said they had guests who brought many Memu sheep, and one villager quickly explained these were not bandits, but peaceful visitors accompanied by about 6 Memu, while Francu said she wanted to meet the guests in person and invited Diaz to go with her. France reminded him that since the guests had brought 6 Memu with them, the Lord himself should meet them personally, and she added that anyone who treated a Memu well deserved respect, which the other man agreed with. As Diaz and France approached, the woman asked him whether he knew Ace and Eli, pointing to the approaching people. Diaz was very surprised to see them. Diaz saw the young men approaching, and they joyfully called him father and brother. He was stunned and could hardly believe his eyes. He was glad to see they had grown up and told them so. Diaz asked where the others were. A young man said they were all fine, some had started their own businesses, and the rest had married. Ellie saw Diaz, screamed, called him father, and ran to him. Diaz was happy that Erica had joined him, and Erica told Ellie it was her. Someone there asked Erica, worried about whether he was okay. Eric said he was fine and thanked him for his concern. Diaz thought the children were very kind and found Eric's appearance a little alarming. Uncle Ben's sudden appearance surprised DS. On seeing him, DS said he thought Ben had died long ago, and Uncle Ben was outraged that, despite growing up, DS still had sawdust in his head. Aruna was surprised to see that Diaz had children and admitted he had not known about it. He asked how long ago it happened. Then she announced she was his wife, which stunned everyone nearby. Someone pointed out she looked younger than him and that their marriage was illegal under royal law. She said she didn't care about their royal laws. Apologizing for her rudeness, the girl said she had not meant to be impolite. The other girl admitted she had gotten carried away and apologized. The man began to tell Aruna about the children, but was interrupted by a sudden burst of strange energy. One character grew wary and loudly asked who was there. Huggis led his squad forward, but they were spotted. He said he was tired of killing, called the enemy greedy, and ordered them to surrender. When Hugo tried to talk to his opponents, he found they had disappeared. The companions said they had used concealment magic and urged the group to leave immediately. One of the women said Hugo C. was a former knight who betrayed the kingdom and was abandoned after his own comrades nearly killed him. A girl said she had an idea. His subordinates said they had found no opponents and suggested they retreat. Hugo, irritated, snorted that it was hard to be a coward and told the people to choose between life and money. Diaz stepped forward, introduced himself as the lord of these lands, and challenged Hugo to a duel. Diaz gave his name and laid out the duel terms. If he lost, he would serve Hugo, and if he won, he would demand the surrender of the entire gang. Hugo was surprised to see who stood before him and considered the offer while his subordinates warned him it was a trap. Diaz goaded Hugis, urging him to drop his sword and fight him fairly so it would not look like Hugis was afraid, and Hugis scornfully agreed that he did not care about the sword and would prove who was boss. Diaz goaded Hugo, telling him to drop his sword and fight fairly or he would seem afraid, and Hugo scornfully agreed, saying he didn't care about the sword and would show who was boss. Hugis attacked Diaz with fury, throwing punch after punch and shouting for him to take it, and Diaz stood his ground through the barrage, breathing steadily and focusing, until Diaz deftly dodged and landed a powerful counter that caught Hugis off guard and left him stunned and asking what had happened. In the battle, breathless Hugis wondered why a hero as strong as Diaz lived in the distant province and acted like a simple lord. Diaz calmly told Hugis he was mistaken and said even the strongest cannot live alone. He added that true strength is the will to protect friends and family, and that support from loved ones keeps people going. As Hugis tried to absorb this, Diaz readied the decisive blow. Gathering his last strength, Diaz launched a series of powerful strikes at his opponent while telling himself he had to keep pushing, as if proving both his strength and his resolve by pouring all his fury and grit into every blow. Clenching his fist, the hero told himself to keep going and give it his all, punching his opponent, as if proving that only persistence and perseverance could win. Seeing the hero show his strength, the opponents froze, with one admitting he was very strong and the others retreating, realizing they were powerless. Meanwhile, his family rejoiced. One woman said she had goosebumps at how he protected them, and another noted this was exactly what she expected from her husband. After discussing it, the women agreed not to fight for Diaz's sake. One of them asked where their mother was and said she wanted to meet her, and she was told there was no mother because they were all orphans. Then a girl said that at the shelter, to show love, children were taught to call their adoptive parents daddy, and when asked about possible danger, they assured they would not let Daddy disappear without a trace, but the other person warned the situation could still be risky. One girl said Diaz wouldn't have lost if the contest had been about strength. Diaz, an orphan, worked hard and lived a full life, earning the admiration of everyone around him, and a man said everyone always loved him, while a woman explained that soon all the orphans came under his protection. Character said Diaz gathered all the orphans and formed an orphan guild where they helped each other, teaching them to read, write, and do honest work. The girls said that thanks to Diaz's efforts the orphans became calmer, the townspeople treated them better, they were trusted with better work, and they were able to become decent people. The character said they first saw Diaz as a leader, then as an older brother, and finally as a father, and that he made them into a special family. Diaz spoke about a man she called Uncle Ben, saying he taught her many things when she was young, that he was a priest at the temple and her brother's father, and that one day he disappeared, with her parents telling her he had died while she said he was still alive. The girls, interested, asked what Diaz's parents were like and if they looked like him. One of the speakers said Diaz's parents were calm, kind people, nothing like him, and that they lived in the temple performing various duties. Uncle Ben stepped in, heard this, told him not to say nonsense to the children, and clarified that Diaz's parents were the head priests. The listeners were surprised to learn that Diaz's parents were the temple's chief priests, and one of them asked for more details, which Diaz agreed to provide. When asked about the temple, he said that long ago Saint Dia refused to obey the king and made it his own temple to teach the people. The first king recognized his merits, and the saint gave his knowledge and sacred objects to the people so they could restore the country and bring order to the land. He reported that after Saint D died, temples were built where priests taught the commandments of the God of the earth, but the teachings remained mysterious and never described God's appearance. He explains that in the kingdom's capital and in the four directions north, south, west, and east massive temples were built, their size making their importance unquestioned, and that Diaz's parents were chief priests of the Western Temple, showing their high status, but the hero admits that today the priests have greatly lost influence and social standing as they have fallen in rank. Others react with surprise, one saying the great temple has become a place where random people, the rabble, gather, and another confirming this, while it is also noted that internal discord in the temples began before the narrator was born, suggesting a long-standing crisis in the religious institutions. They remembered the priests were divided between the ancient and the new teachings, and the hero's parents and uncles backed the ancient, but the new teaching proved stronger, and after the campaign to the Holy Lands, their parents disappeared and the old teaching was completely destroyed. The man said he was shocked to learn the main character spent his days eating human flesh, and he recalled beginning to search for information about the first family and finding the only son of the chief priests. At first he planned to scold the hero, but seeing him living peacefully, starting a family, and even finding a wife made him reconsider and admit everything was going well for the hero. The man said that if everything was truly as he had been told, their ancestors' souls could rest in peace, then added that he hoped the girl could care for her husband, who he expected would bring her many problems, and asked her not to be so formal and to simply call him uncle, and the girl replied that it was a great honor to be his wife. A woman declared loudly that it had been decided 20 years ago that he would marry Ellie. She sounded indignant as she reminded him of his old promise to give her a ring when she grew up. Diaz looked surprised and tried to follow the conversation, and the girl beside him irritably introduced herself as Ellie. Ellie shouted angrily, accusing the man she was talking to of betrayal, while another awkwardly said he had once promised to buy her a ring if he had the money. One man doubted Ellie's words, and the other confirmed the first had acted oddly from the start. In the end, the girl realized the man had the heart and soul of a woman. The girl told her father happily that the new girls were now their sisters, and that his wife was very nice. The new girls looked confused and asked again whether they were really older sisters, and at the same time someone shouted to make sure they were not ignored. Meanwhile, the village was busy. Soldiers worked diligently under the village elders' orders and submitted a report on the new residents and buildings. About a month after the battle with Diana, the royal capital began discussing social changes, and an official reviewing the documents noted new movements since order was restored, reported that His Highness Misa was focused on raising funds rather than rebuilding his faction, and added that other factions showed no major changes yet, but some troubling activity required vigilance. In the royal capital, they discussed Diana's fate, and one attendee said she showed no remorse and must be moved to the temple, adding that he felt he had no choice and had supported His Highness Richard because of Richard's reputation and his ties to Diaz despite initial doubts. It was now clear that Richard was more tolerant and better behaved than expected. The interlocutor added he trusted the other gentleman to deal with mice. In the royal capital, an advisor reported that the intelligence unit suspected His Highness Misa might be linked to the empire, and although they had no proof, yet they considered it likely, with the advisor noting it had not been added to the official report, so the leader ordered a proper investigation, stressing that no one should be hurt or suffer losses, and the subordinate agreed and confirmed they would follow the instructions. 5 days after arriving in the village of Alak, Isa and the others wore royal dresses that a local girl admired, saying the outfit suited them well. The women agreed but added that, despite their splendor, the dresses were impractical for work, hard to move in and awkward for everyday tasks. People in Eluk village enjoyed life in their own way. Aruna and Eric got along well. A broad-shouldered woman noticed the dresses did not suit her and admitted she envied the others because they looked more attractive in them. A woman shouted that she would never accept the girl as her father's bride, saying she was too young, accusing her of immaturity and insisting on a stronger reaction. The girl replied calmly that she knew she was inexperienced but loved Diaz deeply and was ready to spend her life proving it. The woman, seeing her calm, wondered if her words had offended her. The girl said that, as a woman, she fully understood her interlocutor's feelings and did not blame her for what had happened. United by love and care for Diaz, they should support one another. Her interlocutor, moved by those words, could not understand why she was shown such kindness. From then on they grew closer and began to help each other with daily tasks, discussing problems as they arose. Irai told his brother they had decided to return to the city because they believed it was doing well and gave him gifts. The brother accepted their decision and said it made sense because everyone has their own home and job, so returning to the city was natural. Any parent, he added, would let a child go once they saw him standing confidently on his own feet. Uri admitted they would have liked to stay longer, but circumstances forced them to leave. Diaz said Uri had grown into a good adult, and added that if he had abandoned his duties and asked to stay here, he would have lost his temper and beat him half to death, while Uri admitted he did not want to be treated that way at his age, and his brother warned him to be ready, saying that no matter how many years passed he would remain their parent, scold them if anything happened, and always care for them like a father. Diaz decided not to return Eric's feelings, knowing accepting them would end his role as Eric's parent, and that Eric and the other children needed him, so he had to stay where he was and would not do anything to break that bond. Eric cried out for his father and ran to him in tears, and his father hugged him tightly, remembering that in their village they always said good souls like Eric find good people and live happily ever after, so he was sure Eric would eventually find a good partner and would offer advice if needed. 2 girls happily asked to be petted too. Hearing the noise, the girl came over and asked what had happened because she had heard a strange cry, and the man, holding the children, told them not to push and to wait patiently for their turn. An elderly man who had been watching asked if they were saying goodbye to Diaz and reminded them they would return to the city the day after tomorrow. Anxious, the girls asked whether everyone was leaving, and a man tried to calm them by saying he and Maya were staying so they should not be sad, while an older man encouraged them, reminding them they would definitely meet again one day and asking them not to cry. He explained he had decided to stay in the village to spend the rest of his life looking after the sheep, saying he would keep a close eye on the man so the man would not make a fool of himself, since he had no intention of returning to the temple and considered his earlier journey wasted, and one of those present asked in surprise whether Uncle Ben really did not intend to return to the temple. One woman said she would stay in the village too, explaining she had given away everything from her store so there was no point returning home since nothing was left, that too few people in the village knew how to negotiate, so she could not leave them without help and would take on that responsibility going forward, and that she liked the image she had put on because her abilities were real, not for show. The narrator pictured the village growing more vibrant with new residents, noting that 6 sheep-like creatures had arrived and wondering why exactly they had come. Months earlier, they had lived peacefully in their territory until people from the kingdom captured them and held them in terrible conditions. When the Mias heard they would be executed, they decided to escape. The traveler helped them reach a new place, but then a problem arose. There was no reason to refuse the Mias permission to emigrate. Who would become their chief remained unresolved, and one character admitted he did not know about the tradition that Francis was supposed to become chief. Heroes saw that among the arriving Mia there was a male leader, and they had to choose which of the 2 candidates would become the new chief of the Mia village, so they realized the Mia had strict rules and would not yield easily. And although one hero suggested 2 leaders for 2 herds, he accepted that everything had to be decided by their traditions. People gathered to watch the start of the Tumia trial that would pick the next leader. One observer admitted he understood the selection method, but was still worried about how the leader would be decided. One observer thought the scene was an unusual but powerful song, as the Mia facing each other made loud, bold calls that sounded strong and like they were leading, and he felt the animals were using the singing to express ideas about the herd's future, each proclaiming a vision and stating intentions, which he took to be how the Mia chose their leader. The observer watched the Maya keep singing and understood they were trying to tell the whole herd something, showing how seriously they cared about the community's future, and he believed the leader would be chosen not for the song's beauty, but for the effort, thought, and aspiration each Mia put into his singing, so the herd could sense which of the two candidates was best suited to lead. Watching the scene, the observer thought about how the leader would be chosen, who would win the majority of support, whom the herd would accept as leader and begin to obey. He was surprised that Francois, the wife of one of the candidates, did not rush to support her husband Francis first. It seemed natural to him to expect that. He realized Francois knew being a good husband and a good leader are completely different. So he thought she should choose a capable leader who can secure the children's future and support her husband in the hard life of the herd. While the herd sang, people watched and thought about how serious it was, and one observer said the leader chosen would shape the whole herd's future. The flock kept singing, but their voices grew quieter with fatigue, and the sound faded. As the sun set, the observers realized the sheep had been fighting for a very long time. Francois and the others still had not been able to decide who would be the leader, and some of the sheep were so tired they stopped singing. Beside the big-horned ram, one stepped forward, then another, then a third, and observers saw Francois finally begin to act and join the movement. Francis started a chorus. The onlookers realized the situation was unlikely to change. They thought Francis would feel uncomfortable if his wife suddenly sided with him. Francois probably thought the same, so she decided to wait for the final outcome. Everyone watched. It was clear the ram had not given up. Even when his voice was drowned out, he kept competing, pushing with all his strength. His tenacity was remarkable, and he refused to retreat despite loneliness and fatigue. One choir member stopped singing and turned toward Francis, and everyone noticed. Francis realized they were singing for him. The girls watching smiled, knowing it meant he had won, and he was shocked but pleased by the turn of events. The crowd cheered and named Francis their leader. Everyone was delighted by his victory. They said they had never seen anything like it, and praised the sheep's intelligence and obedience. The girl noticed Francis had succeeded, and he stepped aside to watch the results of his work with a slight smile. After the bustle, as the sheep crowded together, the heroes noticed one had disappeared, and the girl with the horn wondered where the fat ram Maya had gone. At that moment, the sheep broke away from the flock. Diaz, watching the sheep, found the scene impressive and refreshing because, despite the struggle, the sheep recognized their opponent and joined the song with dignity. Francis noted that the ram never gave up, fought to the end, and showed no malice toward his comrades. At the same time, he said he really liked the way the meat was placed, and despite the loss he showed no anger at the comrades, who did not choose him and was probably just inexperienced, while Francis realized he had not named all his sheep and suggested Azim or Tanmazu for one ram. Diaz suggested a new name for the ram, Zerbalto, because he liked how it sounded. The ram's reaction showed he agreed. Diaz smiled and declared the ram would be called Zerbalto from that day on, saying the cool name would make him look even better. The girls watching liked Diaz's choice, and one said she liked her father for actions like that. The flock called out happily as the man returned after being away for a while, and his daughter asked where he had been, so he calmly said he had gone to the toilet, and Aruna, concerned, asked whether he had washed his hands properly afterward, which brought a small smile to her father's face. To celebrate Francis' recent victory, everyone gathered afterward in an open area beside a large tent. Amid laughter, the man named the rest of the sheep and was surprised to learn they were all female and Zerbalto's wives, and the girls said that, since they were girls, they should have beautiful names, so they named themselves Zermilla, Zermia, Zerfana, Zergu, and Zeradia. At first the wives feared Francis's selection, as leader could harm their marriages. Later they decided he might have more merit than Zerbalt, which turned their fear into respect for his integrity. They saw his victory over Zerbalt as a possible change in their lives and watched him, recalling what he might be thinking as he sang. Strangely, they now had 8 honeys, and Francis would be their new leader. Eldon had just returned from the royal capital, and while heading to a meeting at the Lord of Kazdik's mansion, met a stranger who introduced himself as Juha, and with a smug smile, claimed to be the kingdom's best soldier and its most handsome, most cultured man. Eldon eyed the man who claimed to be Diaz's ally. The self-styled hero, Juha, only confirmed Eldon's doubts during questioning. Normally, Eldon wouldn't have bothered, but learning Juha had been caught for disgraceful conduct changed that. Juha was poor and vulgar, given to drinking and causing scandals in other people's lands. Juha said he was a shadow hero who had fought with Diaz in the last war and asked for an audience with the lord of these lands, and when Eldan heard this, he agreed to meet him just in case. During their talk, Eldan cautiously asked if Juha really had served with Diaz. Jua confirmed it, though he did not look convinced. When the conversation turned to his appearance, he boasted that every woman he had met admired his manly face. Thank you very much, 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 thank you very much. Thank you very much, 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 thank you very much. Thank you very much, 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 thank you very much. He did not look convinced. When the conversation turned to his appearance, he began to boast that every woman he had met admired his manly face, although Eldan had not even asked him about it. Juha claimed to have served with Dias, but admitted he often argued with him over women and alcohol, and Eldon suspected Ajuha was acting this way on purpose to get something and realized Ajuha had meant to stay idle, but changed his mind after seeing the thriving city. Juha said it was hard to imagine spending so much on a children's playground, especially in the city center, and saw the park's construction as a decisive factor in development, explaining that culture begins with play and gradually blossoms, and as a cultured person he could not help but appreciate the park's value, so he decided to serve Eldon. Juha admitted he did not expect to be taken seriously if he approached them directly, so he resorted to deception and eventually met Eldon, which he saw as a good move. While Eldon warned it was risky given the possible charges, and that it would have been better if Juha had stated his intentions up front. And Juha said most lords would not meet a man like him, and suggested this might be why Eldon had the idea for the park. Juha grinned and said Dias had once bought him for free to end the war, then asked what price Eldon would have set for him, and pointed out that Eldon was different from Dias. Eldon felt uneasy because he had to hire Juha at an unusually high price, though he kept telling himself it was only temporary. It has been 7 days since Iri and Issa left the village of Ilok. One of the heroes wondered whether the guild had received the letter asking for help. The letter offered to set up trade, which would be useful. He remembered his father saying the so-called bloodless would arrive soon, beastmen who had somehow lost their animal nature for unknown reasons. The hero worried about allowing the bloodless to trade in a kingdom that did not recognize them, so he decided to open a guild branch in neutral Castex, so guild staff could act as intermediaries and trade could proceed without legal problems, and he was sure this would greatly benefit the guild and lead the bloodless to start trading immediately. Aru Nadian said she would cook goose eggs for dinner because some of them had no soul, and instead of adding them to her usual soup, she wanted to try them boiled after hearing they were delicious that way. He also envied her ability to use magic to tell whether an egg had a soul, and he remembered that Aru Natian had once used it to find out his soul was female. Sinan Han said the newly hatched chicks were very cute and followed their parents, and they noticed Dias was so absorbed he started running after the chicks, which confused the onlookers. One character thought that working without a break would make him physically and mentally ill, and he reasoned that if caring for the chicks counted as caring for children, Dias was fulfilling a fatherly duty. Ar. Anitian said she did not mind someone playing after a job well done, and another character reflected on Aro Nachen's hard work, wondering whether a hardworking girl could be called courageous and how she and the others defined courage. Tian told Aruna it was actually a short story when she asked him to describe how he expressed his masculinity. Aruna said her family was poor, and as the eldest she had to work so her activities were normal, and she explained people called her courageous and earnest jokingly because, unlike most girls, she joined hunting and patrols. Aruna laughed and admitted that because of this job she met Dias and now has no regrets. Another character asked if she could explain why their family was poor. Arunas blamed one man for her family's poverty and called him a parasite. She said it's in the past now, but back then the family suffered greatly. Her father was an ordinary man with ordinary courage who, in principle, could have provided for the family but did not. Arunas admitted that the word parasite does not capture how terrible her older brother was. Arunas said her family became poor because her older brother spent money on women and got into debt. She added that, thanks to Dias, their family no longer goes hungry. In the interview, he said it was good that Arunas was able to talk about it. Arunas said she could not thank Dias and Mora enough for their help, explaining that Mora, the chief of the Oni tribe, was a caring woman who sympathized with her situation and helped connect her with Dias, and added the help might have been intended more for her than for Dias, and that Mora had given Dias a precious pair of animals named Francis and Franca. Realizing Aruna's situation matched her own as an orphan, the heroine could not bring herself to hate Aruna, and a woman said Aruna looked like those rescued by a prince on a white horse, a metaphor for the sudden arrival of a person of destiny. One heroine dreamily pictured him on a white horse, imagining him noble and strong and confident it was true, while another girl smiled and said her father seemed very brave. The heroine admitted she got carried away in the conversation and forgot to boil the eggs. The other woman found she could no longer hate her and was surprised at how quickly they became friends. She decided to show the girl how to boil eggs properly, though she told herself she would not do it again. In the end, the heroine resolved to pull herself together and help her father with Arunuchin. With some free time, one of the girls said dinner was ready. While they rested, Aruntien took her bow and walked to the clearing. She warned the others to step back because she planned to practice archery. Concentrating, she drew the bowstring and aimed at the wooden target. Aruntien trained in archery with steady focus, hitting a wooden target precisely, and she used spare time after her household chores to train hard every day without missing a session, while a woman watching admired her diligence and youthful persistence before calling out to Arunuchin to attract her attention. Surprised, the woman asked why the short bow was so powerful. Aruna said it was the materials and how it was made, and that their bows were completely different from the kingdom's. The woman quickly guessed they used different materials for different parts, and Aruna confirmed her guess. Carefully examining the bow, she saw bones and horns glued to a thin piece of wood and admired the clever design. Aruna explained the construction of their bow to the person she was speaking with, saying a hard material like horn or bone was glued to the compressible side, while the stretchable side used a soft material such as animal tendons, and the handle and the points where the bowstring attached were reinforced with suitable materials. Aruna said the shape of their bow came from years of invention and adapting to shooting from horseback, and she noted the material and form were adjusted for each user's strength and height so no two bows were identical. Then she suggested trying to string the bow. The woman tried to draw the bow but found it too tight and barely budged, saying it was impossible to handle that tension. Calmly, Aruna explained the bow was made from earth dragon materials and needed magic put into the string to be used, and she added this was common because only Dayas could string it straight away. The girl explained that dragons and high-ranking monsters not only have unusually hard skin and shells, but also muscles and tendons, and they move thanks to magical power. When she mentioned the earth dragon, the listener was stunned and could not believe it. Aruna explained that when you draw a bow, you let a certain amount of magical power flow through your body to weaken the material and allow it to move, and when you release the arrow, the magic is removed, giving the shot its great power. The interlocutor was surprised and doubted whether all this was too difficult. After all, you still have to ride a horse, aim, and at the same time infuse the shot with magical power. The girl said that although it takes practice, it is not as difficult as it first appears. She said Celia and Aiken hit a flying bird with an arrow while riding just 5 days after they began training. Aruna said her tribe took to the bow naturally, and the children learned to shoot quickly. She suggested Ellie try shooting from a horse to gain an edge in battle. She admired the children's skill, even though they were not strong yet. Their shots were startlingly accurate, especially when they used the wind to guide the arrows. The conversation stopped when someone shouted asking where Aruna was. When Aruna and the others heard the unfamiliar voice, they grew wary. One of them said such behavior was unacceptable for the Oni tribe. Aruna recognized the man who had returned and smiled, thinking it would be better if the animals ate him. And at that moment the man, furious, shouted he would save her and accused the Lord of daring to approach Aruna in his absence. The hero thought about Aruna's tribe and remembered that the youngest child became head while the older siblings supported him, that when the elders started their own families, they moved to other settlements, that Aruna was engaged along with her younger siblings, but he was not very worried, and that until then he had believed Aruna's family had only 6 members. Dayas called the children, reminding them it was time to return for dinner. Right then, a frightened puppy ran up to him and said something bad had happened. Aruna attacked the strange man with the horn who had suddenly appeared. Dayas, noticing the commotion, asked anxiously what was happening. Billy said a strange man had appeared and guessed it was probably Aruna's older brother. Aruna was angrily beating him while he tried to defend and explain himself. He admitted he was surprised to see Aruna's older brother because he had never known he existed, and Eri was surprised by his ignorance because she assumed he had at least heard of him. He thought Aruna was too ashamed to talk about her brother or feared it would harm the marriage, and he added that he did not see Aruna's brother at the wedding, and Aruna said nothing then. Aruna's brother begged her desperately to listen. Dayas urged Aruna to heed her brother, warning that otherwise Sani and Aiken would see her in a state that would be undesirable. Terrified, Aruna trembled while 2 worried girls came over and asked what was wrong. Dayas noticed that saying certain names hurt her deeply. She shook with emotion, lowered her hand, and could not hold back her tears, and he watched her with clear sympathy, understanding how hard this was for her. Angry, Aruna's brother accused Diaz of corrupting his sister, saying she had once been modest and sweet but had become a cruel woman, and he shouted that he would never forgive Diaz and called him a wicked lord. Diaz was confused and asked again about her modesty and sweetness because he did not understand, and he thought how similar the brother and sister looked, so much that if Aruna were a man she would look exactly the same. Diaz thought Aruna's relationship with her brother Zorg was strained. Zorg genuinely loved her, but Aruna disliked him because he seemed unmasculine. Diaz believed that despite her dislike, she still felt familial affection for him and speculated that her changing character might be due to his influence. Zorg came home after a long absence and learned from his relatives that Aruna had married a much older lord, and when he heard he was furious, convinced she had been sold for money, so certain she would never agree to a forced marriage that he left his parents' house without hearing any explanations, driven by emotion and determined to bring her back. Zorg tried desperately to convince Aruna to listen, but only made the situation worse. Not expecting her anger, he had acted for her and assumed a private conversation would resolve everything, yet he found himself in a difficult position and those around him began to wonder what was happening. A woman watching was surprised by his behavior. When the woman asked if Zorg was jealous of her father, he replied sharply that she should not talk nonsense, saying he was simply surprised Aruna had a lover because he had expected to be her worthy partner, and accusing her father of hypocrisy for once oppressing his family and now suddenly showing concern, which looked suspicious. Zorg kept his head down and apologized to Aruna, saying he regretted what had happened even though he knew it was too late to say so. Aruna said there was no point in apologizing now and reminded him that his family had begged him to stop and even the chief had asked, but he kept going anyway. Zorg tried to justify himself, saying the woman told him she was sick and promised to return the money later, and he did not understand why her soul rating was also blue, while Aruna accused him of lying, reproached him for running off to another woman despite her warnings, and reminded him how many times she had said the woman was deceiving him and was definitely blue. One of the characters asked Aruna whether a soul evaluation could show blue for someone with bad intentions, because he thought the result should be red for evil intent. She warned that some spells can interfere with the assessment, that an opponent with better command of magic than the tester can deceive it, and that careless use of magic can produce false results. The group said Asa could use magic and resist it, noting her brother had been tricked by someone skilled in magic, warning that magic must be used carefully because some can fool it, and one added he knew where the expedition group was and what they were doing. Zort realized he had been wrong about the corrupt lord but did not know what to say. After that, they exchanged no more words. At Arna's request, the case was closed. She reminded him they needed to have dinner before sunset and decided not to worry about the sky forever. They said it was late and asked the man to stay overnight. He said he was used to traveling at night and there was no need to worry about him. The others warned the meadows were dangerous at night because of monsters and invited him to sleep in a newly built yurt, saying it would be cramped but fun. In the end, he thanked them, and Aaron refused to live together. Tension hung over the group. The next morning, as they set out, one of them noticed the fine weather and took Zort along just in case. Irritated, Zort asked to be left alone and wondered why they paid so much attention to him. His companion smiled slightly, said Zort meant no harm, and explained he couldn't help caring for him because Zort was part of Aruna's family. Still, Aruna's kept worrying about Zort. When Zort left, he carried 2 packages with a bow and arrows made by Aruna's. Zort examined the package he'd been handed and noticed the bow had been made to fit his frame, and although Aruna said she would throw away the failed prototype, the careful cloth wrapping showed she had put real care and love into it, so he thought she still cared for him as a brother. Zort waved his hand, said he'd had enough, noticed Diaz looked strange and asked why he was blue, and the other man recalled Diaz had lacked magical powers since birth and concluded this meant he could not deceive, which surprised him. Diaz said he'd been that way as long as he could remember, and Zort, sounding confused, asked if that made him feel pathetic. Diaz looked back on his childhood. Other children played carefree and kept getting better at magic while he could not use any, and it upset him, so he cried in front of his parents and sometimes took his anger out on them. With kind, warm parents and a strict uncle, Diaz slowly accepted that he had no magical power. Maybe he had simply matured earlier than the others. Diaz thought about his life and chose not to envy others, but to do everything he could, seeing no point in wasting time on goals he could not reach, so he focused on physical training, which brought him to where he was now, and his interlocutor noted that even someone with no magical power could manage without it. Zort admitted feeling pathetic, saying people around him despised him for something he couldn't control and seemed to be laughing at him, leaving him feeling weak, but Ar. Yuna and another woman didn't laugh at him for his magical powers, and that was what mattered to him. 5 wind dragons appeared in the sky, and the heroes were stunned. One of them felt alarmed because he could barely handle one such creature, and now there were 5. He called it a cruel twist of fate. Zort shouted, asked his name, and told him to return to the village to protect someone there, since that was more important. Diaz considered the situation and realized he could not just leave, even if it meant leaving Zord alone. A hero told the other that wind dragons target the eyes and ears first to stop prey from defending itself. Because they are so light, the dragons cannot kill with a single blow and instead wear their prey down. The archer saw the target approaching and warned him to watch closely because it was a wind dragon. The heroes realized their weapon was ineffective and were surprised by the bow's strength. They were told it was made from earth dragon material and needed special arrows, and one hero decided to figure it out later. One of the heroes fired a well-aimed shot that pierced the enemy's body. He smiled and told his comrade that he had taken out one of the opponents. When one enemy fell, the others moved faster, and the hero noticed that losing a comrade made them more serious. One of the giant dragonflies sped up and headed toward the hero, who tensed and prepared for battle, reacting to the enemy's sudden movement. The characters noticed the enemies were even faster, and one hero, tense and collected, repelled the dragonfly-like creature's furious attack, while another realized the furious attack of Windia Ragnon had begun. His chest was cut open, leaving him shocked and in pain as strange insect-like creatures appeared in the sky and quickly approached. Despairing, he screamed as he remembered his clothes had been made by Arana just for him. Monsters appeared in the sky. One of the characters tried to speak, but was stunned when a huge horned creature suddenly rushed toward them. A powerful blow shook the ground, but the protagonist was unharmed, noting his eyes had already adjusted to the enemy's speed, and doubting this was his limit, while the other character stood confused and shocked. One character, worried about the approaching enemy, shouted to his ally to retreat immediately, while the protagonist assessed the situation, said calmly that the enemy was a bit tougher than expected but manageable, and then struck the insect-like enemy to show his strength and confidence. The heroes talked about why the dragonfly dragons had stopped attacking. One warned that continued assaults would cause trouble. Another said the dragons were afraid to come close because they would be killed. The first then wondered why the enemies did not attack from the air with fire since they were dragons. The heroes wondered why the enemy dragons did not use fire from the air, and one explained that their flames were weak and ineffective at a distance because they were adapted for close combat, adding that the dragonflies were drawn by the smell of human blood and so did not retreat, and the group agreed they could not let the enemy escape since an attack on the village would cause enormous damage. The heroes planned how to fight flying enemies if they stayed in the air. A member admitted he had let his guard down and promised to do better. Another proposed throwing a battle axe at the dragon, hoping it would work. The others doubted the plan, but he insisted it would at least distract the enemies. One hero told the other to trust him, then stood up, grabbed his battle axe and ran. His comrades watched in amazement as he hurled the axe into the air with great force, aiming to hit the flying enemies. A warrior shouted and hurled his battle axe skyward toward the enemy, while his comrade watched in disbelief at how high it flew. The perfectly thrown axe struck one of the flying targets, leaving the onlookers stunned and impressed. One observer, baffled by the feat, called the thrower an incredible fool, unable to grasp how he pulled it off. New enemies appeared as giant insects swarmed in from every direction. One of the heroes called out nervously that they were coming, and everyone immediately prepared for battle. One fighter rushed forward, eyes wide with tension and determination. Diaz attacked the insect with fury, landing a powerful blow that showed his strength. Determined and focused, he pressed on. Meanwhile, the other hero wasted no time and knocked one of the enemies off course with a well-aimed throw. Still, one of the monsters closed in and grabbed the fighter from behind, an unexpected and dangerous moment for him. The fighter was in a life-threatening situation when an insect grabbed him and drove its sting into him. His comrade stayed calm, took aim, and shot to save him with a precise hit. Thinking about it, he realized how rare their achievement was. Wind dragons usually appear only once a year. Most people never see them, and they had been lucky to encounter 5 at once. He had never imagined he would become one of those who hunted dragons like the real men from the tribe. By saving his friend, he felt he could change the whole village's opinion of him. He tried to understand why things were so strange because his idea of dragon hunting was completely different. He thought the method was stupid and clumsy and felt it was wrong. When his partner began treating the defeated creatures roughly, he protested, demanded they be handled more carefully, and reminded his partner how much they cost. DS sincerely did not understand what was wrong with him. During the conversation, one of the heroes admitted he had become who he was because he met Arune and said he owed her a lot, not only for her support, but also because she did the housework every day, and out of respect and gratitude, he did not even dare to say anything to her, while his companion pointed out this was not very royal since Aruna had sewn his shirt and pants with her own hands. Someone notes Diaz's name, behavior, and everything else seems strange to him. Arna appears and, seeing Diaz's wound, anxiously asks what happened and asks him to show it. Diaz reassures her that clothes are not a problem and can always be replaced. Someone else says the wound does not look deep but still needs to be disinfected immediately. Proudly, Aruna said she had expected that courage from her husband and that it was a small price to pay for destroying the wind dragons, and one of the others told her he had also slain a dragon with the bow and arrows she had given him. Aruna thanked him for bringing the materials and explained that, since they had killed the dragons together, half the spoils belonged to him, and when her brother replied, she irritably asked what he needed. Diaz told Arunas to be a bit kinder to Zorg, saying Zorg had no one to show his courage to and wanted recognition, and Arunas said that if Zorg truly cared about family, he should first go to the Oni village to care for his younger brothers and sisters so he could become the real support and head of the family, and that he should find a suitable partner there because she was not someone he could rely on. Zort fought the wind dragon even though it was weaker than the green dragon, and the fight made an impression, and he noticed the 2 boots he delivered were worth a lot, which may have influenced Aruna, who did not show it openly but was pleased by his courage, and that likely explains why she was so gentle with Diaz. Smiling, Aruna suggested a party to Diaz. Villagers gathered around the fire, the air alive with music and joy. The whole village seemed ready to celebrate. At the party, all the villagers were having a good time, and Diaz noticed the joyful, lively atmosphere, while Aruna, as always, was the center of attention, energizing everyone, and Diaz felt the evening was especially successful and was glad to see everyone enjoying themselves. Diaz looked back on the party and realized it had been more than just a celebration of defeating a dragon for everyone, and Aruna smiled at him warmly, sharing his feelings. Later, when he stood up, someone asked where he was going, and he said he was going to the toilet. Diaz saw a sheep standing apart from the others and was surprised, since he expected Francis, Francois, and the rest to be at the party rather than here, so he asked the sheep if it had wandered in by chance or chosen to live here, but he still doubted it because he could not remember ever seeing it. Diaz tried to understand what the sheep was saying, but admitted he still did not understand her language, so he suggested they go to the square where everyone was and assured her she would be heard there, while the irritated sheep tried to make her thoughts clear and was angry that he could not figure it out himself. And in the end, Diaz was surprised his plan to quietly drop the matter had failed. Diaz stood frozen when the ram spoke, unable to believe his ears or know how to react, while the ram calmly approached and handed him a small bag that left him puzzled, and Diaz could only whisper as he tried to make sense of the object. The ram told Diaz he had proven himself by twice killing a dragon in human form, and acting on his master's orders. The ram said he would reward Diaz's bravery with 3 leaves of the plant Sangiovani and 1 seed, but warned that if Diaz sold these gifts for profit, they would quickly wither, leaving Diaz stunned, especially by the mentions of master and children, whom he was supposed to be protecting. Diaz felt dizzy and tried to make sense of what was happening, his mind on the word Sangiovani, when Aruna came over, noticed he was far from the toilet, and asked whether he was okay and hungry, and although he said he had just spoken to Aruna blamed exhaustion from fighting wind dragons and his injuries, and told him to rest for today. Diaz couldn't believe what had happened. It felt like a dream or a hallucination, but clutching the bag in his hand, he realized it wasn't just imagination. At the meeting, the dignitaries discussed restoring the empire, but concluded that despite all their efforts, they had found no hint of a solution. One of them offered an idea, but immediately warned it could have negative consequences. They said the plan might harm Diaz. Aruna asked Diaz how he felt, and he admitted that after the battle with the wind dragons he constantly felt weak and unwell, so she said he was tired and told him not to work today. Diaz tried to object and offered to clean, but she insisted he rest and smiled, saying that if he stayed home he would still want to work and that sometimes he should just stay in. The meeting focused on the threat from Diaz. One participant proposed using people dissatisfied with him to eliminate him. Discontent was rising among the factions, especially among Mage's supporters. In the end, they suggested removing the conspirators to avoid exposure. The officers discussed their attitude toward Diaz. One recalled that Diaz had been an enemy of the general's father. The general acknowledged this, but said Diaz had also been their benefactor and doubted he would cooperate only to harm Diaz. One man said his father suffered greatly because of Diaz's strategy and even considered suicide after the battle. That forced him to use many traps against his principles. The general replied that Diaz saved his father by acting against the enemy and exposing their plan. Reaching the lake, the heroes paused as one of them admired its beauty. Diaz noted that the lake's shifting water level made it unsuitable for permanent residence, though it remained a pleasant place to visit occasionally. The character remembered that Diaz fought his father fairly without cruelty, used his full strength and attacked head-on like a true warrior, and though the hero's father died in their clash, he kept his dignity, while the narrator still remembered the look on Diaz's face as he fought like a loyal comrade. Diaz said Aranam had given him the day off, so he would rest and told the group to go on ahead. The others were surprised, and one of them watching Diaz wondered if he was all right, noting the water was cold. They discussed the unstable political situation. One noted that of all the princesses only Isabel is active. Another suggested eliminating the Mage faction if they are Diaz's enemies, and a participant insisted he is not acting out of revenge for grievances. The girls ran into the water, squealing with joy, and the dogs ran with them. They agreed Maisie should focus on taking the throne instead of petty matters. One complained that without a meeting, they could not get even a modest budget, but another said everything was under control. And in another room some argued it would be easier to get rid of the whole royal family until someone objected that it was impossible. The heroes enjoyed a quiet day. One of them fished while a girl sat nearby watching. A man fed a dog not far off, and a couple of sheep nibbled grass peacefully by the water. A conspirator complained that their wartime efforts had been undervalued and they were not being properly rewarded, and said he would start with Kadisk, who would arrive in the capital without even greeting him. While the second advised doing nothing for now and simply waiting and watching because someone in the kingdom would eventually act. And the third recalled that at the previous meeting, they had agreed killing the royal family was impossible, but said they might need to reconsider. Richard noticed ongoing movement among the Empire, Maze, and Asnari Yissa. One of the other speakers was surprised Richard knew and said Maze might also be linked to the Empire. Richard warned that unseen activity was especially significant. He added they would avoid a crushing defeat, but they could not win if they stayed tied to the West and let the Empire build up its resources. One girl happily announced she had completed the Aranahorn, and another enthusiastically said it was very similar, while a third enjoyed drifting in the cold water after diving into the sand, cooled by the evening breeze. One man said this would not end so easily. Later, another man was told he would have to watch the miners and help as needed. That man said with concern it would be hard work. The young man shouted in delight that he had caught a big fish. Beside him, the girl urged Klaus to try harder. The other man watched silently and considered the situation. As planned, the man said they would leave for Diacedono early in the morning and asked the others to prepare everything needed, while the old man added that Eldon and Sama should not rush after several days of rest. A man asked if anyone had caught a fish. Uncle Ben mocked him and called him a fool. Another man said he was jerking the rod too early and that it should only be lifted when the fish were actually biting. The hero then realized his mistake. One of them says enthusiastically he wants to visit the village of Di Macedono as soon as possible and cannot wait to leave. A second man says he has too many government matters to handle and must deal with them first, and he admits honestly that he would like to go but cannot. The third says it is none of his business. Anxiously, the man thinks about his master's condition, feeling helpless and admitting bitterly that all he can do is watch him suffer. He remembers the legend of San Giovanni, a mythical cure said to be on the mountain of the gods that could heal every illness. If they had that remedy, his master could recover, but he doubts even the gods would give Eldon this medicine. Sama. At dinner, the girl called everyone to the table and said food would help Diaz regain his strength. The children asked if he had caught a fish. Others talked about the strange leaf he had brought and suggested it might be the valuable specimen. Entering the tent, the hero wondered why the chief had called him. Already tired of lectures, he silently wished they would stop. Seeing him, the chief said he had changed his opinion and could not forget what had happened before, but admitted extracting 3 wind dragons was a worthy task. As a token of gratitude, the chief handed him a gift and asked him to accept it. Diaz tasted the berries and said they tasted the same as always. He asked whether they had come from Mora's tree. The girl said she had picked them herself and looked puzzled by the adult's odd reaction. An elf explained that Diaz was so strong it was harder for him to notice changes in his body, and she asked him to tell her if he felt anything unusual. A man handed another a dagger with rings and explained it was a certificate marking him as a chieftain candidate, saying the number of rings showed he was third, and that if not for money problems he would have made him chieftain right away, but since things were going so badly, they limited it to candidate status for now. She reminded him they were family and spouses, so he should not ask her for forgiveness, and after a brief surprise he agreed, thanked her, and admitted she was right. The chief declared confidently that there was no shame in the hero killing 3 dragons, since it proved his strength and courage, and with determination and experience, the hero would certainly become an excellent leader. A determined young warrior clenched his fist and declared that this was the chieftain's character. The chieftain across from him watched calmly. Meanwhile, the other heroes, clearly pleased with what had happened, were cheerfully agreeing it was time to head back since it was almost dark. When asked if he had rested well today, Diaz smiled and said he had not had that much rest in a long time, thanked the person, and added he would try his best again starting tomorrow. Here, Diaz suddenly collapses and loses consciousness, shocking everyone around him. Diaz wakes up in bed after passing out. Arna and the children are gathered around, worried, and Arna says she is glad he is awake and that he had a high fever all night and suddenly passed out on the way home from the lake. Diaz still looks tired and is trying to figure out what happened. Diaz was wounded fighting wind dragons. An infection is thought to have caused his collapse. The poison may have entered his body from a plant or insect. That led to a high fever and loss of consciousness. Feeling guilty, Arune admits she missed the deterioration in his condition and still sent him on a long mission, taking it hard and saying all the blame is hers. Trying to console the young girl who blamed herself for what had happened, the woman said things were not as the girl believed, that if the disease had appeared during work it could have been much worse, and that thanks to timely rest his condition had been noticed immediately. She also reminded the girl she had not slept all night caring for the patient and now needed to rest, then apologized with tears in her eyes. Two girls approached the sick man with a cup and carefully offered him the medicine, asking him to drink it, and at first he thought he could not even manage a sip, but seeing their efforts he decided not to trouble them, thanked them, made an effort despite his weakness, and began to drink the potion. Surprised by the drink's taste, the man found it oddly sweet yet refreshing and easy to drink even in his weakened state. Noting that medicinal infusions usually had a sharp smell and bitter taste, but this remedy was completely different, the girls explained with a smile that it was made from leaves they had taken from Diaz. And he could not understand what kind of leaves could taste like that or why they were taken from medicine. Diaz began to slip away again. Hot and aware the medicine was working, he wanted to sleep a little. Trying not to wake the girls, he couldn't fight the fatigue. They wished him a good night's sleep. He soon fell asleep, but after a while someone started calling him, hoping he would hear. When Diaz woke up, he felt an unexpected relief. The fever that had tormented him earlier was completely gone, and he felt better than usual. After checking his wound, he saw it had not yet closed but seemed likely to heal on its own soon. Worried about him, asked what had happened since he had recently had a fever. Arwina sternly told Diaz not to make her worry, saying he had gotten off too easily after such a serious condition, and she wondered if he was recovering faster because he was Diaz, so she asked whether he had taken any herbs or the like, to which Diaz said he had eaten nothing, implying he was fine, and he added that the wound was healing unusually quickly, which surprised him. The heroes talked about how quickly Diaz recovered. One character remembered that Sendient Asian had given Diaz a medicinal infusion. Someone apologized for being careless and not checking exactly what Diaz had drunk. Then someone reported that news had come from the neighboring territory that the Duke of Cassadex would arrive soon, and said that if Diaz was still ill something had to be done immediately. But it became clear Diaz was well, so a villager ran through the village to tell everyone he had recovered because they had been very worried. Rana remained worried about Diaz's condition and asked him to tell her if he suddenly felt unwell. Diaz thanked her for her concern. A luxurious carriage pulled up at that moment. One of the arrivals said he had wanted to visit earlier, but had been busy with many things, and apologized for arriving so late. Eldon greeted old acquaintances and apologized for dropping by unannounced, saying he couldn't contact them beforehand because he'd been so busy. They said he and his friends were welcome anytime. Eldon admitted his mother had insisted on the trip and wanted to see Diaz. He said that even though he'd mentioned pressing matters, it had still been hard to get away. The narrator noticed he rarely heard Eldon complain and remembered that Eldon's mother, though strong and strict, had a soft side. Eldon said he was on official business and asked permission to stay for a few days, adding he wanted to ask Diaz a few questions first, and Diaz said Eldon could stay as long as needed, that the guests would not cause any inconvenience, and that setting up camp and providing food was approved. Eldon then said he had one more request, that he wanted to ask for an important favor to visit Diaz's village, and that his emotional words triggered a strong reaction from those around him. The hero says he has long wanted to see the village in person and could not fall asleep without a tour, adding that he arranged a small tour for Eldon in the next frame, one of them clearly impressed. Thanks loudly but is asked to speak normally. Then the older character explains everyone is busy with dinner and other things, so they will head to the field first, and the younger hero, curious, asks about the fields while looking at the ground with interest. One of them explained that no one knows why the crops grow in circles and there is no explanation. Over time, the villagers stopped thinking about it and accepted it as the way of life. The scene then moves to a quiet moment where a character gently touches a cow, enjoying the simple pleasures of village life. One character said the animals looked good, which was the main thing to him, and that they had expressive faces and beautiful fur. Another agreed, saying the animals looked well-fed, well-groomed, and happy, and that matched his own feeling. The group then slowly continued to walk around the area. Turning sharply, he looks in surprise at the horse, whose coat he thinks resembles a royal mare's, clearly worried. He keeps quiet, his face tense as he tries to stay calm, and when another person asks what's wrong, he waves it off, pretends nothing happened, walks away saying he didn't notice anything strange, and inwardly decides to act as if he had seen nothing. Diaz says Sani and Ahan are worried about the place, recalling it started as a small field that slowly grew until he no longer knows what is being grown there. And another character adds that the fields look healthy, so they are allowed to do whatever they want. The animals happily say they have fun every day and are glad they reached the village. I bow. One of them thanks Eldon for everything. Eldon says it's nice to see everyone in good spirits. Then a man comes up and says the Skylia construction is finished. Diaz thanks him, but suddenly feels unwell and staggers to one knee. Aruna looks worried and asks if he is okay, and Diaz says it is probably just fatigue. There is no fever and his heart does not hurt. They kept tasting the drink. One of them said it reminded him of strong, rich black tea and that he'd never tasted anything like it before. The elf girls agreed happily, and he thanked them, saying it lifted his spirits. At that point, DS and Aruna's stopped them. Diaz apologized to Eldon, saying the girls might have given him something strange and asking forgiveness, but Eldon reassured him he was fine and had drunk the drink deliberately, explaining he could detect poison by smell because he had a keen sense of smell, and adding that Sinai, Samar and Ikin had always cared about his health, so he took it as a kind gesture. Another character recalled trying a similar tincture called Sanajibin and was sure it was not poisonous. The heroes kept discussing the mysterious herb used to make the drink, and one of them, surprised, suggested it might be the legendary Sanjivani from the time of the gods, and said that would make them very lucky. But Eldon replied it was probably just an ordinary herb with a similar name because the real Sanjivani is unlikely. The character remembered praying once for the real Sanjivani, but admitted it was more a legend than reality since no one had ever found it, adding that the remedy's effect felt special. That feeling became what people meant by Sanjivani, so they assumed the person who gave the remedy to Diasama could call him that because of those feelings. The girls said they had acted with permission. He noted they only wanted to help him, and their concern for his suffering showed a sincere desire to ease his pain. While Ardias slept, the girls asked to take and use the leaves. Ardias confirmed he had given permission and handed them the leaves. They prepared a medicinal tincture together and later discussed it with Ima and Grahamamia. The hero thinks the girls may not be to blame because they seem to have his permission. He remembers they promised earlier to use medicinal herbs only in Aruna's presence because the herbs can be dangerous. At the end of the scene, he asks the children if they are ready for bed and suggests turning off the lights. Diaz reflects on Senia and Aik, noting that although they seem energetic now, they lost their parents to illness. He knows they still care about their families and carry painful memories. He thanks the children for their support and says that despite his recent decline, he is fine now. The girl smiles warmly in response. Holding two girls close, a man feels painfully useless and tells himself he must protect everyone but has failed, yet he smiles as he hugs the children, drawing comfort and warmth from them. Despite everything that had happened, he felt truly happy now. Invisible yet strong bonds seemed to tie him to the people around him, and that gave him a deep inner warmth. Surrounded by his dear family, the man held them close, knowing their bonds could not be broken, and he called them family to show how deep their connection was. That morning, Eldon lay in bed making strange noises as if something unusual was happening to him. Someone watching worried it might be linked to medicine Eldon had taken. Meanwhile, Diaz felt light in his body and remembered returning to his youth when he was full of strength and could do the impossible, and another person present, alarmed by what they saw, hurried to call for help. Camelot said Eldon suddenly looked energetic and everything seemed fine. Another character, surprised, thought yesterday's medicine must have done the trick. They reminded everyone Eldon needed the medicine daily or he would feel ill, but that morning he got up and started running as if nothing had happened. He had not taken it, and everyone watched in surprise at his sudden burst of strength. They discussed Eldon's condition. One said he'd simply overdone it and was out of breath. Although the illness had eased, it was too soon to call it a full recovery, and it would take time. Others doubted the medicinal herb was genuine because its effect seemed too fast. They discussed Eldon's condition. One said he had simply overexerted himself and was out of breath, and though the illness had eased, it was still too soon to call a full recovery, and it would take time. while others doubted the medicinal herb was genuine because its effect was too fast. A large tent stood in the center of the clearing, where the meeting participants gathered. One of the heroes asked those present to come closer, then the man and the woman went to the table where others were already waiting for them. The meeting chose to address key issues, including the king's words. A participant thanked everyone for sharing valuable Sanjavanya with him, admitting he knew of no other way to express his gratitude. One participant said the situation with Sanjavani was complicated. The medicine had already been used, and only the seeds remained, and he did not want anyone to think he was profiting from it. Knowing Sanjavani's effects, the group agreed it would be hard to deal with the situation without malice, and one participant said others, not them, had used the medicine, and the seed probably did not sprout because of the hay, so someone suggested leaving the decision to those who had used Sanjavani since they had acted with good intentions. They agree it's best to forget the Sanjavani's existence, since no one knows what might make it wither, and they leave the plant's fate to Sani and Iken, promising to help if needed but not expecting thanks or official recognition. One character warned that if word of Sanjavani got out it would attract unwanted attention and spark conflict, so he hoped the others would keep it secret. Another, weighing the plant's possible benefits, gave the example of a dying man whose life could be saved by Sanjavani and wondered if that would change their policy of silence. They agreed it was impossible to save all the sick, even with Sanjavani, and the burden was too heavy for one person. One of them said it was fate that they had received Sanjavani and that it was now in the hands of Sani and Iken, and he trusted the children's good intentions, so he decided to leave everything to fate. Daya believed that if someone was meant to be saved, fate would lead them to Senai and Icon, and even when the children made mistakes the adults would accept it as inevitable and call it fate. Eldon asked Camelos to tell all the villages as soon as possible about the need to keep everything secret. Camelos said he understood and promised to follow this decision. They resumed the meeting, and a participant said he had come to convey His Majesty's words about the Duke's rights, including the right to take a new surname. He added that he had decided to forget everything he had said before. Surprised, Diaz asked if he was really being offered the title of Duke, and said he never expected to become a noble with a family name, and the others reacted with bewilderment and confusion. Attempting to explain he was only a commoner without a family name, Diaz was told he should be listed as a noble of the kingdom of Sansarif, and that he should already have a family name. One hero reminded Diaz that anyone with territory needs a last name. The others were surprised he never used his, and in the end his last name turned out to be Neutris, which even Diaz remembered with surprise. The group continued discussing Diaz's last name. Diaz said he hadn't thought about it before because he was rushed onto the plane. One meeting participant reminded everyone that Diaz had to accept the noble status His Majesty had assigned and could not change it. Finally, he was asked to read a letter aloud explaining his status and situation. One interlocutor explained Diaz had been made a duke, allowed to choose a new surname, and granted a 3-year exemption from attack. He also received a sealed document confirming his status and a letter recording the king's words and the details of his orders, and they said winning the title must have taken great effort and suggested hidden motives. The interlocutors said the king, weakened by mistakes and a struggle for the throne, was in a tight spot and might soon abdicate. Winning the duke's support, including Diaz, would be useful. They suggested the king may have given Diaz the title to secure an ally who could even oppose the royal family. At the meeting, participants discussed the fund to be handed over to Diaz. One speaker said more time was needed to recover from earlier losses and that the king had asked him to offer mutual assistance. Diaz said he did not need the fund or the people and that the king's help was enough for him. Diaz wondered if, had he arrived in the village with the king's gold and soldiers, she might never have met Eru, and many things would have been different. One of the men said he was glad about how things had turned out and that he enjoyed life in the village of Iluk. The man added that she might have had personal motives involving William. The hero vowed to protect the villagers and help build the village's future with everyone. They discussed the need to act independently. One said that even though they were grateful to Eldon, they had to do everything with their own hands. Another insisted he must handle people and finances himself, so he accepted the duties of lord of these lands. A.R. Yuna felt the sincerity in Diaz's words. The interlocutor told Diaz he understood his feelings, but said Diaz was wrong on 2 points, that their relationship had never been one-sided, and that many resources and victories came because of him. Diaz thought the interlocutor was probably referring to Sanjibani. The speaker said the state loan is a credit to the country, and that the more a nobleman has the higher his status, adding that this mechanism strengthens voting rights in the country, assuring he will vote for the budget in support of Diaz so no losses are expected, and noting an alliance with him would give the king an advantage by strengthening his influence. The meeting concluded the government loan did not need to be repaid and would not cost the king. A participant said the aid was not selfless, so Dias should not be modest, and the girl suggested a compromise that respected the Duke of Kassadic's wishes and her father's wish to develop the village himself. During the conversation, she grew emotional, describing the poor state of the road to the village of Ilauk and said it was unfit for carriages. Her companion was surprised, but those present saw that even Duke Kassadic's carriage struggled to pass, confirming the road needed repairs. One participant proposed building a main road to link the village of Ilauk with the nearest town, explaining the current route was too difficult to pass, and a road would help develop the region. Others supported the idea, saying that with a road, resources, and labor, any plans could be realized, and they decided to take a government loan because they did not have enough funds. Eldon agreed to build the road, saying it would improve logistics and make it easier for him to visit. Others joined in and suggested a guard post and a rest area with a well. Observers said it reminded them of DS's style, and one called it quite impressive. They agreed to go at once to look for a suitable place for the project. One participant said he had tried to make fresh tea as promised in the letter. The conversation then turned to Juha. They said he was not always easy to work with, but his teachings were of great value. Another person stressed that despite some carelessness, Juha was a talented man who had inspired and taught them a great deal. They discussed Duha. One said he admired Duha's desire to avoid war and put peace first. Another was surprised a military scientist could hate war. They were told Duha considered war the most useless thing in the world and urged them to avoid it or humanity would be defeated by monsters. He believed avoiding war through diplomacy was the highest form of military science. His skills earned him a seat on the royal council, and he pushed for a quick peace, but he was later accused of incompetence and forced to resign. One character received a letter asking for a last name to get a reply. One of them said they had the right to take a new surname and urged the group to pick a beautiful, meaningful name to pass down through generations. Several others planned to adopt the same surname, and one hero felt so overwhelmed by the responsibility that he could not think of a worthy name, so the others mocked him, saying he had lost his nerve. Dias knew choosing a family name was important because it would represent his family and become the name of the territory he governed. It also had to be suitable to pass to his descendants, and he recognized that being granted a family name was a rare and significant privilege. Dias sat at the table trying to think of a last name but admitted nothing came to mind, so he decided it would be easier if someone else chose, and at that moment Uncle Ben entered the room apologizing for the interruption. Uncle Ben announced a new name, saying he had consulted Arn, Unoy, Sun, Sunne, and Ian and asked them not to object, and Dias, surprised, wanted to know the name before it was officially added to the documents. The old man remembered telling Dias not to use formal speech, since Dias was already an adult and a worthy man. On the document he wrote that the chosen surname was Mayabattle, adding that it suited both Dias and the land he governed. Curious about the new name, he asked what Miabattle meant and was told that Miabattle meant hero who protects Mia, that battle was an old word for brave or heroic, and the old man added that Dias Miabattle sounded good. Yaz asked why the family name Mia was chosen, and was told it would help build good relations with the tribe on the land, that a name suggesting a hero who defends Maya would be viewed positively, and that the plains old name meant unnecessary, while the new name sounded much better. Ben had wondered whether the surname had a hidden meaning. Advisors told him that naming a fabric Miabatao would be useful because it would tie the product to the region. He said he had considered it, but that it would be a long time before he could make it happen. The old man said he wanted to build a beautiful temple and would be grateful if Dias kept the family name until then. The narrator noted the uncle was often consulted in the village and expected that sooner or later he would want his own place, a temple or something similar. His sermons and parables were well received, and his experience-based advice was respected. The old man said the temple would be dedicated to Meha as a messenger of God, and that the Arab Sanjikavani was a gift from the gods, noting that if Meha really spoke the divine language, there was no doubt about her authenticity, so he thought it logical that the ruler's surname should include the messenger's name. Acknowledging a long road ahead, the old man said he would stay briefly as everyone's advisor and added that, for the sake of his listeners' parents, he hoped to become a worthy lord and justify the new family name, which he regarded as good because it had meaning, a good sound, and a connection to the worship of Meha. The woman asked Dias whether he'd finished registering his family name, and he said the only step left was to deliver the documents to the king, adding that a banquet was planned that evening to honor his title and new family name, and that Eldon and the others would stay to celebrate in style. Dias asked if they had a patronymic equivalent and if it was related to the family name. The woman said their culture did not use family names, so she found the custom hard to understand, but she liked the idea of naming the plane Mia Battle. The girls listening quickly caught on and clarified they were talking about patronymics. The girls announced with pleasure that they were Diaz's children and took turns calling themselves Sene and Aiken. Diaz explained that a name showing whose child someone is called a patronymic. The woman added that a great-grandfather's name can also be used, and in marriage it shows whose wife or husband a person is. She praised the girls for how well they had done, and they, pleased, said they had succeeded. They discussed that giving a family name to children officially makes them heirs, that anyone who takes the name must behave like an aristocrat, and the woman asked if she could take a noble family's name and whether Senai and Aiken could become heirs. The man said he had no objection to the girls taking the surname, but insisted the choice was theirs, adding that aristocratic behavior was complex and should not be imposed on the children. The woman smiled and said they would eventually understand how annoying it was. At the party, a guest thanked Diaz for the invitation and said he was enjoying himself. Diaz said he was glad to hear that. Later the man noticed Senichan's and Ahenchan's children glancing at him and Kamlat's as if something had caught their interest. Diaz suggested Sign and I were happy because Eldon and Kamlat's, who had been ill, were starting to recover. Dia added that the children had lost their parents to illness, so they were especially moved by others' recoveries. The man agreed, saying he now understood their smiles, and that he was impressed by how friendly the human dogs were with other races. The hero admitted he had not known about the problem of small species and expressed gratitude for the help, suggesting the environment might be suitable. Another hero acknowledged his inexperience and how much he still needed to improve, adding that he was grateful to be among others and felt happy with the scene before him. Felden said he could not express his gratitude with money or words because the new opportunities he had been given left him overwhelmed. He had always wanted to end discrimination and conflict, but deep down he knew he would not achieve that in his short life. Seeing people of different races united and smiling humbled him and strengthened his resolve to work harder to spread that harmony across the world. The hero approached Diaz and asked for help and support, saying he wanted to meet as a person, not as an official, and admitting he needed him, while another character promised to do everything possible to help, showing serious intent and willingness to support. The heroes gathered for another lesson on aristocracy, and one of them admitted he still had a lot to learn, so the teacher explained that the aristocratic system was created to govern the country and spur competition, using a hierarchy from baron to duke as an example. The lesson explained the aristocracy's structure and focused on the title of duke. The hero learned the duke was the highest rank among the nobility, with special privileges, especially the right to control land, allowing him to buy, sell, or develop it freely. This right mattered because it encouraged economic growth and reinforced power. During the lesson, the hero proposed putting the theory into practice, pointed to the map, and said he wanted to sell part of his territory and asked for a fair price, adding that he was not doing it out of gratitude but for his own reasons, which surprised the other person. During the discussion, a participant said the wood Diaz and others used came from the village of Arana, and when asked where Arana and the others got the wood, the interlocutor began to suspect it had been taken secretly. Once it became clear the timber had probably been used without permission, the girl apologized for staying silent and offered to sell the needed timber to prevent future problems. Diaz said he would rather be paid and mentioned buying the land to avoid bureaucratic red tape. Diaz said he understood the need to buy the forest, but stressed that being a duke is difficult and requires balancing both sides' interests, adding that you cannot simply dispose of land as you wish if people live there, while the girl admitted she did not know the land's price and Diaz wondered what offer they could make. Diaz proposed using the materials from 2.5 wind dragons as payment and asked if that would be enough, which surprised the others, though one admitted it was, in real terms, more than enough despite being an unusual solution. LDAN opened the meeting by calling it a training session and asking to discuss the formalities, but Diaz wasn't ready to negotiate and felt useless, so he decided that going forward those matters should be handled by LA, who successfully collected the materials to pay for the timber. After finishing the negotiations and training, Eldon went home satisfied with the result. Laura apologized to Diaz for not telling him about the wood, but he said he was not offended, understood the situation with the lone tribe, and believed he should not interfere if Eldon himself did not explain anything. Diaz said he would settle the territorial disputes with the ogres honestly, and the village returned to its usual rhythm, but the calm was deceptive as the girls pressed for adventures and trips into the forest that caused many problems. Preparing for winter, the narrator said, involved collecting salt, hunting, and storing food, with important rules to avoid disturbing other villages and to be careful when hunting, and these preparations should begin when migratory birds appear. The two girls asked eagerly to enter the forest, but the man said the land rights registration wasn't finished and he needed more time, noting they were impatient and determined because they had once lived there with their families. The girl made everyone happy by announcing she had permission to enter the forest and stressing they had no time to waste as autumn approached, adding they would have to harvest every day and might even need Maya's help. Aruna told them to be ready, because starting tomorrow they would have to go into the forest every day. Everyone was happy and looking forward to the harvest, and the adults said it was time to work and stock up on supplies for the winter. One of the adults said the forest had food, but also poisonous plants, mushrooms, insects, and monsters, so he warned them to be careful and follow the rules, adding that despite his concerns the girls could cope and walk safely through the forest. Diaz tells Aruna that the forest has edible mushrooms and says he learned about wild foods as an orphan who had to survive during the war. The girl beside him is surprised and says the kingdom's east has many forests, and the narrator notes that working in the forest takes knowledge, including how to identify edible mushrooms and other foods. The man in the picture became a trusted companion and advisor to the pregnant human dogs, using his experience as a former priest to help others, including Franca, who was about to give birth. The heroes gathered edible mushrooms in the forest. One of them said he knew a lot about forest food because he had been an orphan and lived off the woods during the war. The girl was surprised and said she had not expected to eat mushrooms. They talked about cooking them, frying, boiling, drying. Trying to determine which mushrooms were edible, the heroine decided to use soul purification magic to tell edible from poisonous ones. Her companion, seeing she was too distrustful, quickly stopped her when she pointed to a mushroom, saying it was poisonous, and that although the mushrooms looked similar, small signs separated them, and the mushroom with a fluffy umbrella was edible. The heroine suddenly realized Diaz was passing knowledge to her, and began to see him as reliable, and though she had once thought she knew more, she now felt respect and gratitude toward him, while the girls continued searching for food together and found a walnut tree. An adult noticed the children had picked only about 30% of the fruit, leaving much behind, and was surprised that Sene and Lycan already seemed to understand how to prepare for winter, even the rule against overharvesting. A heroine explains that taking too much from the forest is wrong because it upsets the natural balance, stops new plants from growing, and puts animals that rely on the fruit at risk. If those animals starve, people will suffer too. Children follow the forest rules, and adults clean up trash and prepare for winter, taking only what they need from the forest. Today's outing was supposed to be just an inspection and a study of the rules, but she says there's still a lot to do, like preparing firewood, hunting for meat, and going over hunting rules, and female animals must not be disturbed during breeding season, so they favor older animals to avoid wasting young meat. They talk about preparing for winter. The man says the forest is rich, and with hard work, they can gather enough food by using powder to lure animals and tracking them, and the girl praises his masculinity, saying that without a strong head of the family, winter becomes especially hard. Relieved, the woman said she had once been very worried about the lack of supplies and could not sleep through winter, but now, thanks to her husband's efforts, she felt safe and called this the happiest winter in years, while the man thought the supplies had not been checked and winter preparations were only just starting. The man believed he had to meet the expectations placed on him and not let them down. Determined, he kept working, refusing to give in to the pressure. At the same time, other team members were busy gathering resources in the forest. Diaz examined the dug-up potatoes, deciding whether to keep some in reserve. Two girls came over and asked if he had really found potatoes, so he kindly invited them to see his find, and they began to inspect the tubers, sniffing them. The girls explained that taste does not matter, but the potato's strength and its ability to grow do. Eat the weak tubers and transplant the strong ones to new ground to spread the harvest. The girls said planting too many potatoes in one place weakens them. It is better to spread them out so the harvest is larger and the tubers grow strong like trees. Diaz heard the girls mention trees and wondered whether they grew better when there were fewer. The girls replied that moderate spacing was important so sunlight could pass between the crowns. Diaz then concluded there might be too many trees. Diaz noticed many mushrooms in the forest but found them not very tasty, and the girls said the forest was so dense good trees could not grow and medicinal herbs had become thin, so Diaz said he would cut some trees to clear space next time, and the girls objected that you cannot just cut suitable trees and must choose between those in the way and those that are weak. Hearing that Senai and Ikin were the forest's teachers made the hero laugh, because they were the ones who explained which trees could be cut down. The girls were surprised to be called teachers, and the adults suggested trying everything again while praising the girls' efforts. Aruna spotted strange mushrooms and wondered if they had appeared recently, when suddenly one began to move and change, startling her, and she realized they were not ordinary and tried to defend herself from the sudden attack when one of the mushrooms released a cloud of spores or smoke. Drawn to the scene, the hero cried out with anxiety, calling to the girl Aruna as he saw her lying motionless on the ground, and a creature like a giant mushroom beside her that filled everyone with confusion and horror. The girls warned Diaz to stay away from the mushroom, calling it a new species known as the magic gas mushroom, and he emphasized not getting caught in its powder. At that moment, the mushroom sent up a cloud of spores, and Diaz rushed to attack without hesitation. Diaz charged the mushroom, slicing through the spore cloud with a powerful strike. The mushroom fought back, releasing more gas. Focused and determined, Diaz swung his sword to finish it. When the battle ended, the companions rushed to Aruna and anxiously asked about her condition. She was unhurt, and one of them explained they had been attacked by a magical gas mushroom, a poisonous forest monster that sprayed toxic powder. Worried, Diaz asked if the mushroom was poisonous and was told everything would be fine, although AR would be unwell for some time, and at that moment, she began to regain consciousness and weakly said Diaz's name. Semi-delirious after being poisoned, Aruna looked at Diaz and said he was like a prince on a white horse. Diaz, surprised, asked if she really thought he was a prince. Under the influence of the poisonous powder, Aruna began saying that Diaz was very brave and didn't know his limits. The others noticed that after inhaling the substance, a person could become delirious and behave strangely. Under the powder's influence, Aruna acted strangely and spoke incoherently, saying she was not of royal descent, while the girls sang a mysterious song about a jealous leaf king. A stranger heard an old song and was surprised to find someone else singing it and assumed the performer had magic, but the girls said it wasn't her magic. One of them decided to think about it later, and at camp they noticed Runa had recovered quickly, while someone said they weren't worried about the strange events. Diaz asks whether these are the same mushrooms picked yesterday. The girl confirms she fried and salted them as Diaz advised. Everyone eagerly tastes the dish and enjoys it, but Aruna, one of the girls, still feels uneasy. The protagonist notices she has been avoiding his eyes since they returned from the forest, and he wonders why. The next day, the protagonist sat in a yurt studying a map or crop chart, lost in thought, while the sheep lay quietly beside him, and one made a soft sound as if asking what troubled him. The protagonist considered someone else's proposal to build a road. Wanting to link east and west, she aimed to open trade through the village. Noting a road already ran through the forest, she realized the route would pass through the center. She hoped to develop the village by selling local goods and expanding her influence. He wanted to improve life for everyone and develop the settlement without harming the Mia sheep or the meadows where they graze, knowing those pastures were irreplaceable and not wanting to cause them significant damage. And he believed the Oni tribe was also trying to develop their village. But while he thought about this, the sheep began actively seeking his attention and interrupted his thoughts. Diaz was still thinking about his plans and didn't fully understand what the sheep were saying, so he decided they meant it was important to take care of yourself before helping others, concluded the crossroads themselves were not bad, and began planning how to divide them while thinking about his next move. The protagonist worried about money, but the sheep acted as if there was nothing to worry about if things were planned, and the news of a meeting and an upcoming dinner distracted him. Diaz was asked to handle the valuable map carefully. A council member supported his plan but warned that the opinions of other representatives, especially Aruna's, also mattered. Diaz asked whether there was anyone else to consult. The girl said Aruna would speak for her village, and the decision should not depend on a single person. Zort said that thanks to the other he got to try Aruna's food, and was surprised at how delicious a mushroom dish could be, and he said he can now tell edible mushrooms from poisonous ones. Diaz said he wanted to speak with Chief Moro, but had not been able to yet. The others were surprised at how quickly Zort appeared, and the dog confirmed that the chief had asked him to contact Diaz as soon as possible. Aruna's brother praised the interlocutor's achievements. He was given a family name, became a duke, and led road construction and village development. Diaz and another hero said they had already discussed the road plan with Ilauk residents and planned a crossroads between the villages to ease the movement of people and goods and turn the site into a trading center and warehouse. They discussed a road construction plan. First, they wanted a route from west to east, and later one to the north and south. One warned the tribe might object if they started without permission, so he planned to seek approval in advance, though he did not expect it to be easy. The interlocutor said she did not want to create conflict and wanted to establish good relations with the tribe. Another noted there was still some tension between them. Continuing their discussion, one admitted he did not know what to do about the roads because it raised the question of who owned the land, and he was trying to understand but struggling, so the other advised him to begin with the simplest approach and say directly what he wanted to discuss without complicating his words. One of the heroes suggested dividing the plain equally between the village and the only tribe, saying the center and its roads would be shared, but his interlocutor thought it would be difficult to build a road to the north or an east-west road that way. Diaz said the land looked divided into 4 parts at first, but it was not. He suggested using the roads to avoid disputes. They planned an aerial survey to make an accurate map, and with help from their pigeon friends marked the boundaries with white pegs. One of the heroes asked whether the others approved of the proposed plan and was told everyone had been consulted and no one objected. He added that even Aruna agreed and this was confirmed, but there was concern that those who had lived on the land before might think the Soul tribe was taking half, and another character, surprised, asked whether they had quarreled. Admitting he could not think of anything better, the hero proposed the simplest, clearest way to divide the plain in half, explaining that until the kingdom falls, one half will belong to the only tribe, and that he has the right to freely dispose of his part. Zord said that if he were chieftain he would not discuss the matter, and would simply accept the offer, while another said that if they went to war with the kingdom, they would have no chance of winning, so getting half the plain was more than they could expect, and added that from one point of view they could be seen as having conquered the entire plain. Character says that if Aruna's children inherit the land, the tribe's bloodline will pass to her relatives. He adds this may have been her plan all along, and it is also mentioned that after Diaz and Aruna's wedding it was decided the transfer would occur. Now he sees why Aruna shared resources and let them live together. She had it planned from the start. This means his chieftain will be bound to another tribe as if it were his own. He asks to learn more about the Duke and the kingdom's laws so he can negotiate other terms. One character vows to bring everything together and defeat the old woman. The other is quietly glad that things are working out for them. The scene then shifts to the city of Malangal in the Western Cascades territory. Hooded figures meet in a secluded place. One turns to another and demands payment for services. The other, without objection, pulls out a bag of coins and hands it over. Then a man with long blonde hair appears, and they respectfully call him Meza Sama. In an alley, a cloaked man named Norius, a confidant of the first Prince Richard, watches Meza and decides she has started to act, admitting there is nothing he can do even if people begin to die, and warning that they are in an illegal trading spot where if Meza's goods hit the market it could cause mass poisoning and total chaos in the city. Rumors circulate among several interlocutors that Eldon Sama has started training in horse riding and fencing, which is unlike him. One notes Eldon looks more regal today. They say the economy is improving, and another suggests Eldon may have decided to become a duke. The characters talk about how life in the city has changed, noting that even gourmet food has become common. The inhabitants seem happy and the city is livelier, and one admits that although he does not like the city, he feels comfortable here because different species live in peace and the environment is safe and welcoming. Holding his mug, the man weighs the situation, respects Eldon's merits but must obey Prince Richard's order to destroy the city. He doubts the order because the city is now safe and prosperous, but if Eldon keeps spending the Empire's funds the city will suffer. A man spots a rhinoceros woman with her children and is surprised they're out so late, first thinking they're a family before realizing they are different species, and struck by how calm and safe the city is that you can see this so late. Watching the different species interact peacefully, he accepted he couldn't fight it, felt he had given in to the city's atmosphere, and though his mission still mattered, he knew he could not change the situation now. Reading a document, the man realized someone was smuggling contraband into the city, ordered his assistant to leave, and wondered who was behind this, amazed that this unknown person could threaten the city itself. The tribal chief says he is there to fulfill the remaining terms of the agreement to hand over part of the plain. They will not formalize the process now, but when they are ready, they will make it official. He says that in the future, they will either form their own country or come under Diaz. The elder asked whether all the villagers had agreed except Diaz and Aruna. After getting confirmation, he asked to see proof. After checking, he said everything was in order and reported the interlocutor had been promoted and was now the second candidate for chief. The elder announces a redistribution of duties, taking command of part of the expedition and putting the interlocutor in charge of security. This is because the number of people will rise after the road is completed and problems may increase, including unpredictable dragon behavior. Strengthening security will reduce the expedition's burden and keep everyone safe. The elder lays out the future relationship with the new ally and stresses that if a threat appears the guards will assist, noting the allies gave up the land willingly, which shows their wisdom, but warning to stay alert against anyone who might try to exploit that. And one warrior says the elder remains a strong, perceptive leader. During training, Eldon collapses from fatigue, but insists he can keep going. His companions worry and urge him to rest, reminding him not to overexert himself. Tired, Eldon keeps training, believing he will never catch up with Diaz otherwise. After Diaz sneezed, everyone asked if he was cold, The girls teased him and offered to warm him with Aranaham. Arana sheepishly told them to stop joking.